bona fide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke H.G.?
Yes, TF Much, gentleman Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth, located today in the pop-up studio on the concourse outside the MCG Gate 1. Yes, the Cats and the Pies will be doing battle at the G later today, and gentleman Jim's down there actually cashing in with a lot of Mother's Day merchandise sales. So if you've forgotten Mum, you're taking her to the football today, swing by the TSP pop-up studios, maybe pick up a terrific The Rooting King, The Good Old Days CD, or something in the lines of, assorted cream chocolates from the Blinkered Knights of Balaclava. And speaking of gentlemen, Jim, did you get involved last Sunday? Sadly, the golden guy was wide of the mark. His selection's running second and third at the S Coast. Stewards are still looking at the footage, wondering if they can, launch an appeal into the running of the race down there in the South High Coast. But Jim, second and third, so if you're backing each way, you're well ahead. His big two today, incidentally, the big Golden Guy 2 are at Gawler, home of the Gawler Creams, race 8. This is the Barossa Cup, Wednesday, May the 23rd. His two, number 1 With Gravy and number 6 Centurious. So get on board for Mum today at Gawler. And Probe-sters, Patriots, Pilgrims and Punters, H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. TF Much, Bruce McAvaney. Bruce, he's having a wonderful season. I mean, he brought let's face it, the Commonwealth, he made the Commonwealth Games. Forget the 178 medals, that's gold, that we won at that hit out early in April. His football contribution this year has been second to none. You have to go back to the days when Peter Landy and Louis Richards were calling it to find a season like it. It's our annual Mother's Day special, incidentally, our Super Probe special for Mum. And Mum, do whatever you want to today. If you don't want to listen, you don't have to, unlike every other week of the year. And what a week, what an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough. And residents and 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward through the solidly back-up stallage of the week's sporting action. A week of massive collects and a massive Eurovision result, which we'll obviously be talking about. So if you don't want to know, just put the fingers in the ears when we come to that discussion. And another week, massive week on MasterChef, full of surprises. But the big news again this week comes from our charity partners, the Blinkered Knights of Balaclava, and they worked with the victims of the punt and the Rooting King Foundation, who provide companions and friendship for those who have put in so you can take out in the twilight of their careers. This week, our annual Mother's Day St. Orazio blanket appeal at halftime at all footy venues is for punting pensioners who are doing it tough. St. Orazio, of course, the patron saint of farriers and blacksmiths who just do such wonderful work for the horses, and our barrier attendants, who I believe are the finest in the world and never get any mention on any sporting program anywhere except here on the Probe. St. Orazio, your patron saint, and the blanket appeal today in the aid of, obviously, punting pensioners who are doing it tough and are victims of the punt, like Peter the punting pensioner, who was telling me only last Sunday, he's having a tremendous run of outs and is a genuine victim of the punt and the Aquanita scandal. More of that in a moment. It's a tragic tale, Peter. It is a tragic tale of dud choices trackside, and it could happen to any pensioner of any age. In fact, it could happen to any right-thinking real Australian. And now, let's lock horns with the face of Wattsford Oval. First time I think I've ever introduced this man as the face of Wattsford Oval, and what a feather in his trouser. It's a trouser full of feathers, and that's a final feather to make the set complete. The Wattsford Oval Lithgow, of course, who this man observed midweek that the 2018 federal budget again offered bugger all for rugby league. The treasurer, that ScoMo, doesn't give a fig about league lovers who are hurting. dud results everywhere. Look at Manly, busted ass, the human face of bowel cancer. What do they have to do? Mercifully, they had a big win over the Broncos. But ScoMo would rather tip Lolly into another Captain Cook wheeze down in his electorate there in the Kurnell area. I mean, did the captain ever pack down in the greatest game of all? Did the captain ever slot into a half and push the team around the park? I mean, of course he didn't. No wonder this man's off the bit and outraged. That man, of course, is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what were the highlights that caught your restless eye this week? Barrow!
Yes, thank you very much, H.G. Nelson. Wonderful week. Wonderful week to be a tax-paying Australian on a good wicket. On a very good wicket. Jason Day is back in town with a big win. Well, it was a win in a not-so-big tournament, but he won. Which is great news for Day buffs. Adam Scott, not so good. Not so good on the Adam Scott front. India, of course, have chickened out of a day-night test. No surprises there. Kohli, of course, carrying the white feather, as he always does. That bloke, I've always had my doubts about that bloke. Don't like Kohli. I mean, no, bugger it. I'm going to stick to my principles. I don't like the bloke. Never have done. A lot of people who know him say he's a wonderful bloke. But I don't know him, so I think he's rubbish. Now, punter, that is punter Ponting, to become Seven's Mark Nicholas. I'm wondering if punter has the gravitas to be Mark Nicholas, to have the questions on a bit of paper, your talking points and a little bit of paper in your left hand. I've never seen punter do that. He's got to be able to do that. If you're going to host a show, if you're going to steer the commentary team around the park, as Mark Nicholas does with such aplomb. I just hope punter's got it. I do. I genuinely hope punter's got it. Having said that, I do know punter. Terrific bloke. Terrific bloke. But is he Mark Nicholas? Well, let's see. Bernard Tomic, big win. God almighty. He began by taking out Frenchman Geoffrey Blancaneau. I don't think we'll hear that name all that often, Blancaneau. And how must he feel, Blancaneau, being Tomic's first scalp in such a long time? I think Tomic might be in the final against another Aussie Millman. So isn't that great news for Aussies? Aussies doing us proud overseas, which we always like to see. More about Jessica Malboy later, perhaps. Now, is the AFL planning to ban the tackle? Certainly they're planning on changing the tackle, and how sad it is to be at a disadvantage if you're a big man playing football. Who would have thought that a day would have come when to be a big man, skilled big man, is a disadvantage? More about that later. Now, do Australian rugby teams need a mind coach? Do they ever? Do they ever? I mean, the cry has been for a long time, because New Zealand have mind coaches, that we should have mind coaches. And we're going to have a root and branch examination of Australian rugby sometime during the program, I think, in which case the talk of a mind coach will certainly come up. Now, 5 trainers, as HG has alluded to, and I use that term advisedly, allude. 5 trainers and 3 stable hands found guilty of doping horses over 100 races over 7 years. 7 years! Surely it's time for a class action for punters. A class action mounted against not only these 7 clowns that have been putting stuff in horses, but also Racing Victoria for turning a blind eye for 7 years. Bad blood has emerged between Easts and the Warriors, with a melee on report just before full time. It went silly. It went very, very serious. I think Hargreaves might have been ordered from the field. What about those Tars, eh? What about those Tars? What about them Tars? They were leading half-time over the Crusaders, 29-0. Ho, ho, ho! I was going down to the TAB to collect my winnings when, second half, Crusaders crushed the Tars, 31-29. Bear in mind, the referee was a Kiwi. Make of that what you will.
Yes, this is the Sporting Probe, and I think university tests again established this week that 9 out of 40 Universities around the world believe the Sporting Probe is a better way to probe. And it's our annual Mother's Day special, often our top-rating show of the year, our Mother's Day special. But let's start with a bit of AFL and two incidents I'd like your thoughts on, Roy. Firstly, there was a suspension of two players after last weekend's game, one involving Hawkins, the Geelong super boot. When he touched an umpire, he got a week for that. And I was reminded by a number of commentators who bailed me up in the street, and saying if we let Hawkins touch an umpire, every junior player will be touching an umpire. I found that a hard argument to sustain myself, given the hatred of most players for the officialdom in the world of AFL. Then we come to the other one, the Natanui. The Natanui tackle on the young Port Power kiddie, Eamon, and I've forgotten his surname for a minute. I'll get to that in a minute because there was quite a fallout from this because, as you pointed out in your opening comments, and I think quite thoughtful opening comments, is now we have the ludicrous situation where Natanui needs to assess the height, weight and movement of his opponent within 0.8 of a second before laying a tackle that's obviously a hard ask for any player, no matter what their size, and it's consistency now that we seek from the AFL with regard to this. Now, Roy, you're a big bloke. Mm-hmm. You've been involved in many big hits in your time, especially in the rugby league. I believe rugby league players are sizing up, tackles in 0.0001 of a second. Yeah. 0.8 gives you a lot of time to think, and so doubt must creep in. That's one thing. The other thing, as you pointed out early on, is there room now for a competition of the same size and weight of players? Is that what we're going to? Not only is McLaughlin interested in a 0-0 draw in every match, he's interested in all players being exactly the same size and weight.
Yes, and remember he killed the AFL in Tasmania.
I burn a candle every day for Tasmanian football, you know that.
I know that. Look, it's so disturbing, this HG. I mean, from a rugby league perspective, when you're a big bloke, often you're not as quick as some of the littler blokes. And the littler blokes, love making a big bloke look stupid by nipping away and, not being able to be tackled by the big bloke. So when a big bloke does get the opportunity to line up a little bloke, you got to make every post a winner here because you might only get half a dozen shots on a little bloke during a match. You want to make sure they count.
Or in a career. I
always kept up something special for a little bloke. If a little bloke came into my zone, so to speak, and I was ready, and especially if he wasn't expecting it, then, fair's fair, and crowds loved it. When you pick up a little bloke and really give them some hammer, it's terrific. Your opponents love it. I mean the opponents, the crowd fans for the opposition, they love it because they get outraged and incensed. There's a lot of send him off, that sort of stuff. But if you make it a legitimate hit, just good hard football. And honestly, I've had so many little blokes come up to me at the end of a game and say, Roy, that hit you put on me is the best ever. Thanks. Because they appreciate it.
Yeah. They want to be involved.
Yeah. And remember, when a little bloke hits a big bloke, he can hit him as hard as he likes. There's nothing saying, you can't hit Roy that hard. Gosh, you can. I mean, if you're a big bloke, you expect to be hit hard. You want to be hit hard. And secretly, little blokes do too. There's nothing like when a little bloke's king hit, everyone's seen him king hit, to see the little bloke stand up, play the ball and just get on with the game. He's a hero. Crowds love that. That's why people go to rugby league, to see disproportionately large people hitting disproportionately small people who happen to be a little on the nippy side. You know what I mean?
I do, Roy. It certainly outraged the community. Coming to the Tommy Hawkins incident, do you believe that it was an accident really that happened?
It wasn't as if he pinched him on the bottom or anything.
or dacked him or
dacked
something
him.
like that.
No. It was just a
complete guy,
brushed him away.
He brushed him away. Now, do you believe there is a knock-on effect in junior leagues? I mean, do you believe that Hawkins is a role model? I mean, I've never thought of the bloke as a role model ever in my life.
Nor have I.
But, obviously some people maybe in the Corio Bay area might think of him as a role model. Do you think they think, Tommy Hawkins can do it, I can touch the umpire as well? And if so, why would you want to touch the umpire?
Exactly. And why was the umpire so close to him?
Well, that's a separate issue.
I think there's a duty of care here. I think officials have got to stay, away from arm's length. At least say, let's say 40 centimetres beyond arm's length from any player at any time. Otherwise, they run the risk of, just a player lashing out with a hand, as you do. And you might accidentally flick one in the eye, or, as I say, flick one on the bottom, and people can make of that what they will, and it could have all sorts of questions asked about not only the umpire, what was he doing, why were you standing so close to Hawkins, what were you doing, fiddling with the back door of the umpire? Well, you see what I mean? A lot of questions can be asked. I say, stay away. Don't put yourself in that situation. Isn't that the Gillon McLachlan lesson for anyone lying nude in a bed? Don't put yourself in that situation. Same with an official. Don't get yourself in a situation where you can have yourself touched or fiddled with by a player.
Yes, this is the Probe Kitchen, pulling a Tropanov ale souffle out of the oven is a man simply known as Manu, rampaging Roy Slaven. And on the lurk, near the Pavlova table, looking for a large bite, is a mature-aged apprentice with a couple of very sharp knives, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, you've evoked memories of Dane Swan and this problem of duty of care and the responsibility of players never to appear nude wherever they are at whatever time of the day. And that's so a beautiful comparison, I think, with the problem that Nat Nui's got. I noticed that the Essendon veteran Brendan Goddard, who had a wonderful match at the MCG yesterday, just did everything he touched turned to muck. Anyway, he said it was laughable to expect a player to compute the height and weight of players. Yeah. Although that is a skill that maybe should be taken into consideration when drafting a player, putting players running past at speed and then trying to get, say, 8 out of 10 right in weight and height. Yeah. It was a good, strong tackle, says Goddard from Nick Nack, and there was no malice in it. And that's, I think, a key point. There was no malice in it. When we got to Senior 7 commentator BT said it was a duty of care concept, and when BT talks I listen. He said he didn't appear to have the arms pinned. The ball did spill out in the end. He didn't sling him. No. That whole rule was brought in for one reason, not to stop dangerous tackles. It was brought in to stop slinging tackles, which is the dangerous one when you're propelled out of control and you can't help but bang your head. Yeah. Now there's thoughts from BT there, excellent thoughts from BT.
Yeah. Look, I thought it was a thoroughly legitimate tackle. I thought it was a good tackle, a good, strong tackle, and a role model's tackle, could I suggest? Beautifully
put.
And to find a bloke, to suspend him for one match for a role model's tackle, well, the AFL's got to look at itself. There's something wrong.
Now, the thing that I'd like you to address is 1 week for the umpire, 1 week for that tackle. I mean, don't get me started on touching umpires because I won't go there. No. I mean, it is just out of it. It should never, ever happen that an umpire. I take your point entirely, the 40 centimetres before outside the touch zone and all that sort of stuff. I mean, I take that as read.
Yeah. Look, I think if an umpire enters the zone, then he's saying, I want to be touched. It's a sick umpire that gets that close to a player, I think. And those sort of umpires have got to be, can I suggest, weeded out? Yes, weeded out.
The other thing is, are you concerned at all about processes here? One person is in charge of all of this now.
Oh dear.
It requires a superman, I use that word advisedly, or a superwoman to be able to solve all these problems elegantly. One person has to look at all this and make split decisions.
It should at least be a panel of 5, shouldn't it?
And 5 who know both football and television.
Yes.
Because they can't all be expected to be at the game because, as you know, the camera lies.
It does lie. Yes, you've got to be at the game. I'd suggest someone like, headed by someone like Basil Zemplis, who loves talking things up and who would bring a very fair eye, I think, to anything untoward.
a chair of a board of 5 in each state or 5 over across the country?
I think 5 at each match.
Now,
Headed by whoever is calling the game.
and then they would go to a board level of which Basil was the chair.
Yes, that's
What
right.
an excellent idea.
That's right.
And are you worried that this is a bit unwieldy?
Well, given the communications at the moment, HG, given how easy communications are, there's no reason why as soon as you finish calling the match, okay, you do your Q&As at the end, you do your match reviews at the end, and then you just excuse yourself. Well, you say, well, that's it from me, and I'm going to have to go and communicate now with the assessment team to go over the controversial issues that may have arisen out of today's match. All the best, see you next week. And then you go upstairs and
Get on a hookup.
get on a hookup with Basil, and Basil would call you in. You know, HG, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, HG, is there anything you saw untoward? What did you make of the Hawkins touching the umpire business?
Well, I thought it was outrageous.
Outrageous,
I think we've got to set an example, because if we don't stamp our foot down now, then junior grades, everybody will be touching the umpire.
All right,
It's
could I
something new in
suggest-
football.
Yes.
I want to stamp it out right now, Basil.
Okay.
Basil, I'm outraged.
Very good. I endorse those views. Anyone else want to plug in on this one? Okay. Could I suggest, HG, a 5-month suspension for this particular umpire? Would that be fair?
I think that's fair.
Good.
And the player as well.
Okay. We move on to the... See what I mean? It's very easy to do, and you can do it in 4 minutes.
Yes, as the Probe tour of World War I battlefields, the man up front with the baton in his knapsack is the General, Major Rampaging Roy Slaven, the face of Watford Oval, and letting off bombs in the background to provide that realistic trench warfare smell, the putrid one, H.G. Nelson now. Fingers in your ears if you don't want to know about what's happening on SBS at 7:30 tonight. But we have to address this. We've been inundated with messages and phone calls and texts and so on already at the Probe HQ today about the Malboy tilt at Eurovision. Roy, I'm outraged by this, to think that Jess only got 9 public votes and came in at 20th.
Yeah.
I think that's right. I hope I got those numbers right. 9 votes and 20th is a slight to everything that Australians stand for in this day and age.
Yeah.
We are European. We do belong in Europe. And to think that at Lisbon, we couldn't even organise a phone poll to get the number into double figures. I mean, devastates me. Devastates me. Admittedly, I didn't bother to watch it, but I counted myself as lucky there.
Yeah.
Because people who watched it would have been spewing.
Well, actually, you'd have to say it wouldn't matter where you came from in the world. Just looking at it absolutely dispassionately, you'd have to say that Jessica's performance was the best, and just that song about love, bringing love to the world, was the best song as well. So not only was it the best song, but the best performance. I just, it's corrupt. You've just got to say it's corrupt.
And can I point out, when you look at the results, Netta from Israel was crowned Eurovision winner.
Well, that was a joke, that song.
It was called Toy. Now,
Toy.
awarded 529 points. Cyprus took out second place. Austria came third.
They were rubbish. It was a toilet act. It was a toilet wiping act at best. With lyrics.
No. It would have been better if they left the lyrics off. Now, look, what's difficult here is the scores of the voting juries and the viewing public in 43 countries, Australia included, were combined for the results. I mean, we've got to do this better. Surely it was up to leadership. I'm not sure who you look for cultural leadership in Australia at the moment. Obviously, MasterChef could have put out a special,
What about the Minister for Arts? I don't know who the Minister is for Arts. Is it Mitch Fifield?
I don't think so. He's communications,
He's
I
ABC,
think.
Isn't he? He's the minister. He's the
For getting rid of the
anti-ABC
ABC.
minister, yes.
Now, what I was going to get to was that surely in this day and age, we know how these things work. We know how to sway. Look at how well we've done with other international vote-offs. I can't think of one that comes to mind, incidentally, but we've done incredibly well. Now, this means that I think we've powdered from Im's performance only a few years ago, and who can forget that? That's still seared into my mind, coming second, all the way down to 20th.
Yeah, I know. I think, didn't Guy Sebastian do rather well?
He did. He did, and
Yeah.
and I think Guy blasted the doors open running fourth.
He
Don't
did.
quote me on these numbers.
He did.
Second.
Yeah.
And then I'm not sure who was third. Firebrace might have come in at the top 10, I think, and now we're in the top 20.
Right.
And just.
Well, it
I mean,
is. Look, I've had it confirmed that Mitch Fifield is the arts minister. Mm-hmm. Now, did Fifield, to give him his due, ask for Aussie support of Jessica Mauboy? I can't recall any press conference announced or brought on by the Minister for the Arts suggesting that all Aussies get behind Jessica's tilt and maybe phone up and vote. No. None of that. None of that. There's no leadership in this matter, HG. No leadership.
Complete silence.
Nobody's taken control and said, all right, this has got to be all Aussie focus. Forget the budget. Forget football just for a few minutes. Forget punter Ponting taking over from Mark Nick. Forget all that. Put that on hold. Let's get our Jess up where she belongs. Because it was the best performance. It was the best song. All Aussies know that.
Yes, there's the Probe International Space Centre on the sniff for life, way out there. Picking up pings from another galaxy. The astrophysicist R.R. Slaven, and out back working on his flat Earth experiments, the undergrad H.G. Nelson, now Roy. Are we, if we're going to get serious about Eurovision, are we in need of a Eurovision Centre of Excellence? Now, I raised this in a week where the main budget proposal for the Cronulla Shire area of Sydney is to build some sort of Centre of Excellence to Captain Cook, which features obviously a cafe and a few knickknacks and maybe an audio visual of where Cook first came ashore, what it might have looked like and so on, who he might have met. Sadly, I think he didn't come ashore. I think he stayed on the boat, but that's a separate story. Now, compare and contrast that with the need for a rugby league centre of excellence, which has been given the green light in the South Sydney area.
Yes.
So in this week of disappointment at Eurovision, is it time to suggest that maybe what would be a better use of the money instead of having a Captain Cook Centre of Excellence donated to Captain Cook, we look to the future and have a Captain Cook Centre of Excellence donated to Eurovision stars of tomorrow?
Yes.
Or
Yeah,
encouraging Eurovision stars of tomorrow.
Yes, I see where you're coming from, HG. I think probably, though, in terms of product, Eurovision product, our product's pretty good. Mm-hmm. It's just galvanising public interest in joining the voting and maybe organising or leaning on others who have authority in the voting area. A bit like a World Cup bid, for example.
Oh, I see where you're coming from.
If we had earmarked, say, 40 million, which got us, I think, 2 votes for Australia's World Cup tilt.
I think you're doubling up there.
Oh, 1 vote.
Yeah.
That 40 million might get us a few more votes for our Eurovision contender if we target specifically people who are vulnerable and open to blackmail, and we drag in ASIO and all sorts of other bodies here. Perhaps Peter Dutton's Home Security could reach out in this matter and come up with a 3 or 4 point plan
and a list
of potential people who have influence in this matter that we could lean on in terms of carrot and stick, i.e., carrot being the $40 million, stick being we'll publish photographs of you compromised in the nude.
Swan style.
Yes, exactly. But something along those lines, HG, I think would even things up a little bit when it comes to the prejudice obviously displayed against Australia this year. Now, in terms of the Centre of Excellence, I think it's a great idea that Kernell area where the first party from England from the Endeavour landed there. Look, there's nothing happening there. There's just a plaque, and it's just as it was. It's exactly as it was, and that's disappointing to a lot of people. Like you, I'd like to see a rugby league centre of excellence built there, perhaps with a cafe, perhaps a gymnasium, and somewhere where you could sit down and watch videos of old games. that Captain Cook might have enjoyed had he lived long enough to enjoy the rugby league, as we knew he would.
Now, the reason why
It's up to academics to decide whether Captain Cook would follow the Cronulla Sharks, and he may well have done. I don't know.
Yes.
I'm not an academic. I don't know Cook's life well enough. I know he was a great navigator. He came from Yorkshire, I think, HG, where they love their rugby league. And so it's possible, because he loved the sea, that the shark emblem of Cronulla might appeal to him. So I think you could argue that Captain Cook, had he been with us now, if he was 250 years old, that he would be the number one Sharks fan, arguably. And that's something that could be celebrated in the Centre of Excellence, where you could not only dwell on Cook, but dwell on the Sharks and maybe get fit at the same time while you drink a cup of coffee.
They're excellent ambitions. I raise this because this week the green light has been given to a Centre of Excellence for the South Sydney Rabbits Rugby League community based at Heffron Park. And I suppose the questions are, I understand where you're coming from. I love the idea of the historical perspective. Yes. For mine, a little too much historical perspective in terms of Captain Cook and so on.
Right.
But I take your point. Old videos, maybe of the Sharks' first win in the grand final the other year, Andrew Fafita's great try, etc., celebrated writ large, an immersive experience, and cafe. I love all that merchandise shop and those sort of things.
Sure.
Thinking of Cook's legacy in that area, because let's face it, without Cook coming, rugby league would have never happened.
Well, it wouldn't have happened, and that's that's a fact. But whether are you suggesting that it's possible that Captain Cook would have been a South Sydney supporter?
No, I'm not.
Is it possible that upon the Endeavour came rabbits that were released into the mainland of Australia from the Endeavour, and that's where the rabbits have come from originally?
Well, what a fascinating idea, and that would be something historians could study with what I'm describing as the Cook League legacy. Yeah. Now, can I point out...
Because I'm not sure if the rabbits came on, say, the 18th Fleet or the 13th Fleet. I'm not sure. I don't know when the rabbits came.
Now, let's go to the South Sydney. We've got an idea of what's happening down there in Kurnell, but South Sydney, what are they getting in their Centre of Excellence? They've obviously got a foyer with the Book of Feuds in there.
Yes.
They've got a weight room and maybe a steam room and a change room, and maybe they might have got a 25-metre pool. Is that all they need? And if so, how does that improve rugby league? How does a Centre of Excellence feed into the concept of rugby league? I mean, I connect the Rabbits with the Redfern community.
Yes.
Do you understand what I mean? With the area, not a million miles from where the original Rabbitohs wandered around shouting, Rabbitoh, Rabbitoh, that sort of stuff. Props, clothes props, etc., clothesline props.
Yeah. Well, there's no reason, actually, why that couldn't be part of the Centre of Excellence, to have players whittling timber to fashion clothes props in the old manner that they used to.
And shooting rabbits.
And shooting rabbits, trapping rabbits, getting ferrets, doing a little bit of ferreting with a net, and then dressing rabbits. You could have a demonstration of dressing rabbits, taking the pyjamas off, and then taking out the giblets, and that sort of thing. That could be a real skill for the players that would give them a sense of confidence that I've got skills that perhaps the Sharks don't have, or the Broncos. You know, have you ever seen a Bronco try to dress a rabbit or make a clothes prop? They're hopeless, and so it just gives you a sense of confidence, of having skills. HG, so you leave the Centre of Excellence not only as a fit rugby league player, but with these other skills of being able to be resourceful. With a net and a ferret, you could feed your family, and with a simple stick, you can dry your clothes.
Yes, as the Probe Cafe of League, knocking out the coffee, the grind genius Roy Slaven, and buggering up the orders and the penalty rates. H.G. Nelson. Now, a big issue has erupted again this week, Roy, concerning all codes, and it's got to do with concussion. And I thought we'd put this to bed some time ago, but the NRL now, this is the Rugby League, won't disclose if it has fined any clubs for concussion breaches since last year's early season crackdown for fear of running doctors out of the game. That's the nub of this return to worry about concussion. If I cut to the chase here, one of the biggest concerns is the damage done to the reputation of club doctors in the public domain if their club is found to have breached the code's strict guidelines about handling concussion cases. Many physicians have careers outside the NRL, some of which might be the main source of income. So you get the problem here is, a doctor's found to be negligent in the concussion area. What's he like with, say, tetanus, or what's he like with cancer?
Yeah, I see what you
Now,
mean.
there's
There's an inherent, an inbuilt conflict of interest here, isn't there, HG? If say, your doctor, the club doctor, is a fan of the team, a fan of the club, and has got money on the team winning, and the playmaker has come off for a head inspection, there's pressure then on the doctor to say, the kid's all right, and send him back out.
Oh,
you see what I mean?
Doubt. Well, can I say, you and I got him caught in an imbroglio some years ago, a real old-fashioned brouhaha, where we suggested doctors were negligent at the Parramatta Club because they were sending out players with what we call doctors' feet.
Yes.
They were very soft in the feet. There was a lot of ankle injuries. There were a lot of toe injuries. There were a lot of whatever that thing is on the bottom of the foot that always gives players trouble, Achilles heels injuries and stuff like this.
Yeah.
We blame the doctors.
Yeah.
Then, of course, there were a whole heap of these were respected doctors in the community, and all of a sudden they found nobody coming to their clinics because of the publicity that you and I were giving to the problem of doctors' feet at Parramatta. Now, this is writ large here, is that, like I said earlier, is if you're a dud doctor with concussion, you might be a dud doctor in other parts of the practice. Yeah. Now, we've got to expand
I think it's wrong, HG, to put doctors in that position. I don't think doctors know concussion very well at all. I'd be more inclined to get experts in, like, say, Royce Simmons, who understands concussion better than most. He's been concussed more often than any other person I know, and Royce could certainly determine whether a player is concussed or not just by looking at him.
Can I go a little bit further and say, at some point or other, it's been suggested in the coverage here that, in fact, each club have two doctors.
Oh, dear.
Two doctors at all games from next season, and explore the possibility of having what the paper here describes, this is the Murdoch paper, as spotters. Oh. Now, I like this. Spotters at matches, spotters at home watching television who can text in or dial in to a 24/7 hotline, concussion hotline, especially while matches are on, and, just text in, have a look at the number 13, I think he's concussed. Play stops, we go through the process, the protocols, the concussion protocols.
Yep. Excellent idea.
Now,
excellent idea. Wouldn't it be easy just to have someone sitting beside, say, someone in the bunker, just taking reports that are coming from people watching matches? Concern has come in about player number 7 for the Broncos appears a little wobbly. Can we have a look at that? Stop the play. Number 7 is called out. You see what I mean? It'd be very efficient and would allow people to feel as if they're empowered in this matter.
Well, I love the empowerment of people. Don't get me wrong, I love that. I love the idea that supporters are involved. I love the idea that fans are involved. I love the idea that punters are involved.
Yes.
But come to the problem with the bunker.
Yeah.
You can see where this goes off the rails quickly, is I think the bunker's on record as only getting 4 out of 10 decisions correct.
That's true. That's
so
true. But that's because the people aren't in control of what's going on in the bunker. But if for example, people could vote on whether they thought a player was concussed or not. Okay, so player number 7 from the Brisbane Broncos, there's speculation from the public that he might be concussed. Can we have that player removed from the park for a moment, please? That player goes into a small television studio where he's spoken to by someone of, say, Basil Zemplis's ability. And then the people decide through voting whether they think that player is concussed or not. Now, players can often pretend they're not concussed when they are concussed, to wit, Royce Simmons. That's why I think Royce would know as the final arbiter, even though 90% of people think this player is concussed. Royce, what do you think? No, he's not concussed.
It's the House of Cards. That's the Probe House of Cards holding all the aces. The King of Diamonds rampaging Roy Slaven and the face of Watford Oval. And on the other side of the card table, the man with a fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. Now, team selections, Roy. We're coming to the pointy end of a couple of sports with big events coming up. And first up, the Socceroos and Bert van Marwijk. Already has a strong feeling who will make the cut when he shaves his World Cup squad this week. The Dutchman will cut the provisional 32-person squad to 26 ahead of an intense training camp in Turkey where he'll name his final group of 23 on June the 3rd.
Okay.
I should be lying if I didn't say that maybe in the head are 26 or 27 players. Beautiful way of putting it. Every coach has the same feeling. There are always players you are doubting a little bit, but there's also a lot of players who you are sure. Many of the initial squad make up the same core group that went through the qualifying process under previous coach Anne Postecoglou. Roy, do you worry at all that it's in his head? Instead of being on a piece of paper that he could refer to. The mind does play tricks. Was Kale Inma 26? Oh, no, I've left him out. Oh, Lord, why did I do that? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Certainty is a big thing in football, as you know.
Yes. I hope he has all of the names of the players written down on a list, HG, with 2 boxes beside each name into which he can put a tick or a cross.
Uh-huh.
That always struck me as being the most elegant and efficient way of whittling down a large group of players into a core group of players. And surely he would have what he'd call the spine of the team. That is your half a dozen players. They're there. You know they're going to be there. Now, whether Kale is one of them, I don't know. Because who can read what's going on in this bloke's head?
No.
I certainly can't, and I've tried. I've spent a bit of time with him, and I don't know how sane he is. But then again, we're looking through this through the prism of language difficulties. English isn't his first language, and you've always got to take account for that. So I went along with an interpreter, and honestly, the interpreter made less sense than Bert did.
I can well believe that now, Roy. Elsewhere, we build up to the first State of Origin match in the Rugby League, which is being played at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Yeah. Melbourne Cricket Ground now is rightfully, I think, the spiritual home of rugby league in Australia.
Would appear to be, yes.
June the 6th, I think, Wednesday night, June the 6th, and I have been taken by the incredible thoroughness to which Brady Fittler is applying himself to the task of being coached.
Is the team in his head, HG? Is the team in his head, or has he made a list?
Well, I won't come to that directly, but I'll try and answer it this way. Queensland Chairman of Selectors, rather than the New South Wales Chairman of Selectors, this is Gene Miles, expects new Blues coach Brad Fittler to employ wait for it, a no dickheads policy.
Really?
As part of his rebuild of New South Wales Origin squad and its culture off field.
Right.
Now, remember last year, Josh Dugan and Blake Ferguson went AWOL on the Terps for a while, and they were later given their marching orders. Big Gino Miles, who played for the Broncos and obviously the Maroons for many years, new coach, new ideas. He really got State of Origin footy, says Gino. That's Freddie he's talking about. Right. His record stands alone for the Blues. We really don't know what to expect apart from the no dickheads policy. Now, I was worried about how seriously he was taking the no dickheads policy because, let's face it, it's very hard to pick a New South Wales lineup without, say, 13 dickheads in it.
It is true, isn't it? I mean,
where do you start looking?
Yeah.
So I'll give you an idea of how seriously he's taking it. This is, Dean Ritchie got this for the Murdoch people a little while ago. It was a 7 a.m. road trip south that showed out just how serious New South Wales are about selecting certainly some of the Dragons' informed stars and no dickheads. The New South Wales Brains Trust, that's Brad Fittler, Assistant Danny Baderis, and Chief Advisor Greg Alexander. I love that role, Chief Advisor. I don't think we've had one of those before.
I don't think so either. That's a refreshing innovation, isn't it?
They set out for an early midweek on a hit-and-run mission of 220 kilometres, round trip to Wollongong to seek out players to line up for the State of Origin selection on June the 6th, Melbourne Cricket Ground, the spiritual home of rugby league.
Wow.
That's how far they went, a 200-kilometre, probably 100 there, 100 back.
Well, did they take motorcycles, hogs style,
No.
HG? Or were they all in a car?
I think they were in the front seat of a car.
Yeah.
The visit was proof front seat of a New South Wales Blues ute with Bluey the dog. Well, obviously not the real Bluey the dog. He sadly moved on with Cyril's and so on into the great rugby league kennel in the sky. The visit was proof that multiple Dragons are well in contention for the No Dickheads policy match on June the 6th. Fittler, Badderas and Alexander met at NSWRL headquarters inside Sydney Olympic Park at 7 a.m. to head south together in one car. Badderas, who lives in Newcastle, stayed overnight in Sydney to make an early start of the journey.
Wow, they are taking it seriously.
Exactly. Imagine that. Imagine when they win.
Okay, so their search for non-dickheads started in Wollongong.
It did. They looked at Tarek Sims, Ewan Aitken, Cameron McInnes, Paul Vaughan, Tyson Frizzell, amongst others. They think, and Jack DeBellin, of course, and DeBellin and Frizzell are considered certainties in the No Dickheads New Look team. I think, let's see, the boss of the Dragons, Mary McGregor, said it's always good when people of that stature, he's talking about Alexander, Badderas, and obviously the man himself, Brady Fittler. Remember Brad, Hogs for the Homeless, that's him. Yep. They come down and see how things are going with the players and looking for possible selections.
What time did they get to Wollongong, HG? It would have been pretty early in the morning. Would Tarek and co have been waiting, expecting a knock on the door? Did they go to their houses, their homes, or did they just go down to Wollongong Stadium and see them running around there?
Well, what an excellent question. I would have loved to have allowed for them to turn up at their homes. I mean, at that time of the day, I mean, I'm no expert on this, but at that, or what...
What the traffic conditions were like. We don't know
traffic condition and routes and all that sort of stuff that they took. Let's say they went out of New South Wales NSWRL headquarters and they went down past Sans Souci and then down past Dolds Point and down
past
Tops.
Where the Centre of Excellence for the Scott Morrison Centre of Excellence is going to be at Kurnell.
Yeah,
which I hope is going to be called the Scott Morrison Captain Cook Centre of Rugby League South Sydney Excellence.
With Eurovision facilities available. Look, what I would have liked to have seen, the reason why I'd like to see the home visit is to see if any of the players were nude or not.
Yes.
Because if they were nude, they would fall the Swan rule, where you have to be wearing something all the time. So if they're nude, I'd immediately mark them down as a dickhead and not pick them. But I'd say they got there about 8:30. By the time they parked the car, not a lot of problems parking, I don't think, and got into Wynn Stadium. I reckon they'd be there about 8:45.
Yes.
I think Mary would have had the boys training by then, and so they would have been able to see them, doing their passing work and witches' hats and clipboards and how they responded. I think it was great. But, what else can they do, I suppose?
I suppose.
I mean, apart
from...
Well,
like you, my instinct would have been to have left a little bit earlier and go to the players' homes and just barge in, with like
cameras.
With cameras and one of those, big sledgehammers to get through the front door, so you can see exactly what they're up to and see if there's any dickheadedness going on, which often there would be at that time of day. And by dickheadedness, I mean still in bed.
This is the good ship Probe at the wheel with a knife between the teeth and the patch on the left eye. The boatswain rampaging Roy Slaven and walking the plank, the peg-legged H.G. Nelson. Roy, do you think, just by the by, that less is more in the case of the selection of New South Wales Blues? I mean, if Gene Miles is suggesting there's no dickheads going to be selected, surely to goodness they might think about selecting a few dickheads just to put, Gene's nose out of joint. And should we be revealing too much here, New South Wales people, about what's possible in the team? Silence. It's a World War II style mission.
Yes, it is.
Of secrecy, flying under the radar, of catching the Maroons with their pants down when it's an all dickhead team.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you, actually. I mean, it should be, cards very close to the chest.
Exactly.
Using codes. I mean, there's no reason why we should know that this 7 a.m. mission, I mean, in whose interest is that, in knowing that? I mean, sure, it's of idle interest to us and to anyone who might be listening who love their rugby league and are concerned about how the Blues are going to go this year. But in terms of intelligence for the Maroons, who knows what they're going to make of this and how they're going to dovetail their response by knowing that there's a sense of desperation when you've got, one car, three blokes, including the chief examiner, Greg Alexander, all in the one car, desperately driving down to Wollongong at 7 a.m. to try and find people who aren't dickheads who play rugby league. I mean, it's telling you something, isn't it? I mean, they'd be grinning from ear to ear north of the border, and they have every right to. Don't they? I'm with you. If I was Freddie Fiddler, I'd be looking for 13 absolute A-grade dickheads who are going to give it all for New South Wales and win a game of football. That's the bottom line, is winning a game of football. Now, can dickheads be your friends in this matter? Yes, sirree, they can.
Yes, this is the Probe Midnight Radio coming out of Shoot 8 on Twinkle Toes the Champ, rampaging Roy Slaven, and in the clown pants with the big suits, big shoes, the distractor H.G. Nelson. Now, people like to get in touch with the show, and they can at royandhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. That's royandhg@thesportingprobe.com.au, and the following have Roy.
Yes, HG, I've got one here from Kane, and I thank Kane for his contribution. He says, just want to draw your attention to what I see as a real threat to the stars of tomorrow and the future of Australian sport as a whole. Well, that gets me sitting up and interested. Mm-hmm. Like many young sports-mad Aussies, I get a lot of inspiration from watching my sporting heroes of today and yesteryear on the highlights reels of YouTube.
Yes.
Well, he's not alone there.
No, everybody loves doing that.
Nothing gets me harder and more proud to be an Aussie than listening to Bruce describe Cyril's deliciousness over a Cyril Rioli highlights package online, or Dennis bringing home Kieran Perkins' rare gold in Atlanta.
Yeah, that's
already
wonderful.
I love that. What concerns me deeply is some scum of the earth types, the kind of people that think betting is an immoral type, insists on dubbing over the immortal commentary of Bruce or Dennis or Rabs or Sandy's or indeed Basil's call of the game with inspirational music. You can't hear the words of the commentators over the music. How is the future generation of Australian sporting champions supposed to be inspired by listening to a Green Day ballad while Kathy brings home the gold in 2000? What would inspire me is to hear Bruce proclaim, "Kathy's lifting," as she makes her turn for home in the 400 metres with the expectation of a nation on her shoulders. This is a national crisis, and I can suggest that the Minister of Sport gets involved to help put an end to this. Would love to hear your thoughts on the crisis. Well, I agree with you, Kane. If they strip off the commentary and put on some inspirational music, they've lost me. They've totally lost me. I won't look at that rubbish.
I've got a feeling that if we'd sent Basil Zemplis to Eurovision, we would have done slightly better.
Of course we would have. In our own minds, we would have done better. Spiritually, we would have done better, and we would have felt that Jessica would have won.
Well, can I point out that Basil calling the surge in lane 8 would have been something of a surprise to the Eurovision worldwide audience. They'd never have heard the passion, the power, the eccentricity of the act of a bloke standing there with a mic seeing something that no one else can see.
Yes.
And calling it home. People expect unusual things at Eurovision. That's writ large over the last few years of Eurovision winner. And a bloke with a microphone calling swimming could just do it.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, every so often there might be a need for a bit of a thump on the bongos or something like that, a bit of brrrr as it gets more exciting. But generally speaking, I think that'd qualify as a musical act, wouldn't it?
I think it would. I'd love that, in fact. Just Basil walking out on stage with a microphone, calling some swimming from his imagination.
Well, as long as he got the word away and at the front, I'd be happy.
Yeah.
And then maybe homage to Bruce, who can't be here tonight due to football commitments. Now, I've got a message from Mardo here. He wants to draw our attention to wood chopping as the forgotten sport.
Oh, isn't it ever?
The Australian free-to-air TV channels get so obsessed with putting all their eggs in one basket, they have forgotten one sport in particular that requires just as much, open brackets, perhaps more, close brackets, athletic ability, even if I could say it, as our televised sports. He's talking about wood chopping.
Yeah.
Suggestions: don't take TV cameras out of the local show, bring the wood chopping to the NRL. Have wood chopping contests at half-time. Make the goalposts out of wood for the wood choppers chop.
Well, that's a lovely idea, isn't it?
Now, just wondering about this, Roy. Punting possibilities just enormous, and you might be able to have people from, say, the Shire, representing the Cronulla Sharks, in against the Melbourne Storm.
Well, that's true too, HG. But when I think of wood chopping, I think of Big Dave Foster, I want to say.
Well, who doesn't?
And the Foster family. I think his kids
family
might have kicked on. Wouldn't it be better just to have the Fosters
versus the rest?
Yeah.
And what about State of Origin wood chop? Melbourne, June the 6th. You've got two great teams. You've got a complete set of dickheads playing for New South Wales and a non-dickhead environment coming down from in the maroon truck.
Yeah, and at half-time you've got Dave Foster and the Foster family versus some dickheads.
With very sharp axes.
Now,
but what I like is the idea of the goalposts being part of the competition.
Yes, and then you'd have to have new goalposts
put up.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the second half.
Not difficult to do. One here quickly, HG, from Greg. Must be, I'm suggesting Greg's from Newcastle. He says here, the death penalty should be implemented for an offside infringement. I know it's draconian,
but it'll get things sorted out.
Now, can we make this penalty retrospective, he adds? Can we pencil in the first FFA-sanctioned execution at Fort Scratchley on Saturday in 2 weeks? What a lovely call. I think he's still a little bit upset about the way the Jets were
denied
over the, might have been the victory because of an offside infringement that resulted in a goal. So,
Well, look, can I just take this in a slightly different direction? I know you were in FFA headquarters manning the phones after that weekend, and you got a call from the Bundesliga. Representatives of the great German competition wondering what went wrong, how can they fix it, how can they learn from it.
That's true.
And when you told me this, I was completely shocked. I thought, oh, no, this will be pretty small beer. But that VAR, video-assisted refereeing concept, which is unique to, obviously the World Game, I'm not sure where we stand with Russia. I think it's in for Russia. I mean, it has got a lot of kinks in it. And it was great to get the thoughts of the Bundesliga about how it can be overcome by referring to, say, Foxtel-type feeds and not just relying on a busted arse system that the FFA have cobbled together to run in competitions in Australia. I mean, I thought it was a wake-up call with the World Cup about to kick off in a few weeks' time.
Well, I agree with you, HG. I mean, if the the VR system is working properly, you wouldn't have had a situation occur.
Correct.
Like the A-League Grand Final. Or the A-League final where obviously Newcastle it was stolen from them, stolen by cheating. Now, whether the cheating was intentional or not, that's up for historians to determine. I'd suggest it was deliberate cheating, in which case I think some of those players, well, I don't know about execution, but certainly a stern talking to about their responsibilities as first-grade players and role models. And now, secondly, you wouldn't have an incident like there might have been the Diego Maradona Hand of God incident. Those sorts of things would be weeded out of the World Cup, and I think people want to see that weeded out. And I think from an Australian perspective, we want to see the Socceroos into the final and perhaps winning this competition, and the only way that's going to occur is through a VAR system that is controlled by the Australians.
It's an excellent idea. Now, let me just get this right, Roy. We have a central umpire, referee.
Yep.
We have sideline referees, touchies, who run up and down and meant to call offside.
Yes.
We have a video-assisted referee, and we're calling for a backup system to the VAR. Where does it go to from here if the backup system is unavailable? Are you suggesting, though, that there's going to be an Australian in charge of all this technology? I'm liking the idea. But I think writing instructions have to be given by someone else. Like Frank Lowy or, a genuine person who has an interest in Australia and an interest in football.
Right.
And Fozzie? Could Fozzie do it?
Yeah, Fozzie could do it. And this overarching body would have the simple writing instructions that would not be made public that Australia is to win, could I suggest?
Yes, you're on the Probe Explorer heading out for another day of bleaching the reef. The man with the snorkel and the spear gun is the skipper, Captain Roy, and down the back of the tub with a 44-gallon drum of White King is a very excited H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, I suppose the question we were addressing just before the break was the layers of officialdom in football, when really Australian winning is the key thing that we need. It doesn't matter how many layers of officialdom you have, and at the moment we've got 4, as near as I can tell.
Yes.
So you've got the central referee, you've got sideline referees, you've got obviously the VAR, then you've got Foxtel, and then you've got what I'm calling the Australian overseer.
Yes.
Who can, obviously rule in the Australian favour. I just let that sit there because it does seem to me that more and more layers of officialdom are being added and we still aren't getting it right. And so maybe we have to ask different questions. I just want to leave that there.
Or add more and more layers of officialdom until we do start getting it right.
Now, speaking of getting it right, Australian rugby had a wonderful night last night when the Tars were 29 up, which I had a big bet on that they'd be 29 up at halftime, and then they powdered and got busted 31-29 in the end. Excellent result. Now, subsequently to this, or because of this, there's been what's described by some media outlets the Jones plan. This is from Alan Jones.
Oh, yes.
A 10-point plan to get rugby, that's Australian rugby, back as the talk of the town, so to speak.
Oh, really? Was rugby ever the talk of the town, I wonder? I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Gee, you've given me a pause for thought there, Roy.
Yeah. I mean, there was a time when we won, and it's true that the World Cup was won by a Jones-led team, but that's when World Rugby, well, there wasn't much interest in it, was there? There were only half a dozen players throughout the world playing it. I don't know.
Could we be living through a golden era of interest in rugby?
I think so. A worldwide interest in rugby, yes. Remember, there was only one country ever really interested in rugby, and that was New Zealand.
Now we've got New Zealand, and as needless until we've got some South American countries interested in it.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of South African countries interested in it.
Yeah.
New Zealand and Australia speak for themselves, but we've got Italian, obviously the Irish team's very good. Scotland regularly beat Australia.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's a worldwide phenomenon. Japan is the home of rugby now.
Well, I think a Japanese team, the Sunwolves they might be called, they actually gave a flogging to the Queensland Reds. Just might have been yesterday or the day before. And that's never happened before, a Japanese team beating an Australian team in rugby. I mean, it does your head in.
And I'll go further than that. Look at the contribution from Australian rugby to the world of show business. The honey badger is the Bachelor.
Yeah, I know.
Go figure.
Yeah.
I mean, the people who make The Bachelor aren't stupid.
No.
I mean, sure, I know a lot of people say they are, but they're not. I'm telling you that for a fact.
No, they're sharp, aren't they? I mean, they know what people want to see. They want to see a good, fit, honest, Aussie, battling rugby union player chatting up chicks. That's the show, isn't it?
I think that's right. I think that's exactly right. And
or chicks chatting him up.
Yeah, I think that, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a two-way street, I think. People, it's an equal opportunity show.
Sure.
With one bloke. Now, so the Jones plan fits, this is the 10-point plan to revive Australian rugby, comes at a weird time. Because let's face it, I think that the amount of news inches, column inches, I use that wisely, in all media, given over to rugby has never been better.
Yeah, that's true.
It's never been bigger. It's never been more impactful.
That's true.
So now we have these 10 points plans, most of which in the current context you can dismiss. His first one, for instance, is don't talk support for the grassroots. Do something by offering free holiday rugby camps with test players.
Oh, what a great idea. I'm sure the test players would love that. They'd have to give up a month of their life just to sit around telling stories to kids and throwing balls at them. And
I'm not sure. I think it'd be more structured than that. I think there'd be maybe passing, rules of the game.
Yeah.
The
rules
sessions.
of the game. Do you think there'd be players who are competent enough to talk about the rules of the game? I've never spoken to anyone at any level of rugby union, including referees at the highest level, who understand the rules of the game. The rules of the game appear to be in someone's head at the moment. At any moment in time, you can blow a penalty for any reason. You just make it up.
I
And
know.
that's the problem with the game.
Then we
The
move
game itself is flawed because
Yes.
there are no rules. There's nothing you can hang on to. I mean, is a truck and trailer legal these days? I don't know.
Mo. What an excellent question that is. I think
Entering
that'd be-
from the side? Where is the side?
I know. Now, wait a minute. You're getting way ahead of yourself
I know.
here. Entering from the side is the afternoon session on day one. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
That, you spend a whole session on that, and then you have a Q&A about it afterwards after your afternoon tea break.
Hmm.
And then obviously onto videos demonstrating. You might have a whole day on entering from the side because, as you point out, it's a spiritual concept. It's not hasn't anything in basis.
Well, it's
He
like
goes on-
jazz, isn't it? If you need
Jazz,
to
that's
explain
right.
what it is, you're never going to know what it is.
Yes, brothers and sisters, you're in the Church of Hope with the Probe team in the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven, with a special reading from Revelation on the evils lurking in rugby union across Australia, and nicking off with the collection plate H.G. Nelson. Now, this extensive proposal from Alan Jones about how to fix rugby, well, Roy, it almost covers every aspect of rugby, the grassroots of rugby, I suppose, the beginnings of rugby.
Yeah.
In this golden age, you'd say these are almost successors. So when he says fix schoolboy rugby, disband the Australian Schools Rugby Union, have a new board of Australian rugby take over the whole show.
Wow.
Now,
What a whole root and branch, get rid of whatever's happening in schoolboy rugby and have whoever looks after the Wallabies look after school rugby? I mean, that doesn't sound like a great idea to me. Whoever's looking after the Wallabies, I'd start with them, wouldn't you?
well, the difficulty here is that who would be competent to sit on this board unless we get people, say, from squash do it. People with a background of sports administration come across from squash to have a go at the rugby union. I'm not opposed to that. I mean, they might bring some new ideas to it in terms of organising it and changing the rules, or changing and understanding the rules, making the rules clearer, etc.
Sure.
Then he moves on to support club rugby by dumping the NRC and give the clubs a longer season.
Oh, longer
Now-
season's a good idea. People want to see more rugby, don't they? That's true. Why
Now,
not run it
last
12
year-
months of the year? Just have it an ongoing...
Whirling, rolling ball.
Yes, right. Yes.
Now, one thing that happened was last year I think the club rugby, especially in New South Wales, had a great year.
Oh, yes.
They were able to kind of get some, I don't like using this term, some narratives going about clubs and heroes and heroines being played for and so on
Right.
in their area.
Is this the Shoot Shield you're talking about?
I think I'm talking about Shoot Shield,
Shoot
although
Shield.
the
Well,
parrot
Shoot
doesn't know
Shield's
that.
been going through the roof. Remember, it used to be on the ABC and nobody watched it, and now it's on Channel 7 and I think nobody watches it. So that's good because it's more money. I mean, presumably they're paying more, 7 is, than the ABC did to cover it. I assume the Rugby Union are paying Channel 7 to cover it, to be honest.
Reshaping Super Rugby by pushing for a 12-team Tasman competition. I'm not sure how that'll help. I think it's 39 matches that Australian teams have lost to New Zealand teams.
Yes, they
Or is
have.
this a separate competition?
What a new competition. Is
A new
Alan
competition
suggesting.
called Super Rugby.
Called Super Rugby, yeah,
Only
involving
Australian-
12 Australian teams. Aren't we struggling to make one Australian team competitive?
12
Let alone
maybe
12.
too many. 12 may be too many. I think what he means is, say, 6 and 6.
Right.
Six New Zealand teams, 6 Australian teams. Although we're the extra...
Look, the way to solve this, as far as I'm concerned, is you look at New Zealand. I would suggest New Zealand should put up 40 teams into the Super Rugby competition. Australia put up 2 teams, and South Africa put up 20 teams. That way, I think you'd see more success coming from the Australians.
Now, just before you go on, none of this includes that wonderful work that Twiggy Forrest and that whole Indo-Pac-Wheeze is doing.
Sure.
I mean, that's going through the roof.
It is.
People just love going out and seeing the Force
They do.
play.
And the Force, I mean, they've only played one game, but they won.
And, of course, he suggests develop our own coaches. But firstly, before we get our own coaches, we have to hire All Blacks assistant Wayne Smith to run the show. How does that work?
How does that work? Is it in Wayne Smith's interest, being a New Zealander, to improve the standard of Australian coaching? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. I mean, that bloke, he'd be, if he ever returned to New Zealand, having successfully improved Australian rugby, he'd be
dead.
shot.
The next thing is communicate honestly with the Australian rugby public and get more games on free-to-air TV.
What do you mean? There's plenty of shoot shields on every weekend.
And can I point out
Nobody
how-
watches it. I mean, put more on. I mean, well, what's going to happen there? No sponsors? I mean, for God's
Now-
sake, this bloke,
Needs to think.
he does.
Now, what's great is that communicate honestly. Are people who are on rugby shows at the moment, there's plenty of them, are they lying?
Must be. In terms of, as far as Alan's concerned, they must be. They're lying. I didn't know that. It's news to me. But if they
Well-
are lying, something should be done about it. They should be taken to court.
And that's it for the probe for this week.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke H.G.?
Yes, TF Much, gentleman Jim Daniels there. That's the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth, located today in the pop-up studio out front of Lotto Land. That's right, I think it's the first time Jim's been to Lotto Land. Remember, Lotto Land is that derelict, busted-ass rugby league stadium in the northern beaches of Sydney. They tried to burn it down, they tried to redevelop it, they've done neither. It's still just a joke. Jim's there with oodles of time, or he's there in oodles of time for the kick-off in the Battle of the Big Birds. That's the Manly Seagulls versus the Poultry and Motion side, the Roosters, that is the eastern suburbs of Roosters or Chooks. Now, and he has something new in Probe merchandise. The Rooting King Bio Volume 2 is out. This is the I Hate Racing Volume 2. It's available now as an audio book read by the footy show Sam Newman and with sound effects by Winks. It's a great get, and we thank Chris Waller and all the Winks connections for allowing the horse. I know the horse is coming back in preparation. I think it's racing on August the 4th. I've had a look at it this week. It's just incredible. It's ready for a big win first up. Get on it. I think you can get $1.10 at the moment. But Winks came on Thursday and donated all the and that sort of sound effects to the Rooting King bio as read by Sam Newman. And of course, with Father's Day in mind, why not snare at Dad the Daily Double and get a CD of the King's great wins. This is the 47 Group 1s that the King saluted in. It's still magnificent listening, even though, you know, some of the callers have already died. And get that with the Rooting King bio. It's a great daily double for Dad. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims and punters. H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. Thanks very much, Bruce McAvaney. Well, what a week. What an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough. Residents and 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stillage of the week's sporting action, a week of massive collection. Can I point out 457 visa holders? I know there's a new test coming up about what it means to be an Australian. A lot of the answers are contained in this particular show. Close listening will reveal most of the answers. I think university tests have proved that Peter Dutton's test is based, 90% of the questions are taken from the Sporting Probe. But let's cut to the chase and lock horns with a man who's known across Australia as Big Kev. And I think the PM said this week that Big Kev is as honest and straight as he is big, which is a big rap coming from the PM. And until this week, Kev suggested on his site, obviously you can't get these things wrong, but on his site that he had not only won the Norm Smith and the Clive Churchill in the same year, but he'd saluted in the Dally M, the Magarey Medal, the Sandover Medal, and Big Kev also claimed that he represented Australia at 3 Olympics and won the British Open twice at Carnoustie. A big claim there. Sadly, he's not playing at Carnoustie at the moment. Big Kev now recognises that all these wins are incorrect. He's snookered none of these accolades. He says it's been an honest mistake, one that he has not noticed in 3 decades. Kev says he will refrain from mentioning any of these great wins ever again. in context to Big Kev. Obviously, other people have won these things, and he may mention them in context with their big wins. However, once his mistake was made known, people from across Australia, such is their respect for Big Kev, they wanted to do something for him in person. And Kev this week received, once that story broke, wait for it, he received in the post a World War I VC, 3 Allen Border medals, a Carlton Best and Fairest and a Melbourne Cup. All these wins are now included with great details on his website. The man, of course, known across the nation as Big Kev, is, of course, rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP buddy in motion simply by asking what were the highlights that caught your restless eye this week, Alvaro?
Yes, thank you very, very much, H.G. Nelson. What a wonderful week to be an Australian and to witness the last night of Family Feud.
Tonight. Tick, 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 tick. Almost done.
I know. And, God, we've been blessed with extraordinary feud hosts over the years, haven't we? I mean, we're just talking family entertainment here. And it's a barren landscape, family. I mean, what can families sit down and watch together these days?
With certainty.
I mean, Feud was one of them.
Can I ask, do you think it'll come back?
Yes.
And do you think Seven could pick it up?
Yes, Seven could. Anyone could pick it up. Seven could pick it up. I don't know if Seven's ever run with Feud, but 10 has, and I think 9 might have had Feud. I think, didn't Tony Barber host Feud?
Gee, that would be going back.
Many, many years ago. Daryl Summers was a Feud man.
Was he?
He was.
Did Graham Kennedy ever have a go at Feud? He had to go
Sandy Scott, though, the Wallpaper Roses man. He was a Feud host there for a little while.
Did Terps ever have a go at Feud?
No.
What was his Price is Right?
Supermarket sweep.
Is he the come on down man?
Yeah. Rob Bruff, he was great. He was a great Feud host.
God, he had to put out some stinks though, didn't
he?
That was the willing years, they call that.
That's right. John Deeks, who famously was, I think, the voiceover man for Wheel of Fortune. He was the host there for a little while. I never saw it, and if anyone has any video of
Deeksy in action,
I'd love to see that. I think I'd like to see it. One episode will do. I mean, I don't need to see too many of them, I don't think. I don't know how many were made with Deeksy at the helm, but that would have been good to see. And, of course, Graham Denyer.
It's the end of an era.
The end of an era.
And wasn't it lovely that they farewelled him with a gold logie? I mean...
Yes.
At the Logies
yeah.
It was just a terrific thing to go out on a high.
And I don't understand the thinking. I mean, it's such a great family show.
Yeah. I saw it described this week as a comfort and a delight. Can you do better than that?
No, I can't. Because it was. And it still will be tonight, as families gather around the box,
One final time.
Yeah. Anyway, Feud.
Have we done enough on it, or would you like to do a bit more?
Anyway, to the week. Bugger all Bogart. Speaking of feuds, Bugger, that's Andrew Bogart.
Who?
The new king. He's lashed out at the suspensions given to the Fighting Boomers. Yeah. I think I agree with him on this one. And it's good that he, as a king, it looks like Bugger or Bogart's going to be a bit gabby, which is good.
I know. That's terrific.
Terrific. Yeah.
Who was the last gabby king?
I can't remember a gabby king.
Would Shane Hammer Heel?
Was he a king? I guess he was. He was gabby.
Yeah.
Sticky lashes out at referees and the NRL for treating the Raiders differently. Well, they do treat the Raiders differently because of you, Stick. Stick, go to a mirror and look at the problem. Now, Sub-Zero and handler Graham Salisbury have been nominated for Australians of the Year. We might unpack this, what the implications are, a little bit later on. Now, the Kosciuszko HG, it's on the same card as the Everest, and it's a much-needed shot in the arm for country and rural racing.
It's a terrific idea.
A terrific idea. And I certainly look forward to... we could... extrapolate this a little bit further. I'm thinking of a sort of state of origin for horse racing.
What?
State of origin.
What? Blue silks, maroon silks? And would you have Victorian horses
yes, of course.
involved?
And West Australian, Tasmanian, yeah, sure.
A state of origin.
A real state of origin.
Say a three-pronger event?
Yes, yeah, and let's see which is the best state when it comes to racing thoroughbreds, or breeding thoroughbreds.
Brilliant idea.
And training them.
Have you spoken to people about it, like
No, I haven't.
Lee Friedman?
No, I just had the idea now. You know how you have these blinding insights. You know, it was probably the feud talk, I'd say, subliminally, that's acted upon me. You know, you're thinking feud, all of a sudden, boom, state of origin. Feud, sure. Maybe Grant Denyer could host it, the racing.
Well, he's involved in motorsport, I think. I know. I don't want to get the concept blurred before we get it off the ground and bedded down, but he could somehow bring sporting, information to it.
He certainly could. Now, Collingwood's Nathan Buckley has described the experimental starting positions rule as a blight on the game. I think he's probably right. We might get a chance to look at this. It's the first time I've heard about this starting positions, for God's sake. I mean, what is going on? How's this going to work? Are there going to be little dots on the ground where people have got to stand?
Or circles so they can't go out of?
Circles? People hate that. Now, Adam Scott and Jason Day. Well, I still think they're in with a shot at that Carnisti.
Where are they playing it,
They're
Roy?
playing at Carnisti. Or as some of the players call it, Carnasti.
Yes, I know. They just can't handle it.
Those
Conditions.
golfers. Yeah. Now, Adam Gilchrist, speaking of golf, he argues that Ricky Ponting should have been a pro golfer, not a cricketer. Yeah, I know. I know.
Left field?
Left field, very left field. What? I mean, could this just be sort of Gilly talking up the new face of Australian cricket on TV?
Can I point out, it's very difficult to get publicity for cricket right now.
Yeah.
You'd have to have a betting scandal to get something up, or people with sandpaper down their underpants, that sort of thing.
Sure.
Get it? So he's got a very limited area in which to work.
Yeah.
But the trouble is that a lot of golfers would be still playing effectively older than Ricky Ponting.
Yes.
So is it too late?
It's not too late. I don't think it's too late.
No, good.
I'd love to see Ponting there at, say, 6 under the card at Carnisti. Now, Tim Cahill has announced his retirement as a Socceroo. Was he our best ever? Was he? Was he better than Harry?
Oh.
Big Dukes.
Oh, God, you'd be opening up a big topic here now.
Mark Schwarzer.
Mark Schwarzer.
Mark Bosnich.
How about the one who started it all off, the bloke who invented the Predator boot? Craig. What was his surname? Played for Liverpool.
Oh, yeah, Craig Johnston.
Thanks very much.
He was one of our best, wasn't he? Gee, they broke the mould after he was born. What about Zelko Kilic?
Oh, he's tremendous.
Lucas Neal. Johnny Warren. Attia Bonyi.
Let's not forget the man...
Frank Farina.
And the man whose name still says Socceroo to me, and that's...
Fozzie. Make of that what you will.
Yes, this is the place where the champions gather, the Probe School of Punting, shouting the odds, Roy Slaven, and out in the float with a bucket, a tube and a milkshake mix, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, let's start with this terrific news, that a little bit of racing news to start with, that legendary racehorse Sub-Zero and his handler have been nominated for Australian of the Year awards. Now, I think this week they declared the nominations for 2019 open. And so first cab off the rank is, as nearly as I can tell, is Graham Salisbury and Sub-Zero. It's great to have these two sort of out in front of the pack. I mean, it's going to be terrific competition.
Yep.
In the 1992 Melbourne Cup winner, that's a hell of an age ago, 1992 Melbourne Cup winner, has spent 2 decades visiting schools, nursing homes and hospitals in his role as Racing Victoria's ambassador.
Wow.
His ability to bow and nod to questions has endeared him to audiences of all ages, with the adored Grey appearing at more than 100 primary schools and visiting dozens of retirement villages a year.
Yeah.
I mean, he's exhausted almost. Now, racing personality Bruce Clark has confirmed nominations of Sub-Zero and Graham Salisbury on Twitter this week, applauding those who have helped secure the nomination. The horse, affectionately known as Subby, is considered by many a national treasure.
Yeah.
Not only in the racing industry, but, people who watch Family Feud, for instance, consider him a treasure.
Did he ever appear on Feud?
He did.
HG Sub-Zero?
It was head in the bag.
Okay.
Head in the bag. Now, the Hall of Fame trainer Lee Friedman, who prepared the 1992 Melbourne Cup winner, has been a strong campaigner for Sub-Zero's nomination for many years. Most horses don't live beyond Sub-Zero's age, and only 2 years ago he fell quite ill, but he pulled through. And, of course, there was a corollary to that. Is his best mate who's struggling with his health, that's Graham. The former clerk of the course is now in hospital with the Big C.
Oh, dear.
Or, has been admitted to hospital with Big C. 2014, the racing industry honoured Subby, induction to the Hall of Fame. Just out from his 30th birthday, it seems about right that Subby and his mate get the recognition they richly deserved.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether this is a people's vote, but
it's not, I don't think. It's
you mean
not.
there's a committee?
Yes, faceless people determine this.
People who work at the ABC?
Well, I don't know about the ABC, but it's usually some sort of left-wing collective that determines these things. You've only got to look at the sort of pinheads and bloody scientists and what have you. And
been voted the last 30 years.
Yes. When's an ordinary Australian been Australian of the Year?
When's a horse been an Australian of the Year?
Never.
Point.
Never. Not one. And I think Subby is the first horse ever nominated
I wouldn't
for Australian
be
of the
surprised.
Year.
I think this is a brilliant thing. If I have this right, that Bruce Clark has nominated him along with Richard Freeman.
Yeah.
Hats off to them. I mean, they've broken the mould.
They have broken the mould. Exactly right. Now, how would it work, though, HG? Because there are certain, Australian of the Year has got to go around and spread the message a fair
Runs
bit.
on the board.
Yeah, that's right.
Hello.
That's right. But is Subby up to travelling outside the Melbourne area? Because he'd probably have to go to Sydney and Canberra
Queensland.
and
Maybe up to Cairns.
yeah, be a fair bit of travel involved, I suppose.
And you think the horse may not be up to it?
And is the medal split between
Graham.
between Graham and Sub?
Well, I think it's a job lot that you get
Yeah.
both Graham. I mean, let's face it. You've had a lot of experience taking Rooting King round to schools, and you know what it's like. You
I
have
do.
to sedate the horse to get into the float.
I know.
Once
I
you
know.
mention, and then once you get it off the float, he goes
Yeah.
berserk because he hates kids.
He can do. Look, I don't know if he hates kids or not. He certainly behaves oddly around kids. That's true. And I don't mean odd in an inappropriate way. He's completely appropriate, but he can be a little bit
Testy.
Testy, yeah.
Testy.
Thanks.
He's fractious.
Yeah.
Let's face it, he's always been a difficult customer.
Yeah.
But look, get this. His ability to bow and nod to questions has endeared him to I'm not talking about Rooting King, I'm talking about Subby here, has endeared him to audiences of all ages.
Yes.
What sort of questions can he answer? Have you any idea?
But you can throw anything at him. How's the Prime Minister going in Tasmania, Subbo? And Subby'll, all right. And you move
Next
on.
question. And I suppose, Graham goes in and words the kids up a bit.
Yeah. What Sub-Zero means here.
Or the other way around, kids, Subby's a bit shy today.
Yep.
It's shtick, it's show business shtick.
Yep.
Bit shy today. Give him a big applause when you hear his name and make him really welcome.
Yep.
And if you would ask to start him off, a few simple questions like, where am I?
Yep.
What's my name? That sort of
That's
stuff.
right.
To settle him down and then go
Sure.
for his questions about atomic fusion and stuff.
Sure. Well, and you can get him, he'll answer questions like, can you bow, Sub-Zero?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, well done, Subby.
Count to 4, Subby.
Come on, Subby. Thank you.
Yes, the good ship Probe at the wheel with a knife between the teeth and a patch on the eye. The bosun rampaging Roy Slaven and walking the plank. The peg-legged himself, H.G. Nelson. Now, the AFL are digging themselves into a huge hole here with these rule changes. I noticed the killer, Gillum McLaughlin, the Supremo, who's killed football in Tasmania and the Western Districts of Victoria already this year. The murderer has come out. I wonder if, just put that on pause for a minute, I wonder if in the future we'll do a cold case podcast on the
murderer.
How he got away with it.
Yeah.
We'd have to speak to people who were there at the time, people in Tasmania who had a thriving football competition one day and nothing the next.
Well, it's that classic, he's hiding in plain sight, isn't he?
Exactly. Where's the best place to hide? Where everybody can see you.
That's it.
Now, they've dug themselves into a hole saying they're going to have rule changes.
So they're committed to the rule changes.
Well, that's what worries me, is that's what I mean by digging themselves into a hole. Right. I think they should have just worked on them a little bit more before saying, we're going to change the rules. Remember, of course, is that most of the rules are changed when Alistair Clarkson meets the killer in plain sight again.
Over a cup of coffee.
With the laptop up, having a look at a few incidents from the previous week's games.
Okay, yeah.
Now, Multiple AFL rule changes. This is the Murdoch Press got this. Multiple rule changes, including set starting positions at restarts and reducing interchanges, will be put to the competition committee next week in a bid to limit congestion and take the game into the future. Now, I thought we saw this weekend, we've already seen the future of the game. We've seen the Suns beat the Sydney Swans. That's what people in the manufacturing of the game. I'm not talking about Swans supporters here, or Sydney supporters, or people who support the Sydney Swans. I'm talking about the future of the game. They want a strong competition. They want a team on the Gold Coast who can win. I mean, what more do they want?
Yes.
They want to be able to see that it's not a busted arse operation up there, but actually capable of winning football matches.
Sure.
We had a great match between, Collingwood and North Melbourne, which tested the doctors from start to finish. People were coming off dripping all day long. It was a fantastic sight to see, and the doctors just couldn't staunch the flow.
Is that right?
It was just a bloodbath.
Right.
We
paddle
had
pop sticks up the nose. Actually.
Paddle pop sticks. They were reduced to paddle pop sticks up the nose. They went for the Crimea War look. It wasn't enough.
Right.
You know, the bandages around the head. And not more than one player. Then we had that wonderful match last night. It was D's v Cats. Tui got a goal after the siren to win it for the Cats. Terrific match.
Well,
and
you
then
couldn't get a closer match.
You couldn't get, and then we had that great match. I think it was the Brisbane Lions had a lot of help from the umpires against the Crows. But be that as it may, they can't. You can't legislate for that. Umpires will have a bet on. They want to get their side up, so they do their best they can with the whistle.
You can't blame them. Actually, there's an old saying: if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, beautifully put. Now. The AFL, with a view to the AFL Commission accepting at least 2 changes for next season at its August or September meeting, the league will conduct another trial using St Kilda within the next fortnight. Now, it's complicated to go through all the rules changes, but here's a few. Steve Hocking's in charge of this. Remember, he used to play for the Cats. He said his vision was to take the game into the future. Was adamant that recent high-scoring games were not evidence enough that the game would correct itself without intervention. I'm not sure why he thinks that. I mean, the scores come and go. Sometimes teams have a bad day with the radar and kick a lot of points. I mean, I think you could argue the Sydney Swans had a bad day.
They had an off day yesterday, yeah.
Now, so the game would correct itself without intervention. He said those games reinforce the need to act before next season. He said only a marriage of rules would solve the AFL's density issues around stoppages, given the pace at which clubs counteracted single rule changes. I mean, that's an elaborate way of looking at it. I'll read it again. He said only a marriage, meaning a suite of rules, would solve the AFL's density issues around stoppages, meaning the congestion, etc. Hocking said the league's desire to reduce congestion was not principally motivated to increase scoring, but rather to increase the volatile space around contests, freeing up areas to give... Oh, Lord. I mean, it's an elaborate... argument. Anyway, coming to the...
There are too many players. That's what they're saying. There are too many players.
Well, why don't they drop a couple of players off every team?
Experiment with that. Experiment with, say, 4 aside to begin with, say, for the first 5 minutes.
And build it up from
there. And then build it up from there.
Now, this is Steve Hocking. Buddha said he was working through penalties other than free kicks for clubs who break the rules.
Oh.
Now, this is
so you might have your licence removed.
Not bad. Okay. Rules over starting is this starting position thing. I'm not sure. Is it a circle that they have to stay inside, or a
I
dot
hope
they have
so.
to
A little
stand?
circle. Yeah.
Anyway, they're going to over starting positions. They're going to have penalties other than free. So inside the 50-metre arc, but infringements could result in being restricted on interchange numbers or limit the use of the runner. In that game or later weeks, I've also suggested that it could be fines. Well, he said it can't be fines, but I reckon it could be fines. You know, say, that player stepped out, let's say it was Buddy Franklin stepped out of his starting position, $4,000 fine.
Is that how it's going to work?
Well, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But then imagine...
Why not just take his driver's licence away for a fortnight?
Yes, this is the National Theatre of Probe. In tonight's performance of the Summer of the 17th Dole, the parts are ruined. Barney will be played by actor, winner, rampaging Roy Slaven, and the part of the Dole will be played by H.D. Nelson. Now, Buddha Hocking goes on to say that the league's recent trial of 4 umpires during 2 bye rounds was worthwhile exercise and would continue to be reviewed. But it had thrown up challenges for a full-time introduction next year. While he said he believed the trial led to more accuracy, less mistakes, the current senior squad of 34 would need to be increased. He added that umpires who doubled up on Thursday and then on Sunday during the trial coped well. Hocking suggested another 10 to 15 senior umpires were required for a permanent 4-umpire system, but asked where does that talent come from? Well, people would argue they haven't got any talent there in the first place. Already, it's a baffling sort of problem
isn't
got.
it? I don't think you need more. The more you umpire, the better you get.
Exactly.
So I don't mind umpires doing 2 games in a day. I don't.
Now,
because you get better at it.
The AFL analysis of the trial revealed the average 48 free kicks paid in comparison to the average 42 awarded between rounds 1 and 12. There was not a significant change in the error rate. So they just noticed knock-on, knock-on's what I'm talking about, incorrect disposals, kicks to the head, the same rate of mistakes. Infringements, the same rate.
Yep.
Now, what worries me slightly about all of this, though, is for umpires, are we going to have these people standing on their spots when the bounce of the ball is? Are we going to have that adjudicated by on-field umpires, or is that going to be something?
Or is there going to be some sort of video review system?
Yes. So, and how does that work?
Yeah. And has your foot got to be on the inside of the circle? Can you be standing on
one in, one out?
Yeah. Can you have 1 foot in, 1 out? Can you stand on the line as long as you're on the inside of the outer edge of the line? How's this going to work?
Exactly. And let's say it was...
Because players will exploit it.
Sure,
they will.
Now, can I just ask also, we want transparency here. So we've got a screen on the ground. Does the penalties go up, say, Buddy steps out of it? Don't mean to pick on Buddy, but let's say he's just a name to use.
In the circle,
so everything's okay. Then Suns get a goal, so they go back in the middle. All of a sudden, Buddy hadn't got time to get back because he's chased the ball up the ground. So he's got to sprint back to his spot. Or can he find another spot
or
to stand
can someone
on?
stand in for him in that spot?
And he go to another spot. But that gives the team, don't worry, that coaches will exploit that.
They will.
They'll exploit that. They'll have Buddy stand in the centre circle.
Yes.
In his spot.
Yeah.
Now, how does this help? In netball, they zone, I think I'm right in saying they zone players so they can run in, the front 2/3 or the back 2/3. They can't run all the way up and down because otherwise they'd have basketball, which is a sensible point of difference and creates a different sort of play, different sort of approach to finding the ball movement forward. Now, are we talking about that?
I suppose so. Look, the only thing I can think that equates to it is a bit like the scrum in rugby league. For that moment in time,
you take out players
from the space and opens up the space for attack elsewhere.
Okay, here's the thing. Why don't we find a square, say it's centre half forward and centre half back, and put all the players in that, or how many of you want to? Let's say you want to get rid of 10 on each side.
Yes.
So 10, 5 up one end, or 10 up one end, 10 up the other end. They're all out of it, and then they have to spread out as soon as the ball gets going. Can I point out what the difficulty is? What happens in a boundary throw-in? What happens in a ball up, say, in the forward pocket? Do you still have to stand in the square? Do you all have to go in the square and stand in the square? And will that cause...
does the square move depending on where the ball has gone out of bounds? Will we have a square that moves, a moving square? How would that work?
What happens...
Would that be a laser square that would come from above?
Or what happens when the ball up happens inside the square?
Inside the square.
You've got everybody...
Yes. So the square has got to be flexible. It's got to be a moving square. Now, that's going to test the technology of some of your suburban grounds for your junior fixtures.
It certainly will. Now, come back to the issue that I wanted to address.
It's going to cost a fortune, this game. All the laser equipment required.
But they've got millions, the AFL. They've got millions, billions.
I suppose.
Remember how I think
this is going to require something like... speaking about our current Australia of the Year, I think her name might be Diana Simmons, and I think she's working on, I want to say, a quantum computer. You'd need a quantum computer to be able to determine where the square goes, that instantly once the ball goes
I think that's
out of bounds.
Excellent observation.
These things aren't cheap, HG. They're not... Well, it hasn't been quite invented yet. We're well on the way. But...
Come back to the other issue, is the transparency issue. If Buddy steps outside the square, ka-ching, on the scoreboard, do you see Buddy stepped out of the square and now has lost his licence for 2 weeks? Is that what you're saying? You've got to see it
suppose so.
instantly. Or
Yes.
because otherwise what happens here is, does it go to a tribunal? What were you doing in the
yeah.
third quarter, Mr. Franklin, when you
Sure.
weren't meant to be standing in the circle? You were outside his
Sure.
vision of it now. Do you agree that that's you, etc.? You know, you've got to have due process here.
We do. Which means there's going to have to be some sort of digital tracking equipment on every
Have we got
player. Well, I don't know if we've got that or
Have
not.
we got connected that? I know we've got TrackMate or whatever it is. They keep boring me senseless with it, Channel 7, to follow players around. But what we then have to link up is where they should be running.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Because we're changing the rules of where they're running.
Yeah. Well, okay, let's say we've got TrackMate, and TrackMate works. I assume it works. If Buddy steps outside the artificially generated square by the quantum computer, if before time, say the ball goes up, if a foot goes out over the line before it's meant to, boop, 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 goes off, and up on the screen, Buddy Franklin fined 2 weeks, suspension of driver's license. Is that it?
Well, can I ask, are you
And
suggesting...
then do you reform? Do you have to go back?
Play on.
Back to your squares.
Now, can I ask whether you think that the square is not, as we described it before, being a fixed like white line,
Oh, that's how I imagined it.
but a virtual square
but
that follows the play, and you can see that on your television, but you may not be able to. But there's an.
The players have got to see it on the ground,
Yeah,
and
true.
people who are there live have got to be able to see it.
Yeah, true.
This moving square. So the square's moving all the time with the play. And at any stage, 10 people have got to be inside that square as it moves.
when the ball's up.
When the ball's up.
Yeah, when the ball up happens. Now, can I just put all that on pause and go back to the umpires?
It's getting a bit complicated, isn't it?
I don't think so. No. Yes, it's the Probe drag strip. The cast of the fast includes the man sniffing the nitro in front of his super quick funny car, rampaging Roy Slaven, and behind the wheel of a door slammer with the evil grin and missing teeth. It's H.D. Nelson now. Roy, this increasing the numbers of or the workload for AFL umpires, or where are the talent? I mean, I hadn't thought of this before, but umpiring talent is not to be found everywhere. It's people take years to be able to affect blowing the whistle and pointing in the right way, or knowing the names of the players. Yours, Pendles, that sort of stuff.
That's right.
Now, one thing that worried me is we broke this story last year about how you and I in the clinic were seeing a lot of umpires coming in with busted shoulders from bouncing the ball.
Yep.
Now, was that just a coupled with, say, a very bad year with the flu? Remember last year, the flu shot didn't work for most people; they were down with the flu.
Yeah.
Now, was that just somehow connected with that, a virus-like thing, or are you still seeing a lot of people coming in with?
I'm seeing a lot of shoulder trouble.
Yeah.
Amongst umpires. Actually.
And strapping doesn't help?
Yeah, well, no, it doesn't. No. And extensive Pilates seems to be the
go.
Yeah. The big winners are the physios. Because every umpire now has 2 or 3 physios and need to go to 3 or 4 physio sessions per week just to be match ready.
Isn't that amazing? Remember in the old days, I think some of the players used to go to physios. This is the players, not the umpires. And they'd be crocs the first couple of days, and then the physio would get in there and tweak them up, and they'd be ready to go by the weekend.
Yep.
Interestingly, they ran some tests, and 6 umpires who doubled up in the same round recovered well physically and mentally, but said they'd only prefer to double up once every 4 or 5 weeks. Now, the mental recovery for an umpire, I had no idea.
Yes. Yeah, well, the big winners here are psychiatrists. Because you've got your physio. If you look at your umpire, actually, you've got your physio sessions, you've got your Pilates session, and then you've got your session with a psych.
Are they paid for by the AFL, or that's out of the
I think
umpires?
that comes out of their own. Well, if they've got private health cover, they're fine. They're laughing, aren't they?
Yeah. Not everybody has that.
No.
Not
It
every
may
umpire
not
has
cover it
that.
100%. For every, let's say, a visit to a psychiatrist costs $180.
Yeah.
For a half-hour session of watch swinging and that sort of stuff.
Tell me what happened.
Tell me what happened, How are your shoulders? Blah-de-blah. Now, and this box talk. You worried about the box? Yeah, I'm worried about the box. You know where these things go.
Penalties.
Yeah, penalties, that sort of stuff. So you might you might get $37 of that back on your private health insurance, but you've still got to stump the 150 on or whatever it is.
I know.
and you've got 2 of those sessions, and you've got 3 sessions with the physio, and then you've got your Pilates session, and then you've got your respiratory session because from blowing, you can
You're
blow.
exhausted.
Well, I've seen umpires blow themselves out.
Yes, this is the Sporting Probe. It's a much better way to probe with Roy and HG. Mentally, Roy, coming back to the AFL umpires and mental stress. I mean, do umpires wake up thinking, I got that wrong? It was a push in the back. I gave it as an incorrect disposal.
Yeah, I think they wrestle with these things all the time.
And it drives them, it makes them mad.
It impacts upon their sleep.
And their lifestyle.
Totally upon their lifestyle, yes.
Obviously there's a lot of social media criticism coming in, and kids at school, they worry about,
often their family members can be targeted.
Yeah.
It impacts upon families. Sometimes umpires aren't welcome at family functions because decisions they've made that have been incorrect, and it's difficult for umpires, often phoning families after matches. If they have been officiating a Swans match and one of the family members is a Swans fan, and you've made decisions that have impacted upon the result of that match in a disadvantageous way for the Swans, and you've been responsible for it, you've got to phone that family member and say, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. Buddy was right. I just got it wrong, and I'm sorry. And there's silence at the end of the line. You just hang up, and then next thing you know, you're looking at your watch and saying, well, what time have I seen the psych? Oh, okay, well, I better get going. I'm off now, love.
Every single one of us can have a life of greatness. It's not reserved for the famous. Join me, Sarah Grimberg, as I talk with some of the world's most inspiring minds to explore the common traits and insights into how you can create your own life of greatness.
We're really just chasing great moments. That's all we're doing in life.
Listen for free to A Life of Greatness. Available now at podcast1.com.au or search Apple Podcasts. Podcast One.
Yes, you're on the Probe Explorer, heading out for another day of bleaching the reef. The man with the snorkel, the spear gun is the skipper, Captain Roy, and down the back of the tub with a 44-gallon drum of White King is a very excited H.G. Nelson. Roy, look, 3 great bits of show business news. One involving rugby league players in the main. George Burgess, the enforcer for the Rabbits, who had a bad loss.
They did against the Tigers.
I know, the Tigers are setting the world on fire.
The Tigers took out St George, and now they've taken out
the bladder leaders.
The Bunnies. And there was a fair bit of malice in yesterday's game, HG, a lot of niggle because of the Robbie Farah factor. Remember, Robbie was teammates with him a month ago. Now he's swapped back to the Tigers, and I think it was his 250th. It was. And what's his name? Sutton's 300th, yeah. The first Rabbit to become a member of the 300 club. Yes. Yeah, but the party was spoiled by Robbie. I know, it's weird how rugby league works. Anyway, George Burgess. Is George Burgess in trouble, or is it Sam who's in trouble? Sam's in trouble because he shoulder charged Robbie in his head. Robbie Farah. Yeah, and then gobbed off on him. Yeah, for getting up. Go on, get up! Yeah. Anyway, he's following, he sees Russell Crowe as a role model. Does he? And he's playing the part of Ivan now in a great film called Locusts. He's playing the part of Ivan the Bouncer. This is a film cooked up by Angus Watson, Heath Davis. Burgess has a dream of becoming a full-time actor after a rugby league career. Some people would say he's got a full-time job acting in a rugby league career. That's true. He's been mentored by Russell Crowe. Yeah. He's bloody great, says Locust producer and writer Watts. He's a big unit with a big talent. Right. He's got that down, hadn't he? Now, he's playing a bodyguard? A bouncer. A bouncer, yes. He's definitely... And you did mention the bouncer's name, HG. Ivan the Bouncer. Has Ivan got much to do in it, HG? Well, look... Is the show built around Ivan? I think it is. It seems to me that it's like one of those things. Ivan's in the square, and all the play swirls around him. But let me finish, though. He's a big unit with a big talent. He definitely has potential, and he has Russell working and giving him guidance, although exactly what Russell does, I'm not sure. Is Russell on set? He would be on set, I suppose he'd say, Ivan, just say that line with a bit, at the end. What, he's got lines? Ivan's actually got lines. I'm making that up. Yeah. See, I thought it was more a reacting role, more like just the bouncer guy standing beside the...
The talent.
Yeah.
You mean the main character?
Yeah, the main character, yeah. He just happens to go to a club and there's a bouncer...
On the door.
that he might go past.
Yeah. Hi, Ivan.
Yeah.
Swings in. Ivan reacts. Now, he did a sensational job alongside seasoned performers, including Peter Phelps. Burgess wouldn't be the first South Sea, and then it refers to Ian Roberts.
He played a bouncer or bodyguard as well in Superman.
Superman, and his cameos in Star Wars Attack of the Clones. Missed that one.
Well, Ian Roberts was in that as well.
I think so.
I think he did, yeah.
And so the Souths and...
Well, he's an old bunny as well.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
Souths and acting.
And show business.
And Russell obviously sets a very firm,
Well, I
agenda.
wonder, does Russell give acting classes? I mean, I know the players are a bit time challenged, but they must have a bit of time off in between training. Does Russell give them acting classes?
I think they do.
Optional, you don't have to do it.
Yeah, of course, only if you're interested.
Only if you're interested in show business or in something after your rugby league career.
A pathway out of league to permanent employment.
Yeah, because, let's face it, 34, 35 years old, usually you and league say goodbye. Thank you very much, Luke Lewis. Great ambassador, but what's Luke going to move on to now? He hasn't been at the Russell Crowe acting classes. He's not going to turn up playing bloody Ivan as the bodyguard in some bloody film. He's not going to happen because that's not a pathway he's chosen. But it was never an option for him. Why doesn't Nida or someone like that
get involved with Luke Lewis?
Yeah.
Well, the difficulty is...
Does Luke Lewis want to be an actor? Does he want to follow the George Burgess model?
Well, has he got any choice?
I don't know.
Surely rugby league and acting, that's where the talent lies. Is it obviously in rugby league?
Yes.
I mean, look at this other great story. Actor Dan Ewing jokes when he received a script from Cronulla star Jason Stevens, he had to check it out that it was actually the work of the retired rugby league player.
Jason Stevens, the rugby league player,
has written a script.
Whoa! Does it involve the game, any aspect of the game, or is it a murder mystery, actually? Murder mystery.
Murder mystery involving rugby league. Now, get this. I couldn't put it down, says Dan Ewing.
I said to Jace... Couldn't put the script down?
Yeah, I couldn't put the script down.
Right, a real page-turner, like a whodunit.
Yeah, I think he tries to go to the toilet, and if he's still reading after he's taken a dump, it's pretty good.
Pretty good, okay.
Now... I said to Jason, aren't you supposed to be an old front row forward? Seriously, though, this is Jason's first film, and what he's been able to accomplish is incredible.
That's great.
The way the film has come together, Australian audiences are going to love it. It's called Chasing Comets. It's being released in August the 23rd, so you don't have long to wait.
Chasing Comets.
It's based on
some sort of sci-fi thing, actually?
Well,
or is it, comets, we see them every night passing over. They're shooting stars.
Yeah, I know.
Meteorites, comets.
They're there. Where are you going with this, though? I mean, chasing comets.
There's only one way to chase them. The only way to find a comet.
In a rocket.
No, they do land on Earth. Now, the best thing to do, HG, is to wait, say, take Lake Eyre, a vast salt lake.
Wait till it dries
and
out.
wait till it's dried out. Leave it for a couple of months of dryness, and you'll see the little divots in the salt where
the comets have hit in.
Yes.
And can you go and get them?
Yeah, of course.
Now, look, it's based on Jason Stevens' life, and everybody knows he played rugby league.
Yes.
Might have played the Origin. And
I didn't know he was interested in comets.
Well, don't get too jagged on the comets, because I don't know. I think that might be a red herring.
Oh, so they're not really chasing comets.
Well,
it's a metaphor, is it, for something else?
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to go there, but you're absolutely right.
What could it be a metaphor for?
I don't know. Anyway, let me
Chasing the Impossible Dream. Is it a sort of impossible dream film?
Exactly, because it's a comedy drama.
Oh!
Which explores the battle lines between Australian rules and rugby league, but also the life choices we make in relationships. I hope people can have a laugh and enjoy a very relatable. It was filmed in Wagga Wagga. What else do you need to know? It's just fantastic.
See, Wagga's one of those communities that's divided. It's right on the border of rugby league and AFL.
I'm sure that's what it's about.
Yeah.
Remember, I think...
So there'd be family allegiances. Oh, I love rugby league. No, you don't. Yes, I do. You love the AFL. No, I don't. Yes, you do. Ah, yes, it's the Probe, all right. In fact, it's the Church of Hope, the Probe Church of Hope in the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven, with a special reading from Revelation on the evils lurking in rugby league, and nicking off with the collection plate, H.G. Nelson. Now, this film, Chasing Comets, Roy, rugby league, filmed in Wagga. Jason Stevens, the author, he studied a screenwriting course when he retired from league in 2005. Nothing to do with Russell Crowe. He just found his own pathway. Isn't that good?
An excellent development there. He's explained how difficult it was. His mother was the first person. This is raising finance. How difficult it was. His mum was the first person to invest.
Yes.
The 40-year-old also assembled a stellar cast without a casting agent. Just rang up people. Rang up Russell Coe and said, "Do you want to be in a film about rugby league?"
Isn't that fantastic?
All off his own initiative.
Yeah, good on him.
Your first film is such a challenge. You find people who believe in you and are willing to back you as it should, as it should be, because basically you're asking people to invest in your work without any previous work to show them. It was challenging 2 weeks before filming started, and I'd investor pull out, but I knocked on a lot of doors. Mum and his wife, Rebecca, they put in a lot of effort with zero budget. Rebecca did a lot of hours working in the wardrobe, washing jumpers, because obviously a lot of rugby league action. On the last day of filming, I swear, he's going to have a breakdown. He was that nervous. Rebecca's so proud of it. It's been a long journey. I mean, it's just fantastic.
It is. Who directed it? Did Jason direct it
I think
himself?
Jason did direct it himself.
Fantastic, right? And he's casted himself. He's written it himself. Who was the cinematographer?
I don't know. I think Jason Stevens.
Good on him.
Now, he's already working on a second film called a World War II story called Z Unit.
Z Unit, yeah.
So that's really one to look out for. I think it would be about,
That'd be sort of behind enemy lines.
Behind enemy lines,
There'd
exactly.
be Aussies, highly trained SAS types behind enemy lines, trying to, nick food and kick over equipment of the Japanese.
Yes, slowing them up.
Yeah, slowing them up.
Sort of harassing them.
Yes.
With probably only 2 or 3 blokes.
Yes.
Out there with a Bren gun.
Yep.
And no ammo.
No.
So they're hitting the Japs with the Bren gun, that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, they might just nick into their camps
kick
at
over
night
there.
and kick over there.
Rice.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, do a poo in the rice and bugger back off into the bush and see how they cope with that.
Yes, this is the Probe Kitchen, pulling a tripe and offal souffle out of the oven as a man simply known as Manu, rampaging Roy Slaven. And on the lurk near the Pavlova table, looking for a large bite of is the mature-aged apprentice with a couple of very sharp knives, H.C. Nelson. Look, just finishing up in a whip round of, associated sporting activities, I noticed dance is making a big comeback on television. We were talking about, obviously...
This is Dance with the Stars.
Correct.
Good.
That sort of excellent show where usually it's a well-known face with a attractive sidekick who knows a fair bit about dance, teamed up together to compete. It's a sort of sporting competition, very similar to rugby league, really, without the head-high shots in it.
Yep.
Now,
terrific show.
There's one
and family viewing too.
Family viewing. It could fill a slot vacated by
Feud.
Yeah. Now, Dance Boss, I think, is coming to 7.
Dance Boss.
Yeah,
is that a similar sort of idea?
I think so.
Yes.
You seem to have a dancing competition with a panel of judges who get very involved, very animated by what they're seeing.
Yep.
But then, of course, Dancing with the Stars is back. It's apparently going to be rebooted on 10. G10's going through a golden era, isn't it?
Certainly is.
It's just one great hit after another.
Certainly
sure, they're
is.
losing Feud, but look at the things lined up on the rank.
Yes.
Ready to go.
Like MasterChef, that's still going, isn't it? People love MasterChef. That's family viewing.
Certainly is. And when Prince Charles is on it, doesn't
Prince
it?
Charles, didn't he lighten it up? Not that he ate anything, he didn't.
But that doesn't matter. Just
doesn't matter. He was
the
just
imprimatur
there.
of royalty. I mean, how many shows can say that? Feud can't say that.
There's no suggestion that Prince Charles is appearing on Dancing with the Stars.
There is. Apparently Julia Morris and Chris Brown, who we know and love from...
Celebrity. Yeah.
I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here.
Yeah.
They're going to reinvent and reheat and reinvigorate Dancing with the Stars.
Good.
And apparently this will slot into the slot once Celebrity's out of the road.
Oh, okay,
So
it's seamless. So you'll have
a competition
Julia and
in the
doctor
jungle.
going from the jungle to the studio.
Now,
Okay.
10's going to feature its own stars.
Wouldn't it be great if one or two of the celebrities
could go in the jungle?
So it'd be absolutely seamless.
Oh, no, I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to work out now.
So who are going to be some of the stars, like Usain Bolt types?
Yeah, well, what it said here, 10 will also feature its own stars. Now, what worries me here is are they using this as a vehicle to get a bit more publicity for some of the great names that 10 has got?
What, like Carrie Bickmore or someone like that?
Well, Waleed Ali,
Yeah.
Project people. They've got Peter Hellier there, and they've got Steve Price. They're all great talents.
They are.
And they'd be great in the jungle and great in...
Well, Steve Price was in the jungle and he was great. So, and people would love to see him dancing. Wouldn't they?
They would.
So is it going to be just like that show centric? Like all the hosts of that show?
No, I meant like some of their great overseas shows. I'm going to discuss,
right.
let's say, had that CSI.
Right,
Is that one of theirs? And if so, would they be able to get people out of CSI, even bit part players?
Sure.
They'd be able to say, remember Freddie when he played the killer in CSI? He got knocked off by that bloke with the red hair with the sunglasses on all the time.
Yeah, right.
Whatever, CSI.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know where you are.
It says here, a lack of celebrity talent. This can't be right. I mean, the Murdoch press have to look at themselves. A lack of celebrity talent was seen to have contributed to falling ratings on Seven during the programme's last 3 seasons.
Right. Okay. Well, mercifully, 10's blessed with a lot of stars.
And expensive to produce, apparently.
Is it?
Yeah, production costs run to just under $1 million an ep. 10 hopes to reduce the cost by casting its young reality stars. That's what... Oh. So people who have been cooking on MasterChef get a gig on...
I assume so, yes.
Wow.
Okay.
10 hopes to, obviously, appearance fees for celebrities
Or
signing
people who've appeared in Family Feud. You know, you'd remember the Kennedy family from Feud.
Yeah.
Well, they're on Dancing with the Stars this week.
Isn't that an elegant solution? Talk about a tight fit. Oh, yes, it's the Probe. Let's Talk Communications Office, doing deals on data, rampaging Roy Slaven and overcharging on your host calls, the Hackman, H.G. Nelson. Now, remember last week we broke a story about how Peter Beattie, the boss of the NRL, was prosecuting the idea of an old-fashioned kangaroo tour that took 3 months, and you played in Wigan and then went down to London to have a test, and then you went over to France and played a provincial side, and then you played something in the capital. Then it took ages. You know.
3 months.
3 months, yeah. Well, this is obviously seeded an idea in the world of rugby league and is now set in stone because the clubs are furious. They haven't been consulted about a potential Australia v Tonga test in New York.
Wow.
Putting them at a collision course with the NRL. The governing, this is Adrian Presenko got this for the Fairfax people. The governing body is investigating the feasibility of staging international at the 25,000 seater Red Bull Arena on October the 20th. Okay. October the 20th. Now, my memory serves me, that might be Caulfield Cup Day.
Yeah, it would
or
be.
Caulfield Cup weekend.
Okay.
It's understood promoter Ricky Wilby is the man who's attempting to establish a franchise, a rugby league franchise, and the Super League competition is behind it. The brains behind it.
He's underwriting at HG?
Yeah, well, the NRL is also seeking to take an opening round of competition to the US next year. Most likely participants are the Melbourne Storm and the acting side, South Sydney.
Wow. What, in Denver again, HG?
Well,
or
not bad.
Maybe LA? Or
well, LA, where they love league.
Yes.
They've seen it before.
They have.
About 1987.
They loved it.
They haven't forgotten it. Now, Rugby League Central was highly critical of the Denver test between England and New Zealand last month, citing lack of consultation between the stakeholders, i.e. rugby league players, players association, clubs. The clubs is concerned about the toll the game would and travel would take on its stars. However, they're again at loggerheads after only learning about another potential American sojourn in the press.
Oh, dear.
They haven't been told. Canterbury boss Andrew Hill is a champion of international game, but he said, as a club CEO, I know nothing about what's proposed, Australia v Tonga game. Having a strong background in international football, I understand what goes into it. Penrith counterpart Brian Fletcher, Old Man Fletch. I hadn't thought about Fletch. We don't want to get the privilege of getting involved in discussions. We don't get the privilege of getting involved in discussions. They just make decisions. They don't check with the heartland. Us at club level, we don't get consulted on what's going on.
Right.
Now, can I point out that the Denver test apparently cost $500,000 loss?
That's how much it cost?
Let's say they cost $1 million to put it on.
Yeah.
They only got $500,000 for the gig.
But surely you've got to look beyond that, HG, to long-term investment. I mean, if the idea is to get American interest in rugby league, then you've got to invest.
That's right.
You've got to invest. Now, look, on paper, I think this looks a terrific idea to have. I don't know the Red Bull Arena, but you say it holds about 20,000, so it's
25,000.
boutique.
It's boutique.
Is it square, actually? Is it square? Is it a dedicated
It's a dedicated football as in the World Game, as in, rectangular sports.
Great. So it's not going to scare the players. They're going to look. It's going to be familiar to them in its shape.
And they'll be close to it.
And they'll be and the fans will be close to it. Actually, this is such a wonderful opportunity. I would, look, based on the success of the Crocodile Dundee film or faux film that was being made
yes, that's a good point.
by Australian tourism to get Americans to come out here to spend their dollars, which has been a tremendous success, and it's got Australia flavour of the month in America again. That was perfect. And I think it's a great opportunity to get Hogues involved in promoting this rugby league test in New York, but more importantly, get Greg Norman involved.
Well, what an excellent thing. Now, there's a third prong of that is to get Matthew Lodge involved again.
Yes.
I mean, New Yorkers know what rugby league is from their knowledge of Matthew Lodge.
Yes.
And imagine getting those three together.
Yeah, Matthew Lodge, Hogues
and Greg Norman.
And the thing is, HG, Greg Norman plays golf with the president.
That's right.
And he has the president's phone number. In fact, when the Prime Minister needed to get in touch with the president, he went through the Shark because the Shark had the number.
And remember, the Shark's just stripped for ESPN.
I know, and he looks fabulous in the nude.
Yes, and if you want to contribute to the Sporting Probe, and lots of people do over the time, over the journey, over the distance, you can email us at royanhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. That's royanhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. Send us a rocket and the following have, Roy.
Actually, just before I get to the rocket, it did occur to me as well that Joe Hockey also plays golf with the president. So there's a very good
quartet, and Joe would be a probably full bottle on rugby league.
He would,
coming from that North Sydney Bear nursery.
Exactly.
Now dead, of course.
And the Shark, being a Queenslander, he'd be all over.
Yeah, Blues, Maroons.
Yep, he'd be all across that. There could be,
it could be a real win-win.
That it is possible that the president could be asked to go to that game and would turn up with Joe Hockey, Hogues and the Shark, and they could talk him through it, what he's looking at, introduce him to the players.
And introduce him to Matthew Lodge.
Yes.
I'm sure Matthew Lodge...
They would get on like a house on fire.
Correct.
They would.
Correct.
I mean, I've never known a president who would be more open to getting to know rugby league players than this one, because I think they would see eye to eye on
almost
many things.
everything.
On just about everything, yes. Now, Janet has been in touch. She's our correspondent from the Bend.
Yes.
She's our motoring correspondent from Tailem Bend.
The Paceway,
the Paceway there, yes. She says, if you fancy going to the footy and times are tough, just turn over your shopping docket and you'll be enjoying Etihad Stadium as if by magic. And I look here at the shopping docket, HG, what you get, and I'm not sure if this is Coles or Woolworths or IGA, but you get a free ticket if you produce this shopper docket, if you buy a ticket, if you see what I mean. If you buy one ticket, you get one free, essentially.
So it's a 2-for-1?
It's a 2-for-1 deal with your shopper docket. Isn't that a great idea?
And is it for any match? Or
this appears to be a Saints match.
All right, so the Saints are very proactive in getting a crowd.
Yeah, yep.
Now, I think the Saints played Richmond the other night. I wonder if that was the match that it would be referred to.
It may well be.
Richmond thrashed them, I think.
Did they? But how were the crowd numbers?
Not too bad.
Oh, well,
not
there
too
you
bad.
are.
Yeah, probably double the crowd.
Well, that's something the rugby league could look at, especially clubs like Parramatta and Canterbury at the moment. If you could, I'd suggest with your shopper docket, you'd get 100 free tickets to a Canterbury or Parramatta game.
Now, what an interesting observation, because on Thursday night, the Spoon Bowl was played.
That's right.
I hadn't encountered the Spoon Bowl concept, but the more I thought about it, the more I like it. This was between the two bottom teams, Canterbury and, of course, the Parramatta Eels, who've had another wonderful year. Now, I'm just wondering, before the kick-off, they were writing this match down, and I thought, this is dead wrong.
Dead wrong.
They're talking about a record low crowd, which they managed to get because, no surprise, they talked it up.
Yep.
But if they had a 2-for-1, if they had a little bit more positive promotion, the Morris boys together, Jared Hayne, the new look Hayne on the weights.
They could have really promoted it as a spoon
bowl, Rose Bowl,
yes.
Super Bowl.
Yep.
You get the idea, halftime entertainment.
That's right.
I mean, sure, you wouldn't need much. You could probably reform Pseudo Echo
Yeah.
and get them out there.
I mean, that whole game was poorly thought out and poorly promoted in every way. I mean, even the bloody Bulldogs turned up in the wrong Guernseys, so they had a Guernsey that looked like the Parramatta Guernsey, so it made it difficult for the referees to blow who's what, who's where, which way are you running. I mean, it just was a farce.
I saw some disturbing commentary concerning might have been the coverage, the TV coverage, where everybody seemed to be angry. They were angry they had to turn up. They were angry they had to call it. They were angry at the result, angry at the jumpers.
Well, they would have been angry because it was so poorly promoted.
Yes, it's the Probe Centre for Climate Science, dipping another frog into near boiling water. The Prof, rampaging Roy Slaven, and down in the basement, stoking the furnace with briquettes, the coal man, H.G. Nelson. Now, there was a match. Well, let's face it was a sort of match, Sharks v Raiders the other night. And let's face it, as often happens with Sharks v Raiders, the Raiders were by far the better team out there.
They were.
That's not me talking. That's not Roy talking. That's not Frosty the Hood talking. That's the coach talking, the game's greatest thinker, a.k.a. Sticky, a.k.a. the Angry Ant, a.k.a. Ricky, a.k.a. Carlos Smith and Ricky Stewart. But it went further than that because there was an incident with a touch judge, and this gives you an idea of the pressure on the game. The touch judge got it wrong.
Yes, he did.
And what I've got to say is that the difficulty here is that the touch judge stopped play without the field umpire stopping play.
That's
and
right.
So
play went on. For
Sharks.
One team. For one team, play went on. For another team, play stopped.
That's right. So, and this was sadly the difference between the two sides.
Yeah.
And the score, I think, was 28-24, with Cronulla Sharks getting a much-needed win, and probably, how do I put this, putting the mockers on the Raiders proceeding any further in.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was the death knell for the Raiders, yes.
Now,
but you've always got to play to the whistle, HG. How often have you heard that? And coaches, I mean, that was the way we were always coached. Play to the whistle.
That's what the chat after the match was about, except now we get to this problem raised earlier with this mental stress on officials. So here we have exactly the problem that the AFL's got with an incident involving Ricky McFarlane, the touch judge, getting it totally wrong, stopping the play, and yet the play being allowed to go on by the central umpires. He is going to have nightmares about this decision. How could I have been so silly? How did I get it wrong? I mean, he's going to be wrestling with this for week after week after week.
And there'll be a crisis of confidence.
Crisis of confidence.
Yeah.
And now I think he's been dropped for 2 weeks.
Oh, no. Really?
The worst possible thing. You've got to get back on the bike as soon as you can.
Exactly.
Got to demonstrate that you're correct. It was just a brain aberration. And
is he doing flag or reserve grade HG?
Well, I think he's completely
banished.
Banished.
Warned off. He can't
the
even.
Game he loves.
He can't even waddle into a junior football.
He could probably do something in South Australia where he's not so well known.
Right.
Something. Do you know what I mean? Where the McFarlane imprimatur is less exposed, or the McFarlane failings are less exposed.
Yeah.
Now,
well, I suppose he'd be a big hit there. I mean,
a big international referee coming from the big smoke in Sydney. I think you're right. But get this. Canberra coach says, Ricky Stewart, the game's greatest thinker, says fans are turning away from rugby league because, quote, we're the only sport in the world that changes interpretations of the rule midway through the year. That's wrong. That's wrong. I witness Alistair Clarkson and the killer with the laptop Monday morning over a cup of coffee. They change completely the emphasis of the rules.
They do.
And the referees have too many people telling them what to do. That's Sticky's view. Stewart also questions the relevance of the bunker. All this rot started in round 1 in 2018. I don't know who came out and told the referees they had to come in and pick on everything in regards to the 10-metre rule, the interpretation of the ruck, all the work on the ground, hands in the ball, nitpicking, or at all little pieces of the play. If we're realistic and going to do it right, the penalty count should have been 55 to 60. If you're going to be fair dinkum. This is why people are turning off rugby league. And it's sad because I don't blame this stick. I don't blame the referees. They have a tough job. Look at poor old bloody Ricky McFarlane. But there are too many voices around them making it hard for them to, et cetera, et cetera. Goes on, where Rick goes with these things. He says, we have too much noise, too many people, not enough people letting them do the job. The bunker is a waste of time. I mean, again, he bags the referees. Is he going to get fined for this, Roy?
Well, I don't think so, because I think the referees, I think Todd Greenberg or someone from the Referees Association might have phoned Sticky to apologise for
The incident?
the bad call, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I think he's on reasonable ground. I mean, so often he's not, but in this instance, he happens to be on the side of
Truth.
right and truth, yes.
What can be done? And is he right? People turning off?
Well, in a way, he's right, I suppose.
People
HG,
turning
because
off?
the amount of pressure. I mean, the bunker puts a lot of pressure on the referees, and the referees don't put much pressure on the bunker, I don't think. And you've got this voice in your ear all the time as a referee saying, watch number 10, watch number 10, get them back 10, get them back 10, that sort of stuff going on in your ear all the time. You've got to get rid of that. You've got to have a feel for the game.
Yes.
We should only let referees referee if they've got what I call the feel for the game.
Are we
and
asking
we need some
too
sort
much?
of Dutton test, in the same way we have a Dutton test to see who's going to be a good Australian or not, where they've got what I'd call a feel for Australia. And you know it. You know people who don't. I know people who don't have a feel for this country, and I know many people who do have a feel for this country, and they're my friends. Now, it's the same with rugby league. If you haven't got a feel for the game, get out! Right? Now, I don't know whether McFarlane has a feel for the game or not, but I'd like to spend 10 minutes with him, and I'd know. That's all it takes.
There's an exciting end to the program for today. The Probe, of course, tackling the big issues. An exciting feel for the game. Well, look, we'll have to pick that up next week when we return with the Sporting Probe. It's been an excellent morning, Roy, and thanks for your participation and contribution. Felix, of course, another magnificent job with the fickle fingers of fate. And Mao, of course, he's worried about Ossobuco tonight. Well, I can't help him with that. He's on his own there. But you'll be with us.
Ossobuco and Family Feud.
What a night. See you next week, Probesters. Bye now.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, HG Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF Much, gentlemen, Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth. He's towing the pop-up studio in the Caravan of Hope to Bunbury this afternoon for an afternoon of relaxation with a rod in hand. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims and punters. H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. TF Much, Bruce McAvaney. Did you get a chance to tune into Bruce Friday night? Tigers v Pies, traditional rivals. You know, it's not a word I often use, but Bruce was a colossus of the language. He just tore it apart. Look, it was mind-blowing. That was a term he used about the football. I used that about his commentary in my blog. I put up 500,000 words immediately after the match. It was just electrifying to hear Bruce. It was a gush-a-thon, sure, but in word repetition from Bruce Friday night, he repeated 437 words, a record 1,400,000 times, an AFL record, winning the Harry Beitzel Medal for word repetition for the 5th time on the trot. It's a record that's unlikely to ever be broken. It was tremendous. It was just, and the crowds, the AFL, it must be a dream come true for the killer, the murderer, as he counts his money this morning in the big house. He's just looking around for something else to rub out. Ah, yes, what a week, what an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough. Residents and 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stoolage of the week's sporting action. A week of massive collects and an even bigger week for the Blinkered Knights of Balaclava, who are caught up in footy fever. Obviously, who isn't? You'd be dead not to be caught up in footy fever. The Knights put a big bet on all the preliminary final winners for the victims of the punt across Australia. They paid for a whole year of handouts to those who have been having a losing streak on the wrong side of the ledger, having a run of outs, etc. It was a terrific result from the Knights, and we thank all TAB outlets and bookmakers for letting us get on. Weatherboarders, let's lock horns with a man who this week, well, he just had a ball. He really enjoyed the week. He had a fair dinkum, good old traditional Aussie Fair Deacon Fun Week with Rod, Spotlight, Rifle, Exky and Mobile Phone. And it's grannies all round for that man this week. That man, of course, is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what highlights caught your restless eye this week, bro?
Yes, thank you very, 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 very much, H.G. Nelson. What a wonderful week to be a can-do Aussie in a have-a-go world. Is it ever? Now, the Sonny Bill Williams fight, this is the one billed as the banger under the hanger. Well, it appears to be nothing more than what I'd call a novelty fight. His opponent being the Bachelorette winner, Stu Laundy. You may recall he was the one who won Sophie Monk's heart all those months ago. Not that it worked out all that well, it didn't. I didn't know he was a boxer. I suspect he doesn't know himself. But anyway, he's the head in the bag for what is going to be just a night of novelty. So if anyone's serious about fights, don't go. Of course, AFL fans betrayed again by the ticketing system. I don't know what we can do about this except apply a little bit of common sense, which the murderer seems to be intent on never doing in his quest to kill AFL in Australia. Now, Steve Smith and Dave Warner, two of the Sandpaper Three, were in action yesterday in Sydney. Terrific to see Dave Warner. Wonderful celebration of a ton, 155 not out. Wonderful innings. And to see him take a bow as a centurion was fantastic and fully appreciated by the 15 people who were at the Oval watching. And, of course, Steve Smith neatly compiled 85 in a losing team. But great to see those the big two back in action. Now, the ATP, that is the Association of Tennis Professionals, now they've suspended Swedish chair umpire Mohamed Layami for 2 weeks. You may recall he offered counselling to Special K and got Special K up. Might have been, well, I don't know, leading into a quarter-final perhaps. Anyway, he's been suspended for his good work with Special K. Now, could the Wallabies run the risk of not being good enough to be invited to the World Cup? They've now slumped to 7th in the world. They've only got to drop down a couple of more spots and they won't be invited. It's shameful. It's absolutely shameful what's happening to rugby union in Australia. It's as if Gillon McLachlan was looking after it. He must look at what's happening in rugby union and just dream of what's possible for the AFL. Now, is Billy Slater going to be denied a grand final? I certainly hope not, and all rugby league fans will be hoping that the judiciary turn a blind eye to what was a blatant shoulder charge by the Storm champion in his swan song. He cannot be denied, I don't think, a grand final appearance. And just finally, Sam Newman. Will we be seeing the last of Sam this week? Or are we going to see what I've heard, Sam After Dark on Sky? I'm looking forward to that. Make of that what you will.
Yes, as the Probe Hyundai, we're on the road to Leonora. Behind the wheel in the Rogers is Captain Fat, rampaging Roy Slaven and making a nice pair. Camped up front in a bucket of ice, it's Mr. Freeze, H.G. Nelson. Roy, there's so many things to talk about. It's bloody hard to know where to start today, but the Sam Newman sign-off, 8 minutes, might have been 8 minutes, 19 seconds.
Yeah.
It was
emotional, wasn't it?
Emotional.
It was emotional.
Look, obviously I knew it was going to be big. I got a tip that Sam was leading off.
Yeah.
It was a tight, might have been 9 minutes now that I think about it, 18 seconds. It was a very tight 9 minutes.
Well, it felt like a whole show to me.
It did. I turned off after it. I thought they can't top that.
No.
And that Sam After Dark show, I was heading in an entirely different direction. I thought, would it be possible, hands across networks, to get the big two together, Sam and Bruce?
Yeah.
Just every Friday night, just sitting around chewing the fat, maybe a fire there in wintertime and maybe a esky in the summertime and a bit of a view. Just wouldn't have to be much more than that.
You're talking about a sort of Talking Footy Mark II.
Talking Footy Mark II, you're absolutely right. Yes, that's right.
Wow, with just Sam and Bruce.
Sam and Bruce.
Bruce would tease things out of Sam. You know, Sam, what would you have done here? That sort of stuff.
Exactly right, and then roam around, maybe take on a few issues from cricket if cricket was on the agenda, maybe tennis when it came around for the Australian Open. No one knows tennis like Bruce, and Sam would have a view about, umpires.
He would.
I had a slightly different thing. Remember in the old days, this is going back, maybe about 3 months, the footy show was revamped and Eddie was going to give it back to the people.
He was.
That happened, and they unleashed Sam. I thought maybe Sam's angling for simply Sam Unleashed.
Yes.
Not the footy show, because I think the footy show football topics have held him back over the last few years.
I think that's probably right. See, the thing is, I can't see Sam doing breakfast television for some reason. I don't know. It might work. I don't know. But I think After Dark, where Sam can really share his thoughts and not be restricted by, PC ideas of language or ideas or how you should present yourself, So to really let him off the leash. Let him do the show he's always wanted to do, where Sam comes out, in a nappy and covered in boot polish and just let's go. Let's fly. That's what people want to see, don't they? Maybe.
Well, I hadn't fleshed it out quite like that, but now that I can picture it, you're absolutely right. I'm just wondering what the first topic's going to be. But listen, having said that, well, it did sober me up somewhat when I saw Sam come out and be heartfelt because, let's face it, his family is very close.
Yeah, I know. It reminded me of that Pauline Hanson video she made saying, if you ever see this, I'm dead. Didn't it?
It was very like that. And then we move on. We wind the clock forward, and last night, I know you and I, we were very emotional at what was described to me during the week as the grand old girl, and I had to scratch my head and think, what's this person talking about? And then they had to bang me with a squeak hammer and say, the Sydney Football Stadium, HG, is stopping. This is the last one. It's a book of feuds. We're shutting it and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. But, you set off about 5 minutes into the game. And came back 5 minutes before the end with a beer.
That's true.
I thought it was a terrific achievement. And, mercifully, I took the sense of having a leak before I went to the game, so I didn't have to bother the toilets. I understand the toilet queues were NRL records.
Yes, they were.
I've never seen anything like it.
I think it was a record attendance last night too. Absolutely full house. I think it was a bigger house than they had for AIDA. Remember when they did AIDA there? With the elephants and everything. That was fantastic, and that drew a full house.
Yes, most of whom were on stage.
Bigger. Yeah.
And can I ask, would you think the big house gave them pause to consider about knocking it down? I mean, people love going there. That was evidence last night. They love the whole thing.
I know.
As you pointed out, if you want to take a dump, don't go to the football.
Don't go to the football, exactly right. It just takes a little bit of discipline and knowledge of yourself when it comes to the Sydney Football Stadium, designed by Philip Cox, award-winning it was at the time, and it's still award-winning in my view. It's still a beautiful ground to watch rugby league or rugby union or any of those, sports that require a quadrangle. I mean, it's just it is. I think the finest sports centre in the world. Now, sure, it doesn't have toilets or bar facilities, but it was built for the people. It's the people's stadium. It's not for your corporates.
No, it's not for your corporates.
It's not for those there just for a junket. It's not
cheese eaters.
Yeah, not for your cheese eating. Your people who enjoy, your French cuisine and that sort of stuff. I mean, you're not welcome there, and you're not made to feel welcome there. All you got to do is make sure you've got a clean bowel and you've emptied the bladder. Sit down, watch your footy, get home and go to the toilet. It's as simple as that.
Every single one of us can have a life of greatness. It's not reserved for the famous. Join me, Sarah Grimberg, as I talk with some of the world's most inspiring minds to explore the common traits and insights into how you can create your own life of greatness.
We're really just chasing great moments. That's all we're doing in life.
Listen for free to A Life of Greatness. Available now at podcast1.com.au or search Apple Podcasts. Podcast One.
Yes, as the Probe kitchen pulling the tripe and offal souffle out of the oven is a man simply known as Manu, rampaging Roy Slaven, and on the lurk near the pavlova table looking for a large bite of, there's the mature age apprentice with a couple of very sharp knives, H.G. Nelson. Roy, you and I, tears streaming down our faces. We left last night. We'd seen a magnificent game of rugby league.
We had.
Another chapter in the Book of Feuds.
Yep.
We left. The tears were splashing my boots. They were splashing your boots. Arm in arm, we walked out of the Cox.
We did.
It will always be known as the Cox in my mind, after Philip Cox, the designer. And splashing the boots was a beautiful response, really, because it's one of the few grounds I've been to in the world where, when it rains, everyone gets wet.
Yep.
It was something about the genius of the design of the bloke. Was able to do that. And memories now, I feel as though we need to set out where we stand with memories from the Sydney Football Stadium. There's such a large legacy. I mean, I'll never forget seeing the Red Hot Chili Peppers there.
Yes, you did. I remember you talking about that. Yeah.
That was terrific. Great venue for the Peppers.
Yeah.
And another great act that I saw there was George Michael. I remember the night George Michael was in town, you couldn't move in Sydney. I arrived just as he finished. Such was the traffic chaos.
It was. Yeah.
Sporting events. There's so many great sporting events there. You could go to a game there in its heyday and walk in as it was kicked off and sit wherever you liked and not be bothered by somebody being within 100 metres of you.
I know. It was like
that was the genius of that Cox design venue, was that no one bothered to go.
Yeah, and it was no advantage to be sitting close or far away. It all looked the same no matter where you were. That was the genius of the Cox design. There was always something in your way, no matter where you sat.
Yeah, that's right. The other thing is, I'm a great believer in watching a game and not being bothered by people asking, what's running in the third, or would you like another pie or stuff like that. Watch the game. Go to the game. If that's what you're interested in, go to the game. It's not about having a night out. No. It's a serious occupation following football. People have to get buttoned on and really focus on it. And that's what you could do there, because the nearest person had to shout contact you by mobile phone if they wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah. Look, you really got sucked into a sort of zone, didn't you? You sort of became a sort of semi-zombie in the Cox. You were part of the action in a way. That was...
Well, when the television cameras swung round for the crowd shot, they didn't miss you.
No.
Because you were the only one there.
The only one there, often, yeah. No, I have so many fond memories. Actually, I remember seeing Barbara Streisand there. And that was with, I think Marvin Hamish might have been the musical director there as well. And I arrived a little late for the concert, and I saw her arrive wondering how to get in. And I was able to show her the way. I said, "G'day, I'm Roy. Lovely to meet you, Barbara. You're here to perform. I've got tickets to see you." And she said, "That's marvellous. How do I get in?" And I said, "Well, look, let's try the entrance here. Let's just give that a go, because the entrance, it's Cox design, so it's reasonably difficult to find. Nothing simple with Cox apart from the seating plan." Anyway, we made our way in. And I said, "That's the stage up there. You're going to have to make your way through there." And of course, by this stage, she was being monstered by a lot of people saying, "Hey, give us the..." It was before selfies were around, mercifully, but people wanted autographs and stuff like that. And I had to tell a lot of people just to bugger off, leave her alone. And got a bit. Well, I had to hit a couple of people, and there was a bit of blood here and there, and she didn't know what to think really. I was just hoping it wouldn't put her off her performance, or I wouldn't. I was glad I didn't have to. Hit her in the end for getting too involved with the crowd. Anyway, I managed to get her up onto the stage, and Marvin Hamish was there, and he said, "Who are you?" I said, "I'm Roy." He said, "Could you let the crowd know she's here?" And I said, "I think they know, mate. They can see her." So I just went down and sat, and I was sitting with Brian Henderson, the host of Bandstand, you may recall. Hendo was there, and we had a terrific... She did all the hits, HG, people who need people, They're the luckiest bloody people in the world, yeah. Send in the Clown, she did that, yeah, don't worry, they're here.
They're already here.
They're already here, yeah, all of that. So many memories. Pity the sound wasn't very good, but then again, Coxie didn't design it as a concert venue. The sound was always fabulous when rugby league was being played. You could hear every hit, every broken tooth, every punch up the date, all of that. All of that was fantastic. But put speakers in there and they somehow died.
Yes, brothers and sisters, you're in the Probe Church of Hope in the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven, with a special reading from Revelation on the evils lurking in AFL, and nicking off with the collection plate, H.G. Nelson. Roy, obviously we look forward now to a wonderful week of football celebration and madness. You know, things like the Brownlow coming up, the Dally M's, the grand final parades. I think they're setting up a bit of a city for the, tent city for NRL supporters. And then, of course, next weekend, the big one, the AFL on Saturday and the Rugby League on Sunday. One thing that's starting to bother me is the use of the term the big dance in connection with the AFL.
Big dance, yeah. Are we happy with the big dance?
No, I'm not. I'm happy. I'm uncertain of the big dance as a concept overall. I don't mind the NRL using the big dance.
Well, I thought it began with the AFL, the big dance, not the NRL. And you were saying it started with the NRL. I'm
pretty sure it's the NRL in origin because the AFL always had the term the granny.
Oh, dear.
As in the grand final. Are you going to the granny, Roy? And I'd look at you blankly and you wouldn't respond.
No.
Then you'd hit me and say, what granny?
Yeah.
And I'd have to explain the grand final. So I've always seen the big dance. I think, obviously Ray Rabbit's Warren somehow maybe popularised the big dance,
right.
Which quickly got corrupted to the big Watusi.
Oh, dear. Could we weed it out? Is it possible, or is it too late?
No, I don't think. I think with a lot of grunt and poke from the drive vision game plan, drive from the back line, I think we could get rid of it.
We could weed it out.
Where are you on the granny,
legislation, actually? Can we legislate? I mean, there are going to be free speech people who say, I want to be able to use the term big dance. How come I can't? That sort of stuff. But can we, legally, design a law that says the big dance cannot be used as a term in association with the ARL or the AFL, or the NRL grand finals?
Now, I think you have to copyright the term the big dance.
Right.
Now, I'm no expert on copyright law, whether you can uncopyright it, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
So you can't use it.
Right.
But this is hotly contested. I do have some experience with the Ugg boot concept being...
Oh, yes, that's right.
Copyrighted.
Well, we ended up owning that, don't we?
We did.
Yeah,
you and I did.
That was a big win for Aussies, for Aussies.
Oh, Aussies. Of course it was a big win for Aussies.
Yeah.
We got it back from Americans.
Yeah.
Now, can I...
I see. So you're suggesting we register the big dance as a concept and bury it.
That would be one way to do it. Yeah. So then other people couldn't use it and we'd fine them if they did, ask for a royalty.
Well, I think that's what I want. I think I want to be able to fine people for using it. Substantial, significant fines too, actually, not just some, $50 here and there. A decent bloody fine of several tens of thousands plus a loss of points on your licence.
Now, can I ask whether you'd consider 1 day a year usage?
No.
Good.
No, I think it's got to be weeded out completely. Unless, of course, someone is having a big dance, They
can apply.
Thank you.
They can apply
Yeah.
if they're having a farewell, say Michael Bublé comes out.
Well, if there's a
October
band involved and a dance floor, maybe 50-50, 50 old-fashioned, 50 modern, that sort of stuff, that's fine. Have your big dance and use it, freely.
With enthusiasm.
Yes, with our blessing.
Next question, are you happy with the granny?
No.
Oh, you're anti-granny as well.
I am. We'd have to register that as well, I suppose, do we? Mercifully, I haven't heard anyone talking about the granny this week.
Just you wait. It's a wonder Sam and Bruce haven't been talking about the granny. They probably are already.
Right. Does Sam use the big dance? I've never heard Sam say
No, Sam wouldn't use the big dance. He's got more class, Roy, than that.
Thank you.
Just before we go on, speaking of class, what I loved was Dave Warner's return to cricket yesterday.
Oh, yes.
The lip was working. He was sledging right from the off. He got a couple of terrific crackers in. He got that part-timer line that he uses. Well, it was absolutely accurate. He was playing against a lot of part-timers, no hopers. So he brought out the best in them.
He did.
And then when he got
He let them know they weren't very good too, didn't he?
He did. He questioned where they'd come from and who their parentage was. All the usual tricks. It was very Australian, Roy.
It was.
Very fair dinkum, Roy.
It was.
It was a great performance.
Yep.
And then, it didn't surprise me for one minute. I got the phone call. I was down there and saw the 100.
Yeah.
And I saw the celebration, Roy.
Wasn't it fantastic?
The nuding up, the running around, the jumping, the torching of the clubhouse, getting the picket fence off and ramming it up. A couple of bowlers who looked as though they had enough for the day after that.
Yep. No, it was fantastic. A great bit of theatre. Good to see theatre back, at suburban cricket.
Do you think he overdid it?
Oh, of course he overdid it. But you got to remember it's been a fair while between drinks for poor old Warner, you know. When was the last time he's been able to bat in front of people and show off a little bit?
Over the last few months, we've learned a few things about Mick Malloy and Jane Kennedy.
Hello.
We've learned that Jane gets turned on in the kitchen.
One of my favourite activities, which is a man unstacking the dishwasher.
Steady on, we were driving off the road.
And we've learned that Mick loves a chamber pot.
I've been asked if I'm christening it, will I do it during the show? I did not leave the studio for 2 hours yesterday.
What'll we learn next? Triple M's Kennedy Malloy. Catch up now on the Triple M app.
Yes, this is the Probe House of Sound. On the buttons, whipping up a Felix-inspired #1 remix is music industry Hall of Famer rampaging Roy Slaven, and bellowing, "Turn it up, no one can hear it," is the man with the blue tack in the ears to prevent deafness, H.D. Nelson. Now, Roy, just obviously the memories, and it is a morning of memories of Sam, and there's so many great memories of Sam, and we're getting a lot of, text comments about favourite moments of Sam.
Yes.
And looking forward to Sam After Dark. Yep. But I'm just wondering if on October the 5th, which is Hammer Night at the Grand Old Girl, the Cox-inspired Buble night, I'm just wondering what you're imagining is the rugby league component of this night. Obviously, the playlist is all rugby league hits. I get that. He's coming out and he's going to sing, obviously, Simply the Best, followed by What's My Team, followed by Well, Yeah, all that sort of stuff.
And the first half, I assume he'll be in a Roosters Guernsey, and the second half he'll be in a Storm Guernsey.
What a beautiful idea.
It's a lovely touch, isn't it?
I know. Then, are you expecting Peter Beattie to come out for a tight 20 at sort of halfway through?
Yes.
And are you imagining maybe the Stars, and I don't really want to put a lot of pressure on people because obviously they're busy and they've got a lot of lives to get on with, Russell Crowe coming out with a reading of the Book of Feuds.
Maybe. I thought he was I thought he was going to dress as the Gladiator and come out and just say a few words as Marcus Aurelius or whatever his name was in the Gladiator, that fantastic role he performed. He might introduce Michael Bublé
dressed as the Gladiator.
Dressed as Marcus Aurelius. Yeah, well, that gets you going, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
A bit of an idea. Yeah, and I think there's going to be. I think he's going to sing memories with some video footage of past great tries scored at the football stadium. For example, Mark Coyne's fabulous try to win the State of Origin at one time against backdoor Benny Elias's Blues, you'll recall.
Yes, what a night that was.
That was a night. So all sorts of those images, HG, angry punters, with Gastric being led out and that sort of stuff, those incidents that occurred. Certainly if you find yourself short at the SFS, it's not the place to be. So there's a fair bit of that sort of stuff. But it's all memories, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all memories. Now, would you like to see, homage to some of the great incidents of rugby league this year? For instance, the Bulldogs Mad Monday.
Yes.
If the lads could be got together for one more demonstration of the night, the day, as part of the backdrop of the festivities.
Sure, well, it's just up to Peter Beattie. Peter Beattie could order Dean Pay to order the team to get back together and put themselves in a similar state that they were at that pub. Might have been in the Rocks. They should be able to reproduce that pretty quickly. And what are you suggesting, HG? A little bit of vomit to accompany a Bublé song. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, I didn't really want to necessarily...
How sweet it is to be loved like you, and then out it comes. That sort of stuff. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm sure that Michael and the band could whip up a version of Sweet Caroline if the boys wanted an accompaniment.
All right, sure.
But no. Look, I was thinking of, more... I was noticing last night, for instance, at the match, you may not have noticed this, the Mario Fenech, the great...
he was there.
Test match Mario Fenech, the great Souths hooker, was at the start of the tunnel and sort of clapped the players on. Yeah. This is the South Sydney Rabbits, obviously. The current team didn't have a clue who he was and what this clown was doing there.
No, that's right.
That's what worries me a little bit, is we move on so quickly in rugby league. We forget, so quickly how much the test match legacy is just enormous for the Rabbits. But what I'm hoping to do is maybe celebrate some more recent events that people would be familiar with.
Right.
Because they're in the news, and have been in the news quite a lot lately.
Right.
For instance, the Billy Slater shoulder charge. For instance, would this be a night where Billy and the youngster who he bumped get back together again, una mas?
Okay.
So that would be an item there,
Yeah. Would you get Gal involved somehow? People love Gal, and he didn't really get a chance to say goodbye to people this year, did he? Because he wasn't on the park. But if we could get Gal back just to say goodbye, dressed as in his Cronulla gear, that'd be great.
The AFL do this so well on their day. They have
utes go around, yeah,
and with wooden seats in the back, and the players with their names on the front.
I love that.
The rugby league often get people in suits to waddle out, and you haven't got a clue who they are, because they should be wearing their footy jumpers, then with their names on their back, and then we know who they are.
You've got to be able to see the tats to know who it is. Like Josh Dugan, put him in a suit. Who is he?
Now, what I'm suggesting is some really tangible connection between Buble, Night of Nights, sure, rugby league playlist, and the actual game.
Right.
I think the game could be lost here.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. What about get Buble to present the Dally M medal?
Or the Clive Churchill medal.
Yeah. What about that? Is that a start? Is that... What you're worried about is that people, when they see Michael Bublé, don't automatically think rugby league. And that's true, they don't. That's a fact.
Yes, as the Probe House of Curry fiddling about with the pestle and mortar and extra hot chili is the Spice King, rampaging Roy Slaven and whipping up a lively marinade of lard, ghee, butter and margarine. It's the Rogan Josh. H.G. Nelson. Roy, this is a topic we come to from time to time, and it's great to have it back on the agenda, is the government, that's the federal government, that's the ScoMo government, is urging sporting groups and organisations to help improve the health of our most senior citizens. They've got a program going called Move It Oz Better Ageing.
Move It Oz Better Ageing. Bit cumbersome, isn't it?
I thought they think they need a bit of more effort on that.
That's how odd, because ScoMo's an advertising man. Remember, he gave us Where the Bloody Hell Are You?
Yeah, I've forgotten that. He's
Mr. Advertising.
He's the head of that tourism thing too for many, many years now. Great work.
Great work.
I think numbers were at record lows when he started, and they stayed that way until he got out of it. But they didn't go down any further.
No, they didn't.
Now, Move It Oz Better Ageing, you can get a grant, was launched a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
The program will enable sporting organisations as well as non-government and local government organisations apply for grants of up to $2 million to provide sports projects aimed at people over the age of 65. Now, look, I think we've got an imbalance here in Australia. We rely too much on young people to do the sporting work, and the older people can sit around and look. Yeah. Now, I think that's got to change. We've got to unpack that totally. And I know you came up with a program some years ago about training older people to become jockeys, freeing the younger, fitter people to, say, work in the mines or teach in schools or, do plumbing and electrical trades and so on. Are you still an advocate for that process of over 65, you get on a horse?
Look, I am, if you're light enough. I mean, if you've got some sort of wasting disease, that can really come to your aid. And there are benefits to, being on the back of a horse. You don't have to do much. You've just got to cling on. And really, the horse is just a conveyance carrying a lump of weight around, so it doesn't matter whether the weight is, 18 years old or 90 years old. Doesn't matter. The horse doesn't care. It's just weight to carry. And with rudimentary instructions, you can only hit it 3 or 4 times. What? You can only hit it 3 or 4 times. Speak up. 3 or 4 times! You get the message through after a while. I mean, they will make mistakes because the older you get, the more difficult it is to learn new skills. But I've often taken my hat off to HG to the seniors competition in golf. Where you can see some of the older players still going around in these senior competitions. And it's often occurred to me that why are we so ageist when it comes to, say, AFL or rugby league? why couldn't we have a seniors competition of rugby league, say 65 to 70-year-olds, 70 to 75-year-olds, 80 to 85-year-olds, and then you're over 90s. I know a lot of kids would find it amusing looking at old people form a scrum and run around and bash into each other and stuff and get the St John's ambulance people involved in a lively sort of way. It would be creative for them as well, dealing with the sorts of niggles you're going to get at that age, i.e., chalky bones, a lot of broken bones, I suppose, a lot of concussion, not that you could tell. So your concussion tests would be slightly different, wouldn't they? What's that, a pie or a piece of cheese? What? You know what I mean? Still, it's possible to devise something and to make it safe for your older people to enjoy sports when, up until now, it's been excluded from them. I think it's up to the clubs to step up. I think each club has a duty to provide the opportunity for people in their senior years. I was just reading about Bunny Riley the other day. Bunny says, he's just had knee replacements, so there's no reason he couldn't run around and hit someone anymore. Of course he could. And he's being denied the opportunity just because he's old.
Can I ask, going back to the horse racing, obviously, I know you've had a couple of jockeys, older jockeys, come to you and say, look, I'm over 60. Is there any hope for me in racing? And you said, well, would you like to have a go?
Yes.
And you put him on Rooting King, and he's given him a real workout.
He has.
As you'd expect.
Yep.
I'm just wondering if we need to be a bit more proactive, though, and have a race day where all jockeys are over 65.
Yes, for sure. To send a signal, to send a signal to the community, yes.
So, Cox Plate Day, 2018, it's an over 65 day.
Well, remember, HG, 65 is the new 45. I'd have it, 75 as the minimum age for jockeys in, say, 220. And that should be the ambition of the AJC and the relevant authorities that, 2020 is going to be the year of the really old jockey. And so we're not going to have a race that has a jockey younger than 75 on a conveyance. Now, sure, your centre bets, your Ladbrokes and all of this are going to be up in arms and say, oh, it's not fair, not fair. It just makes it different. That's all. It makes it
a level playing field and it's different. Now, are you happy with I think we've got to turn a weakness to a strength here.
What, involve funeral services to have them there at the...
As sponsors.
As sponsors and on the ground. So, the dream might be to win the race and get buried on the same day.
Whoa, steady.
Hey?
That is incredible.
And could you get a bet on that? Now Ladbrokes are sitting up, aren't ya?
Over the years, The Chaser has gone to war with, everyone.
Now in our new podcast, we've joined with Border Force and ASIO to interrogate the scum that threaten our way of life.
Writers, thinkers, and worst of all, comedians.
Extreme vetting with The Chaser. If you like comedy or national security, catch us on Podcast One. Download the app or listen at podcastone.com.au.
No matter what you're into, there's one for everyone.
Podcast One.
You're on the Probe Explorer, heading out for another day of bleaching the reef. The man with the snorkel and spear gun is the skipper, Captain Roy, and down the back of the tub with a 44-gallon drum of White King is a very excited H.G. Nelson. Roy, you broke this story last week, and I didn't believe it, concerning the new venue in Perth, the Optus Oval, which had a magnificent day yesterday with the Melbourne D's going down to the fabulous team from Western Australia, the West Coast Eagles.
Yeah.
I am taken by your thoughts that we have to build it bigger.
Yeah.
There are some limitations, though. I noticed there's a column in the Western Australian Weekend magazine section. The insatiable demand for Optus Oval tickets tells us that, we could build a bigger stadium in Perth.
Yes.
How big? It would take a bigger stadium to find out, obviously, if they could fill it up, meaning the stating the bleeding obvious here. If they build 10,000 more seats, will 10,000 more people come? But according to Mark Duffield, we should proceed with caution because before we commit to such a costly exercise and after consideration probably rule it out as an unaffordable option. Apparently, most stadium experts will tell you 60 to 70,000 is a world-class stadium ideal size. Any seats built over and above that cost a lot and offer limited amenity. And what is the greatest thing the new stadium has offered WA fans? A dramatically approved facility. The stadium structure cost $900 million to build. That averages out about 15,000 a seat.
Right, yeah, that's good, yeah.
If you add 10,000, that'll mean 150 million. 20,000 will cost you 300 million.
Yes.
And that is assuming that the seats won't cost more as, they become more complicated, have to be serviced, et cetera, by toilets and bars. But I'll just give you an idea of how successful this stadium's been.
Yep. It's paid for itself already, I assume.
Well, the average West Coast attendance, that's the Eagles, 53,000. Average Fremantle Dockers, 41,000. Biggest crowd, 59,000. That's West Coast Collingwood qualifying final.
Yes.
Smallest, that was the previous weekend. Smallest crowd, doesn't matter. Total attendance for all matches, 1.136 million.
Yes.
Including Gold Coast home game. Now, this gives you an idea of the accessibility of this compared with the Grand Old Girl in Sydney. They've sold 150,000 pies. Now, it would take, I did some calculations in Sydney, that would almost take you 90 years at the Sydney Football Stadium.
It would, yes.
To get that, just to physically hand them over to people in a queue.
Yes.
Hot chips, they've done 240,000 portions already. Burgers, 95,000. Hot dogs, 65,000. Beers, 1.5 million beers.
Wow.
Already.
Yes, that's fantastic.
Now, I don't know if you can do the maths, but we can serve at the Sydney Football Stadium, or authorities tell me they can serve at the Sydney Football Stadium 2 people per hour.
Yes, that's
with
right.
the beers, so it would take some time.
Well, it would take 1,000 years to serve that many beers at the Sydney Football Stadium. But you're there not to drink beer. You're there to watch football.
I understand that, and I take your point.
Yeah.
Philosophical difference. Here, it's a night out.
Yeah.
Everything's put on, the cheese, etc. It comes to you. Anyway, it's the equivalent of 640,000 kegs.
Actually, is there any statistic on how much stoolage has been voided from the stadium in that time?
I think there is. Look, can I just...
It'd be several million tonnes, wouldn't it?
There would. I'll just give you an idea. Of the pies, 5,500 have been gluten-free. They've sold 15,000 kids' meals, more than 1,000 Fiery Finals burgers sold. Obviously only available. 5 tonnes of beef, 5 tonnes of chicken eaten during the season. There have been 35,000. Peter's away there with the numbers.
Yeah.
And here at the bottom, stoolage numbers, not confirmed, but 4.6 cubic million metres. I haven't said that right, litres.
It's being measured in litres, is it? 4.6 million litres, did you say?
Yes, of ones and twos.
Okay.
Now, I work that out as
context, doesn't it? I mean, to shift that amount of stoolage from the Sydney Football Stadium would take roughly, hang on, I'll just do the sums here, would roughly take 2,405 years.
Yeah. Remember, of course, people got the message about the Sydney Football Stadium and access to the toilets early on, so they do their business elsewhere.
Yes.
Here, if you're busting, you're welcome.
Yes,
at
that's
the,
right. People often save up, don't they?
For days.
Just to avoid themselves at the stadium because it's so comfortable.
And they're interested in breaking records.
Yes,
that's the difference.
That's right. That's right. And so many people you see there, I mean, I rarely see it, but you see people going to the toilet with a burger in their hands. You don't often see that at the Sydney Football Stadium. Well, you don't.
Yes, the Probe Family Day at the Tailem Bend Raceway. On pole in the asbestos suit is the racing legend rampaging Roy Slaven and smoking, while filling the nitro funny car is a man about to go bang, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, speaking of pies, at the Optus Oval in WA, look, it's just emerged that a Western Australian baker, I've got to say that right, and not banker, Baker, Andy Lee, has seen off 1,500 meat pies from around Australia to win again Australia's Best Meat Pie Award for the second time in 4 years.
Wow.
1,500 entrants.
Wow.
He bakes for the Four Seasons Patisserie and Bakery, and he first won the nation's best with a plain chunky meat pie. That's a category in 2015. Came second in 2016 with the Great Aussie Pie.
Yes.
This is always held as part of the Fine Foods Australia Convention in Melbourne as part of the build-up to the Granny, with pie competition judged over 4 days.
4 days
of tasting, chewing and slurping by an elite 16-person team of international meat pie judges.
Right.
Be an interesting job to have.
Yeah.
I assume it's a full-time job, and you'd
Well, these
get a lot of
judges we
travel.
know, are they like MasterChef types, HG? Is
I'm sure
Gary
Pete's
or
there.
George or Matt
Gary and
involved?
George, Pete, yeah.
Manu, yeah.
Manu, there's lots of them there.
Yep. Curtis Stone, or whatever his name is.
He's the one I was thinking of. Yes, Curtis would be there. Andy said, I make a very secret recipe. It's important to have the right equipment. That's always the case. And the pie is cooked just at the right temperature.
Yeah, well,
Gets
that's true.
blade steak from a local butcher. Yep. One of the secrets is the right amount of salt and pepper.
Yes.
A top pastry should have a good colour. And thickness, and bottom pastry should hold together and not. Oh, that's so important to hold together.
Now, does he use a short pastry HG for the base and a sort of flaky pastry for the lid? Is that the way it works?
I think so. I think that's how it works.
Yeah.
The top pastry should have good colour and thickness, and the bottom pastry should, I think you're absolutely right there.
Yeah.
And a footy pie is a hard thing to do. I mean, plenty have come, but few have mastered.
That's true. There was talk of a royal commission into Australian pie, the Australian pie industry, HG. Has that got legs at all that we know of?
Is that part of ScoMo's?
I think so, yes.
And is there any suggestion we're going to have a top beak have a look at it, or, but obviously, you need somebody who's got an idea of the law and how it works.
Yeah.
And what would be the terms of reference?
Well, exactly. What makes an Australian pie to begin with? I mean,
yes.
It worries me that a lot of pies being sold as Australian pies
are made in Hong Kong.
Yes. Yes.
Is that what your nose is telling you?
That's what my nose is telling me. Or the Philippines. We're getting pies made in the Philippines. We're getting pies made in China and India, being sold here as Aussie pies.
And no mark on them, as in there's no this pie's been made in Australia only, or
well, yes, it says made in Australia, but in Chinese and Indian, in Hindi and stuff. You've got to be able to speak Hindi to be able to read that it's an Australian pie. Well, it makes no sense to me. These are the questions that I think are going to be put to the Commission.
Now, speaking of the man at the top, Friday night, Cronulla Sharks went around.
Yeah.
Now, the Prime Minister said that, sadly, I'd love to be there Friday night, but I've got commitments here in Sydney, so I'll be checking out with some locals at the pub in southern Sydney. But I wish Flano and the gal and all the boys the best. I think it's going to be a great game. It's tremendous. It's really going to be a great game. Two tremendous sides. It'll be a great clash.
Right. What do you mean he had stuff to do in Sydney?
Well, as nearly as I can tell, he was fundraising.
All right.
See, I mean, you wonder about
for the pie inquiry? Is he fundraising for that or what?
No. The people who might be putting on the pie inquiry, I think he's fundraising for.
All right. Okay.
Now, can I just ask, is this a good look? I mean, here he is.
No, he should have been there. He's the number one ticket holder. He's the Prime Minister. I mean, he's got a duty.
The right signal.
Yeah. And why couldn't he have turned the match into a bit of a fundraiser anyway?
Blanket appeal at half time?
Yes. I assume the fundraiser would have been for the farmers, for bales of hay and stuff. That'll be the only fundraiser he'd be connected with. Well, why not have a bit of a whip round at half time? He could have led. Come on, everyone, I'm putting $5 in. Come on, $5 for a bale. Come on, all ears.
Yeah, and let's face it, there might have been 25,000 there.
Yes.
You do the maths, 5,000. It's a hell of a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
Sorry, $5 from 25,000 is quite a lot of money.
Yeah.
Now, can I point out that at the football yesterday, this is the Collingwood West Coast Eagles.
Yeah.
I saw Daniel Ricciardo there.
Was he really?
I saw the former Foreign Minister Julie Bishop was there.
Was she really? She was putting in. These people turn up.
Exactly.
Turn up.
They're not fair weather supporters who have an excuse to be elsewhere and they're going to check in with a few locals at the pub.
Yeah.
I mean, it's people have to set an example at the top.
Yeah. Well, you can imagine how disappointing it must have been for Flano and the boys in the dressing room before going out, because they would have been saying, I bet ScoMo's here, we better put on a foot. No, he sent a message, bloke, saying, best of luck.
I'll be soon, the boys down the pub.
Yeah, he's over in the eastern suburbs doing a fundraiser.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, all right, Flano, we'll try our best anyway.
Yes, you're on the big journey in the Probe Ute. We're on the road to Mandurah. Behind the wheel with his hand on the horn, rampaging Roy Slaven and riding shotgun is the man they call Sawn-Off, H.G. Nelson. Emails, Roy. People love to get in touch with the show. RoyandHG at thesportingprobe.com.au. That's RoyandHG at thesportingprobe.com.au is the spot for your mojo wire. And the following people have, Roy.
Matthew's been in touch, HG. He says, gentlemen, can't believe you've forgotten the boxing stage name Stinkfist that you both anointed John Hopewati with. Well, we hadn't forgotten Stinkfist. It's just that, well, there are issues with it. I think he objected, didn't he, HG? And he threatened to sue us, I think. There was legal action threatened with the Stinkfist. He wanted to, I think, register that himself.
Yes.
And a bit like the big dance, not allow others to use it.
I think he's gone ahead and registered Stinkfist.
Yeah.
And,
so we had to go with Date Hunter.
Yeah. We're happy to ask John as he comes into the fight whether it can be Date
Stinkfist Hunter.
It's not quite right, though, is it?
It's not quite right, though.
I think he'll allow that if we put Stinkfist in brackets in the middle.
John, the Date Hunter, open brackets, Stinkfist, close brackets, Hopewati. Is that it?
I think that's what it's going to be. Now, look, do you think a charity bout, this is Chris writing, do you think a charity bout could be organised in regional Australia between John the Date, Stinkfist Hunter Hopewati?
Yes.
It's going to be elaborate. And his past digitally probed victims.
Wow.
Now, it could involve a round each with victims or a tag team contest, culminating in the main fight with Paul the Date Gullen. The ring would obviously be made of hay, which would be donated to farmers after the event, as well as all the money made on the night. I was discussing this with one of the Date Hunters' victims over the weekend, who will remain anonymous for the time being, who would be delighted to be involved. What a way to stir things up.
Wow. It would be good. How many people are we talking though, HG? I've no idea how many victims there were of...
Well, let's say there was a dozen.
Yeah, okay.
So you got 12 rounds.
Yeah.
You've got Gal as the 13th, the baker's dozen, so to speak.
Sure. Yeah.
And I think that if there were more, I think we have to have a number that has some sort of significance, because if it's 27, why would you do it? It's better to contain it and really have 13 3-minute rounds.
Yeah. What worries me, look, I think on paper it's a terrific idea, HG, and I can see the farmers really getting something out of it in terms of bales
money
of
and
hay.
bales of hay,
Yeah. I'm worried that a lot of people are going to put their hands up as victims and say, he did me. So you're going to have a queue of several thousand wanting to...
have a swing.
Yeah. So I think we'd have to have verification somehow, either through video means or witness statements, or maybe get the New South Wales Police involved. I mean, I don't think we need to go as far as a Royal Commission, do we? At this stage, I haven't discussed it with ScoMo at all. I don't know what ScoMo's position is on people putting their hands up as victims of the Date Hunter, just to help out the farmers. I mean, it's a great idea.
Look, I'm just, as usual or often, amazed at the way you've thought things through in a way that I hadn't. I just thought this is a finite amount of people, all of whom will be, like you said, wanting to do something for the farmers and the drought. And, obviously, I didn't imagine that people would want to settle old scores from 100 years ago. I mean, that just didn't occur to me.
No.
But now that I see what the problem is.
Yes, I think they'd have to be, what would we call them? Bona fide.
Yes.
Hunted dates, wouldn't they?
Yes, you're part of the 2018 Love Probe Revolution with Roy and HG. And if you want to get in touch with us, just go to Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. Couple of emails to finish up with, Roy. Last weekend, I noticed the Sandown Raceway, the circuit was hosting V8 Supercars Retro Round. I love a retro round.
I love a retro. Well, they're driving old cars or something.
Old cars.
Wow, I love that.
Sadly, it should end, say, maybe round 4 of the Victorian Hill Climb Championship. I don't think there's any hills there at Sandown Raceway, but they could put in one for a hill climb. Has a horse track on the infield. I'm not sure. I've got to be honest here. I'm not sure that the people who support Sandown Racing see it that way. They see it as the other way around, the horse track being the most important bit of it.
Yeah.
But never mind.
And this is Liam's email, is it, HG, you're looking at?
Liam, yes, that's right.
Okay.
Now, and it turns out that it's owned by Victorian Racing Club. Surely an opportunity was missed to have a double header with horse races running, he suggests, while the safety car's out to improve entertainment. Now, that is an excellent idea.
It is a good idea, isn't it?
But these retro round, I'm not sure that they run, or the races take up as much time as the normal V8 supercars.
Right.
Can I just say I'm a bit short on information about retro round and V8 supercar racing. I love it.
Yeah.
I love the concept. I love the fact people are involved. I love the cars, seeing that GTHO that Alan Moffat drove all those years ago. Or
How
one
far
of those...
back do they go, actually? Are they like Model Ts or something like that? Do they really go right back, a Morris Minor or something like that? Or are they sort of first muscle cars of the 70s?
I'm not sure what
I'm not sure
specifications would be, but it raises the question of horse racing and motor racing. Can they be combined?
Well, I think they can. What would you get, say, retro racing? Get some old horses back, horses of the era, maybe.
Well, it's an idea. I know
with
Sub-Zero.
jockeys of the era, addressing this problem we had before about what to do with some of our senior citizens who are just, sitting around doing bugger all.
Can I say two things here? I don't want to. I want senior citizens to be engaged actively in the workforce.
Yes.
Because I've been told by the racing industry that Australian kids don't want to have anything to do with horses. Yeah. And the Australian racing industry is now reliant on 457 visa holders to get up early, to go out to the track, to handle the horses, to muck out stables, to do the shoeing, to do the vet work, etc.
Yes.
On all, these horses are worth up to $1 million. Obviously, they're worth millions of dollars each.
Yes.
And yet we can't get Australian youngsters to fill that role. We have to rely on the vagaries of international transport and backpacking.
Oh, that's shameful, isn't it?
So what?
Are you telling me kids aren't putting their hands up to get up at 4 a.m. to go and shod, say, Winks? You might end up shodding Winksy.
Well, that's exactly right, Roy. They're not. I'm telling you that for a fact. That people don't want to ride Winks at track work. They have to rely on Huey Bowman to come down. Huey's got other things on his mind at 4 in the morning. Now, what I'm trying to get to, though, is...
But there'd be a lot of old people who'd be happy to, waddle out of their old people home, wouldn't they? Get away
on Winks.
Yeah, get away from the, horrible food and stuff that's going on there and get down to the track where you could probably get a decent burger and...
throw a leg over.
Yeah.
Now, can I point out that I want this to be, a real occupation, not a, Green Army occupation, not an old army occupation.
Oh, I see. You want real
jobs. The proper
jobs.
slings.
Yeah.
Real jobs.
Real
jobs for older people. Now, the thing is here is if we had retro, Sub-Zero's still alive. And let's not forget Sub-Zero is there's a chance that Sub-Zero will become Australian of the Year next year.
That's true.
Now, we could get old jockeys. Look. Yeah. I hope there's a number of jockeys who live near me, just as luck would have it. I'm pretty sure some of them would love to get involved in retro racing.
I'm sure they would, yeah I'm sure.
In other words, if you want to go down that path, my thing was to do with, I didn't imagine that you would have older horses.
No.
Because let's face it, Subby's pretty old now. And loves a run, though.
Loves
a
run,
but
yeah.
You could get recently retired horses, though.
Yes.
And that would give them something to look forward to in the twilights of their careers.
Well, that's true.
So if you were thinking of Winks, just to use a popular name, Winks is obviously, sooner or later, I think it's going for a fourth Cox this year.
And then that might be it for Winks, you
Yeah, exactly.
Another 12 months in him. The same with Happy Clapper. How long is Happy Clapper going to be around being beat by Winks week in, week out? Disheartening.
Commentary.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, if they had something to look forward to, I'm sure it would make them ease the transition from,
And as you say, real jobs for old people, not just patronising jobs, where they turn up at the race track and they're told, oh, can you count how many people there are wearing sweaters?
Yes, it's the Probe House of Cards, all right, holding all the aces. The King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven on the other side of the card table with a fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. Now, very sad news in the tennis front. I think we reported last week, and you broke this story, Roy, that Little Leighton had rolled back the years alongside John Peers on Saturday to beat the Austrian powerhouse duo of Meltzer and Marach to keep the hopes of Australia alive in the Davis Cup, the DC. It was in Graz that this happened, but Alex de Minaur and Dominic Thiem were thrashed, really, basically, to hand Austria the tie.
Yeah.
Hewitt, playing his 80th match in the green and gold, inserted himself ahead of the struggling Jordan Thompson, but sadly to no avail. Now, I don't want to open this up, but you've had a chance to think about this, and I'm not sure whether this loss confines us to having to play the qualifying matches in Davis Cup from now on. I think we're out of the top.
I think it does,
30,
actually. Yeah, we're out of the top tier, so it's going to be difficult to get back in, even though I don't know if anyone knows how the new format's going to work.
Okay, now that's the problem. The International Tennis Federation overhauled Davis Cup, left Australia's scheduling World Group playoff in Austria in limbo, unless they got it done.
Yeah.
They're reducing the 118-year-old competition to a season-ending World Cup-style format featuring 18 teams from 2019.
Yes.
The first edition going to be played Madrid or Lille in November 18 to 24 next year. The vote was unanimous, with plans only passed by 71.43% of majority. Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Drifts away a bit there. How are you seeing this now that we've got to the pointy end and the Davis Cup looks like being consigned to the ash can of history?
Yeah. Well, I'm very disappointed, actually, because Davis Cup, it was ours. It was our patch for so long. The Davis Cup was kept alive by Australia and the United States, essentially. Who can forget, Harry Hopman's influence on the Davis Cup and what Davis Cup has meant to so many players, up until Little Leighton. It was the highest honour. Sure, it was good to win a major, to win Wimbledon or what have you, but nothing compared with that feeling you had of being part of an Australian team that won the Davis Cup. That was the high watermark of any tennis experience for any young Australian who ever picked up a racket. And now that's gone. That's gone. That's been denied us now. That legacy that I don't know for how many hundreds of years it's being played. It's been
118.
played. 118 years, all right. Well, that 118 years of history now means bugger all.
Yes. This is the Probe, House of Blues on the Fender Strat, Slow and Roy Slaven, and stirring the 12-bar soup, H.G. Nelson. Roy, it's hard to imagine another show's almost cracked, boxed and buried, but I did notice, speaking of tennis, as we were a little while ago, that the federal member of Bennelong, John Alexander, who's no slouch to Davis Cup.
Oh, he was a Davis Cup hero, wasn't he, for many years, J.A.?
He says that we should establish a form guide for migrants that suggest various towns could show people where they might be able to earn money, maybe not as much as they would in a big city, but then costs would be different and all this sort of stuff. Sporting possibilities, tennis, swimming, basketball, all stuff, and a form guide for migrants that might ease the way forward when they went to those, if they decided to choose not to live in one of the big cities. Just wondering what the content of the form guide would be or how you see it.
Yeah, it's a great idea, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you were encouraging people to go to Lithgow, I suppose you'd point out Watford Oval, the swimming pool, the Hoskins Brothers Iron and Steel Works, HG, which was the first smelting of iron in Australia. That took place in Lithgow.
The place where the basketball happens?
Yes, there's the recreation ground there where you can play basketball. I suppose JA's form guide would begin with things like how to say good day convincingly.
Go back, step back, first page, how to fill out a TAB ticket.
Well, obviously, gambling has got to be huge.
Yeah, it's got to be up.
That's the first question you'd ask. Who you're backing for the Cox Plate next year, eh? And if they don't say Winks, then, hop it. Picking a footy team to follow.
Yes, obviously. Who do you
a
support?
local team, you'd go with the, Lithgow Workmen's Club or something like that. If
Oberon
go
Tigers.
Lithgow, the Oberon Tigers, whatever. Yeah. But you'd need to know a little bit about the town's history, what your ambitions are for the town, how you want to contribute to the town. What sort of job are you looking for?
What sport do you play?
What sport do you play? What sport are you interested in? Who are your sporting heroes?
Ah, yeah.
Who are your sporting Aussie heroes? What do you know about Gal?
Mm-hmm.
You know, who's Stinkfist? And what's he called these days? You know, is it Date Hunter? Well, maybe. You know what I mean? So when people arrive, you know, in the town where they're going to get a little bit of work, either picking strawberries or not, or, you know, counting people wearing sweaters, yeah, whatever the job is going to be, they arrive armed with being able to mingle, in as much as to say, you know, good to see the Sharks go down or what have you. Be able to enter into a conversation, you know. Look at my TAB ticket. Is this filled out correctly? I appear to be only betting $500,000 on this race. Is that right? You see what I mean?
No, I see what you mean entirely, Roy, and I think J.A., if he's leading the charge to solve all those problems, he's doing an excellent job. Look, sadly, we have to move on, and Brownlow coming up, obviously.
The big dance.
The big dance, Dally M's, parades, it's all before us, and we'll be there next Sunday to wrap up the AFL and preview the Rugby League Grand Final for 2018. In the meantime, I'd like to thank Glenn in WA for helping us out and being so accommodating. Obviously, Felix, the Magic Felix of the top remixer. Skip there hasn't done much except hold up his fingers and tell me where to go. And you yourself, Roy, great to be locking horns with you on this day when we farewelled Sam and the old girl in the same time. Join us next week when we probe on punters. In the meantime, may your punts be winning punts. Bye now.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke H.G.?
Yes, TF Much. Gentleman Jim Daniels, the golden guy, in the Sporting Probe soundproof booth located today in the pop-up studio at the entrance to the Tamworth Racecourse on Cup Day. Obviously, he's there, ready for action later today. Some early arrivals, a few jockeys are waddling past him at the moment, a couple of trainers, and remember to bet on the first trainer you see. Always a wise. If you can't think of anything else to bet on, just bet on the first trainer or jockey you've seen. Jim's selections in the Cup later on today. He's gone for a fabulous Quinella, plucky girl tipped into after all that. So if you are going to the Tamworth today, make sure you get something like a tin of Anzac biscuits from the pop-up studio, maybe a tea towel, maybe a teapot to go with the tea towel, etc. He's got all the Probe merchandise there. And remember, this Sporting Probe is a better way to probe. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims and punters, H.G. Nelson getting the Probe away for another set of 7, a TF Much, Bruce McAvaney. Well, what an incredible week. A week when too much put his belly enough, obviously. Residents and 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stallage of the week's sporting action. A week of massive, massive collects. None bigger than on the A-League semi-final last night, where I had a bet on one team scoring all the goals, and came up trumps. Terrific result for the A-League when one team can score all the goals. 3-2 was the scoreline. Victory got them all. Now, the big news from one of our charity partners this week, the BKOB, the Blinkered Knights of Balaclava. Their CD download, Victim of the Punt, is out this week, featuring 29 tracks selected by Rooting King for your enjoyment. It's a cultural contribution to the charity community from the Sporting Probe, or the Sporting Probe. Now, the Olympic Classic, Go You Good Thing, kicks it all off, followed by a heavy metal version of the Coal Man. I thank you, that great Rugby League national anthems there, a slightly lewd version of Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir, plus 27 solid gold chart toppers, finishing up with My Island Home, the smash hit from Winx the Musical. So, yeah, as you can see, it's quality all the way, and a lot of things that people may not have in their collections, collected together for the very first time. In late-breaking news, Victim of the Punt has gone into the ARIA charts at number 3 this week. No mean achievement, given that it's not released until Wednesday. Get it wherever you pick up your sounds. It's a terrific... It's one for, well, let's face it, Mother's Day isn't that far away. If I'm right in thinking, looked at the calendar, it's a fortnight away. How about getting that for Mum? Victims of the Punt. I mean, there's something there she'll love. But now let's lock horns with a man who, at the Banking Royal Commission this week, suggested that all male and female financial advisors and bank employees be forced by law to play rugby league as part of their preparation to work at the coalface of cash. This man believes that the culture of rugby league and its redemptive power is exactly the broom that can tidy up the schmozzle that is the banking and financial industry across the nation. So far, the head beak, with the terrific name, if you follow rugby league, of Hayne. Hello, Hayne. We have another Hayne in rugby league. I'm sure they could bang heads and come up with an idea or two. Anyway, the head beak of the Wees has not said no, so we live in hope. That man is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what highlights caught your restless side this week?
Yes, thank you very much, H.C. Nelson. Wonderful week to be an Aussie master of business. Oh, yes, so easy to do.
I know, Des Moines University, it only costs $10 US.
Yep, 15 minutes on the internet and you're a master. Now, a disturbing report that the ground at the new Perth Stadium is too hard, with players complaining of injuries. Look, it's not good enough. Not in 2018, modern facilities, brand new. You'd imagine that the grass and the soil would be the first thing you look at.
I know.
To make sure it's compliant and doesn't affect players once they fall on it. Something like could I suggest, an old-fashioned buffalo grass?
Are you worried about an attack from hematode?
Yes.
Remember, the only way to solve hematode is to dig up the whole area to a metre of depth and boil it.
And boil it. Exactly. And that's what's got to happen at the Perth Stadium. Now, in great news, Andrew Bogut, that's bugger all Bogut, is to become a Sydney King, with part ownership of the franchise said to be part of the deal, which is great for not only just King freaks, but Aussie basketball freaks. This is going to put the Kings on the world stage, where I think they've always belonged. Now, the NRL review bunker again under fire for getting it wrong. Getting it wrong. How do they do that? Surely it's time for fans to be involved, because it's proving just too difficult for the so-called experts, Luke, the General, Patton, etc. Those clowns, they just look like, it's an old-fashioned term, ratbags. I'm calling them ratbags. Fans should take over. Fans have got to take ownership of the game. I'd storm the bunker. I think it's somewhere in the, I want to say the Surrey Hills area.
Yes. Centrally located. For rugby league footprint.
Yes, fans should just storm the bunker, take over, and let's get it right. Now, calls for our cricketing tampering 3 to be allowed to play county cricket in the UK. Well, I haven't got a problem with that. Let them go. Let them play. Why not? Match fixing in satellite tennis tournaments is said to be rife, according to an independent report. I'd have to say this is probably true. I've had some big wins because information has come my way about certain players taking dives. I thought it was legal. I ran it past a couple of mates at AMP and they said, can't see a problem, Roy. So I just kept going with it. And honestly, it's worked out well for me. And I'm just disappointed it hasn't worked out well for everyone. Let's hope. All right. Let's hope the gravy train can continue with just a little bit of common sense. I mean, when you got a number 2 playing a number 2002, bank on 2002. That's... I mean,
it's not rocket science.
Not rocket science. That's how you become a master of business. Now, Riley McGree's scorpion kick wonder goal for the Jets is being described as the best strike anywhere in the world this year. And I tell you what, it's brought attention of the world to the A-League.
And to Newcastle in particular.
Yeah. Now, this story has been covered by UK channel, well, BT Sports for a start, the BBC, ESPN, the Daily Mail, the Sun, Eurosport. Everyone is talking the A-League. And there is talk of the much coveted Puskas Award going to McGree. Make of that what you will.
Ah, yes, it's the Probe with Roy and HG. And as I said earlier, the Sporting Probe is a better way to probe. Now, coming to this try that was disallowed in the Anzac Day clash, and God, wasn't that a terrific match? 40,000 rugby league fans saw it, were there. They saw a try that should have been disallowed, approved as, that's what we want from rugby league from now on. Now, look, Roy, we have to start with this because people often ask us, why don't we call rugby league anymore? Well, that's the reason why we don't call rugby league anymore. You and I drew a line in the sand many years ago about an incident not dissimilar to that, the grounding of a ball, which was absolutely to all and sundry in the venue at the time, obviously not a try. Yes. They lost control of the ball. I forget who it was. It's blank from my mind. The ball rotated from the fingers. And
I've exorcised that whole incident from my mind, actually. Yeah, I was so disappointed.
You walked
disillusioned. I was disillusioned. And when you get disillusioned with rugby league, it's not a good place to be.
It's not. You've got to walk away. Now, I think your words on the night were, if that's allowed as a try, I'm going to walk out of this studio and never call rugby league again. And you've stuck to that.
I have.
You, on that night, left 45 minutes of dead air.
Yeah, I did.
As a tribute, a lasting legacy to the incorrect decision calling and the hopeless arse clowns that are in charge of rugby league officialdom in this nation and across the world.
And across the world, yeah, I agree with you. But I don't see it that way quite, HG. I don't see me leaving rugby league. Rugby league left me.
Yes, this is the Probe Patisserie with the hatted chef R.R. Slaven pulling a tray of Manu-inspired chocolate croissants out of the oven, and on the tooth with a Panarosan H.D. Nelson. Now, coming to the big clash last night. The A-League has been pretty dull, but the semi-finals have really livened it up.
Well, yes.
They've really brought it home and got, as you point out, the world talking. The scorpion kick in the first, the Jets' big win there. And I'm right in thinking the Jets were at the bottom of the A-League
They
comp
appear to be
last year.
nowhere midway through the season.
And then they've just strung this series of wins together.
Yeah.
And then, of course, last night, this wonderful match where 5 goals were scored all by the same team.
Yeah.
And right at the death, one of the players who got an own goal roared up the other end and got the winner.
Yeah. And broke the Blues' hearts.
Is that how you see it? Broke Sydney FC's hearts.
Yeah, I think so.
They were dominant throughout the whole season, stating the bleeding obvious here. Now,
and maybe we've got to look at the final season. The way it's organised, HG, it just seems to me that that Sydney was penalised for their success. For a start, the game should have been a home game, shouldn't it have? Rather than have taken it to
I've got no idea of
Victory
the rules.
Central.
I've got no idea of the rules.
No, I've got no idea either.
And why is the final now in Newcastle? I understand Newcastle.
I know. Yeah. I mean, it's a great place to have it. They'll probably have it at the International Sports Centre right by the Queen in
1973. Now, what I liked was Kevin Muscat. You wonder what their team meetings were like during the week, but be that as it may. Anyway, when asked if he regretted the actions of his assistants, who both got 2 assistants, I think the goalkeeping coach and one of the midfield coaches were red carded and told to go home.
Yeah, well, I think they took it upon themselves to go out onto the field, didn't they, and bash up some of the Sydney FC players. Well, I mean...
It's a hell of a commitment, isn't it?
Yeah. There was a time when that was considered illegal.
No. Well, remember, of course, AMP, I rest my case.
Yeah,
what was normally considered, etc.
Sure.
We live in interesting times. He said exclusively to the Probe, he said, look, I don't know, I haven't seen it played back. Well, obviously, we'll find out what went on. We'll deal with it internally. Oh, thank Christ for that.
Oh, deal with it internally. That's the best thing, isn't it?
What I will say is that it's an emotional game. Sensitivity is not something that is a strong suit if you want to be involved in something like football or financial advice. There was a lot of passion and a lot of emotion. It'd be disappointing, ... Hope common sense prevails, don't we all?
Yeah.
And whatever happened, they were punished tonight. Hopefully next week they'll be able to join us in the big dance, meaning his people who were shown the red card.
Right.
So it is a complex...
Hang on. The big dance. Wasn't the AFL Grand Final considered the big dance up until recently? Is now every Grand Final a big bloody dance?
Or a big Watusi, a big stomp, a big frug, a big... big
twist. No, I get all that. I get the dance metaphor. But I just thought the AFL had exclusive rights on it.
No, I don't think that was something that got under their guard. I think they should have had exclusive rights on it.
Yeah, was McLaughlin asleep at the wheel on this one?
Well, certainly was. Now, the result, obviously, massive blow to Sydney FC's dominance.
Well,
over
it
the
makes
last couple of
Graham
years.
Arnold look... it doesn't put confidence into the sails of the Socceroos, does it?
No.
Knowing Arnold is on a losing side.
I know.
I mean, coached a losing side from an unbeatable position. Eh?
No.
How'd he do that?
That's right. And the wonderful idea of scoring all the goals in one team. I mean, is that a legacy that Arnold can walk away with confident?
Is that the
We couldn't
approach
get-
of the Socceroos?
Yes, this is the probe tour of World War I battlefields. The man up front with a baton in his knapsack is the General Major, rampaging Roy Slaven and letting off bombs in the background to provide that realistic trench warfare smell. Warfare smell is the putrid one, H.G. Nelson. Just a quick note, something I need to correct here while you're talking about football. And the Mariners, the Central Coast Mariners, have a new head coach, Mike Mulvey. I might have said that they were looking for a coach this time last week, along with, obviously, the Newcastle Jets, I think, are firing their coach.
Yeah.
He's got him into the big dance.
The big dance.
The big dance against Kevin Muscat's punching victory. And I forget who else. Somebody else says, obviously the Sydney FC will need a new coach.
Yes,
Graham
now
Arnold's
Arnold's
off to the
moving on.
Socceroos with that weird let the opposition score all the goals style of his. Anyway, that's great news for Mariners fans. The Englishman's used to apparently rebuilding clubs. He previously led the Brisbane Roar to an A-League premiership, championship double in 2014. So he's got, as he says, it's not rocket science. You won't have to look up the road to Newcastle to see what can happen after some tough years. It's possible to return from the depths, obviously in a very short time.
Well, isn't that a shot in the arm for Newcastle?
The big dance.
The big dance happening with the Jets involved at the International Sports Centre.
And
it's great.
Look, I know people will be going, and I was in Newcastle recently, and I noticed that they had a production of the Summer of the 17th Dole. What a great double that'd be to go up there and see the A-League final and then get along to see the Summer of the 17th Dole.
Right. Do you know who's playing Barney and Roo?
No idea. No idea, Roy. Absolutely no idea.
Locals, we hope, or soccer players?
Soccer players. That's right. Footballers. Now, look, can I just come to this issue that's erupted in the AFL and that concerns the grand final time slot? Now, what drives this? I just let that hang
Ratings,
over the
HG. How are you going to drag more eyeballs to it? Do you get more eyeballs in the evening than you do at the 3 o'clock kickoff or 2 o'clock kickoff? Arguably, you do.
Now, can I suggest eyeballs / punting dollar?
All right, yes. Do you think more people would punt at night than during the day? I
Well,
don't think that's right. Where's the evidence for that? I haven't seen it. A lot of people are saying this. A lot of AMP types are saying it. I don't believe it.
Can I point out that I think and we're uncertain exactly the changing landscape because the landscape's not sure when it kicks in about when you can and cannot advertise the idea that you can have a bet while the match is on. I believe that this would push into the watershed, which would enable punting ads to be carried. But I'm no expert on the new law here.
Nor am I.
I tell you what, AMP people would be.
They would be, yeah.
They'd
My
know.
understanding was the design of the new law was to not have gambling advertising during children's hours of television viewing. That was the plan. Now, does that mean... What time do kids go to bed generally?
Well, let's say 7:30.
9 o'clock.
Oh, 9 o'clock. You got a very liberal household.
Is that where you have the ball up? Is that where you have the bounce at 9 o'clock? Then you could have, your gambling.
No. What I think it is, as long as you had the last quarter or the last half inside the, your 9 o'clock watershed, it wouldn't matter because the betting maybe that they've worked out that it doesn't matter in the first bit. No one cares because the game's 100 minutes long. Right. So therefore it takes some time to get to the pointy end of the big dance.
Right.
Now, can I point out that everybody's asked their view. I think Gillon McLaughlin, the killer of football in Tasmania, he says they're going to review it each year.
Good. Well, that's sensible. That's sensible. Actually, I know it may not be possible and we'd have to restructure the whole competition. But if let's say the grand final was to be held on Anzac Day, then gambling is legal, certainly two-up is, 24 hours for that whole 24-hour window. Surely if two-up is legal, then any other form of gambling would be legal, and so you could have a really open market on gamble yourself to death on Anzac Day at the grand final.
That's why the dig's fought in Gallipoli.
I know.
Now, can I point out that your difficulty here is that there's nothing to prevent you from gambling any time you like. You can go to any internet site.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, it's the encouragement
of
gamble.
kids.
Yes.
People with no money
right.
getting involved in
Well,
gambling.
would it be possible to shift Anzac Day to grand final day?
Every single one of us can have a life of greatness. Join me, Sarah Grimberg, as the world's most inspiring minds explain how. Listen for free to A Life of Greatness at podcast1.com.au or search Apple Podcasts. Podcast One.
Yes, brothers and sisters, you're in the Probe Church of Hope. In the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven with a special reading from Revelation on the evils lurking in Australian squash. And nicking off with the collection plate, H.G. Nelson. Coming back to the Big Watusi and the timing of the Big Watusi in the AFL. Gillen says he's been open enough to say that they see the upside in changing it.
Oh, yeah.
But we have to be comfortable that everything is right. I mean, that's the key to it, isn't it? Everything. I mean, you've got a great range of stakeholders here, people who travel, people in the entertainment industry, people in the, and let's not face it, it's the entertainment side of it that seems to be the thing that's the sticking point.
Yeah. And they're what I'd call the traditionalists, actually.
The traditionalists who think 2:30 or 3 o'clock's a perfect time for a bounce, who organise their whole day, friends come over, they get the barbecue going about 11 o'clock in the morning, they're timing their run so they're peak excitement at, say, 2:30, on they waddle and away they go.
That's right. You want certainty in your life, don't you?
The spectacle at night, for some parts, it could be amazing and better. Someone will change it one day, whether it's next year or in the 10 years. According to the MCC, they're supportive of the move. In saying that, I do believe the Twilight Grand Final will present a significant opportunity in terms of the show and what is presented. This is Gillen thinking. Now, let's go through some of these things. Meatloaf?
Yeah.
How will that be improved by having it under lights?
Yeah. Does that mean your window of entertainment really stretches a lot larger, HG? Because you would start your grand final coverage at, say, 9 in the morning or 10 in the morning. Let's say kickoff is at 7 p.m. That gives you a hell of a lot of opportunity to expose Australian talent. And by golly, Australia's got talent.
Has it what?
Has it what?
Now, can I point out, are you tipping this into your previously stated position of moving Anzac Day to Grand Final Day?
I think so.
The last Saturday in September every year will become Anzac Day.
I think so.
Shows you get that magnificent...
You get the marching.
Yeah, the marching straight into the ground.
Yes.
Craig Willis comes out, does the ceremonies, the people doing the drum work, the reversing of the rifles, the last post. I don't know, they're military terms for all these things that I don't have.
Yep.
And then the lining up of the players, that can take a long time. The minute silence and then the other minute silence and so on and all this stuff. I mean, it's fantastic. It's wonderful. The theatre. The
theatre, actually. And you would have... In the background, you would have two-up happening everywhere.
And let's not forget Meatloaf. He's the special guest. How does he fit into this?
Well, you'd have to dress him you'd have to dress him as, say, John Monash.
Yes, you're in the Sporting Probe nuclear bunker where our red button is bigger than yours. With his hand on the hover, the atomic cheese, Wing Commander rampaging flyboy Roy Slaven, and out back with on the tools trying to make the bugger go bang, H.G. Nelson. Now, coming back to the AFL Grand Final, the big dance, and whether we move it or not in terms of the time. Obviously, they can't change the date, and it would be easier to move Anzac Day than the AFL Grand Final. I think you're absolutely right there.
Yeah, well, that's just common sense.
Common sense. Now, some of the biggest commentators, including, AFL commentator Gerard Watley, Gary Lyon, Luke Darcy, have backed moving the game to a twilight thing. I still find the arguments pretty flimsy here.
Yeah. What is their argument? Just look better under lights? Is that...
Look better under lights.
Yeah.
I'm ready for it to move. I think the last two preliminary finals that I've lived through and going to the MCG last year for the Richmond and the Giants, there's something magical about a twilight experience.
Yep.
It's indisputable that the fact that more people watch it if it's twilight or night game.
Yep.
Watley says it's only quaint tradition that holds the game at 2:30. There is just something about continuity, as you point out, in a changing world where everything's under assault from, social media or whatever you like to name, or increasing petrol prices or something. So have some certainty. Yeah. I don't often agree with Paul Roos. We've had a feud going on now for the best part of a decade and a half. And but I have to agree with him. The former Swans premiership coach Paul Roos has backed the call by the Commission, believes the game should never move from its current time. I think leave it alone forever. He went to the Super Bowl and the game was incidental to the entertainment. That's what worries me,
It worries me too. If you get really stunning entertainment, let's say...
Well, quite ordinary entertainment, meatloaf.
Well, if you get something really sensational, like if the reformed ABBA were going to do...
Are they coming?
Well... Let's say they were.
Yeah.
Well, that might...
rob.
Yeah, rob the grand final, the game itself. I mean, it might be a fantastic game day experience.
Yes.
But the game suffers because it's suddenly second tier. Now, that's what worries me. I think you've got to choose your entertainment very, very carefully. That's why Meatloaf was brilliant, because he was so ordinary. So the game looked great. So you don't want the game to look pale in comparison to the entertainment. That's my fear.
Now,
and I agree with Paul Roos, set it in stone forever. I think the Sports Minister should get involved.
Sports Minister, I like that.
And the federal government, and make it... Let's have a green paper, sure, and discuss it, and then a white paper.
National conversation. I'm all for national conversation.
Let's vote in the Parliament, both houses.
Postal plebiscite?
Yes. Why not? I don't mind. Let's throw it open to the people, or let the people decide that our representatives can decide in both houses of Parliament, a joint sitting, and decide that it is set in stone and it will always be at 2:30. But that's when the game will begin every year, forever.
It's a lovely idea, Roy.
Well, it gives people certainty.
It does. Remember in the old days, I think when Handbrake Harry White was writing, that the Victorian Parliament entertained a motion that the Melbourne Cup should always have Handbrake Harry White as one of its jockeys.
Right.
I thought that was an excellent idea because people would know that would be a horse not to beat.
Yeah.
Now,
yeah.
But
especially once Harry had left us and there was just sort of a bag. Lying.
Of cement.
Yes.
On a horse. Now, Roosie said he's sick of hearing about the entertainment. In terms of a spectacle, people go to watch the grand final. The Super Bowl, people go to watch the event. Now, can I also suggest that we draw up a list of names, and I say this because I know Rugby League is looking at adding some new names to its Immortals list. We draw up a list of names of dud acts that we'd like to see.
That are acceptable for grand final entertainment.
Yeah, can I put on top of the list, say, the reformed Uncanny X-Men? Now, a lot of people listening to this wouldn't have a clue who the Uncanny X-Men were, but they were ordinary in their day.
But they would be acceptable. What about the Seekers, HG, if they were to reunite? See, already I'm looking forward to the game.
Thinking Greco-Roman? Think the Sporting Probe.
Well, Roy, this is going to run and run and run. And do you think that it would be wise for the AFL to start nipping this in the bud right now and declaring...
Well, McLaughlin could have done that easily, but he's left the door ajar, the window slightly open by saying it's going to start at this time this year, but we might change it down the track.
I know.
People hate that. I don't like that talk.
Uncertainty. I mean, it's uncertain enough, to think about it moving, let alone moving it.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Where does this bloke get off? He's killed football in Tasmania.
Tasmania, yes.
They've
got no certainty.
Brisbane looks like it's a cot case as well.
Yeah,
Never mind.
China's taking over.
China's taking over the whole thing. I'd wait till China. They'll give you certainty.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they've got that bloke there forever.
They have.
The new chairman Mao.
Yeah.
He's there forever.
President Xi is there
certainty.
forever. Yeah, well, that is certainty. And you've got to ask yourself, if the Chinese were running the AFL, would the Chinese change the time?
Thinking the National Grub Database?
Yeah.
Think the Sporting Probe.
Now, you last week broke a story concerning the Parramatta players. This is back on Rugby League now for a brief moment of sanity.
Yeah.
Back on last weekend, you broke the story that the Parramatta players have got very willing at training.
They did. They started punching each other's head in.
And
there was blood drawn.
And Now, can I just point out that then that weekend, Parramatta, after the punch-up, Parramatta went out and flogged the human face of bowel cancer, the Manly Sea Eagles.
They did. They turned their season around.
And they turned a scoreline, I think, of 88 points around. In the first match between Parramatta and the Manly Sea Eagles. It was a flogging by the Manly team, about 44-0.
Yep.
Now,
it seemed to be that they'd rediscovered the ability to hurt. They'd lost the ability to hurt. And if you're a football side and you lose that ability, then you're buggered.
Yeah,
you go out as losers.
You're a shot duck.
You're a shot duck.
Now, stirring words from Parramatta's Jared Hayne.
Wow.
Helped spark the Eels to a victory against Manly last week. It was during an opposed session, obviously contested session, when a fed-up Hayne had enough and essentially laid down the challenge to his teammates to start ripping into each other. A good old-fashioned bash-up followed where blood was spilt.
Yep.
It wasn't just me, but I was the first to speak.
Yep.
And after that, everyone had a go and got a bit more animated. We were 0-6. We were all disappointed and frustrated. There was no magical words, but it was probably sparked everyone to get a bit more tone into their voices.
Yep.
By the end of it, we were vibing. Not sure what that means. And we took it into the game. It was a tough session physically.
Yeah.
Sadly, Jared's out with a quadricep injury at the moment.
Yeah.
It's all about momentum and getting games under the belt. It was awesome being home and being around the club, ... on the goes.
Yeah.
Now,
Vibing. I like that.
Do you think that idea could help other teams in football
maybe
run out? Now, Carlton haven't.
This is the worst beginning to a season they've had in 121 years, something like that.
122 might be.
122.
Now,
years.
VFL, AFL.
Yeah.
Should they have a go?
Well, Hayne, they should reach out for a start.
To Jared?
To Jared.
Could you
Jared, could you come down and talk to our players about this vibe?
Yes, this is the Probe House of Cards, holding all the aces, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven, and on the other side of the card table, a man with a fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. Now, just a few things quickly, Roy, to get the second hour underway. Terrific to see the Commonwealth Games athletes get their parade on Friday.
Yes.
Look, I know you and I were there hurling them. I mean, I ripped up a phone book or two and, because let's face it, they're useless these days. I found them in, holding up a table and threw it at them, and it was just terrific. The athletes, obviously missed out on being seen is part of the closing ceremony, but it was great. 40 athletes, obviously procession through Brisbane's Queen Street Mall. Lord Mayor Graham Kirk presented the keys of the city to every one of them, it was taken on behalf of by Kurt Fernley, and he will distribute the keys too. They opened quite a lot of doors.
They do. I assume the keys would go to every Australian
gold
participant.
Medalist.
I assumed all the athletes
would get the keys to see. What a
it
great
wasn't just
idea.
gold medalists, was it? It was all athletes.
All athletes, yeah. Anybody could come. Now, one thing, I know we talked about this before, but is that the end of it? I mean...
Well, once you've got the keys of the city, I don't think there's much else.
No, what I meant was, I was thinking it was great of Brisbane to do that.
Unless they got their own shows on television.
Or cars.
Their own interview shows. Talking to each other. Yeah.
How did it feel?
Yeah, how did it feel? That's what you'd call the show. How did it feel? Now, you were part of... I was part of the Commonwealth Games. It was terrific, and you were part of the Commonwealth Games. How did it feel for you? It felt really good. It felt great for me. It was awesome. Yeah, I felt it was awesome. That'd be a great show.
Yes, is the Probe Philharmonic with the Maastricht variations of the Coal Man. On first violin, the melodic maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven, and crushing the saucepan lids in 5/4 time, tone deaf and tuneless H.G. Nelson. Just one final thing, this may be the final thing we're able to do with the Commonwealth Games for this gyre, was the Scottish runner Callum Hawkins, marathon runner, famous footage of Callum with a kilometre to go, collapsing.
Yeah.
The ambulance workers who picked him up off the pavement, eventually when he came to, the 25-year-old can't remember a thing about collapsing, but his first question to the ambulance people was not, how does it feel, but did I win?
Did I win, yeah. Hope they said yes.
Lovely idea,
just
isn't
as
it?
a G up.
That's right. That's right. I thought it might have been chance. I went on autopilot and finished it, but nobody answered, and I knew straight away that I hadn't won.
Oh, you knew straight away.
As in, as soon as they didn't respond, yeah, you won. How does it feel? That was obviously the giveaway.
Sure.
But no.
I suppose he would have been disappointed too because he was not going to appear on How Does It Feel? No point.
No point. But what would be good would be Sully, how did it feel when this happened? It's
a separate show.
Well,
How did it feel losing?
No. Sully was the winner.
Oh, yes.
They reprise the footage of Callum, whatever his name is, Hawkins, lying on the roadway. Yeah. He zooms past him. How did it feel?
Yeah, no, it was great. It was just awesome when I went past him. Yeah.
And there's lots of spin-offs, though. How does it feel to be in the village? How good was the village? How did it feel? Do you know what I mean? The closing ceremony, how did it feel not to be on Channel 7?
Well, we thought we were. The thing is, we were doing our stuff, and we thought it was being covered by the cameras and everything, and so it felt really great. And then when we were told it never happened, we weren't on the screen or nothing, and it just felt horrible.
Hawkins said he was not angry about the slow response from the organisers and spectators to his collapse. Not angry. It's pretty, normally happens.
Did he say he was relieved he wasn't spiked by the Aussie passing by?
He did. He said, I felt great not being spiked by the Aussie Sully as he went by. Look, it's one of those things where...
Did he say it was really great of the Aussie, great Aussie, sportsmanship not to spike me?
It felt great.
Yeah.
Now, look, one thing that's interesting here is, are we... I don't know where we're going to go with this because...
Well, we franchise it so that every Commonwealth-based country can have their own How Does It Feel show. I mean, obviously some countries are going to be a bit light on because the How Does It Feel to win, very small show.
Yes.
How did it feel to be beaten by the Australians? Now, there's a show.
Now, remember, of course, though, we had more medalists from different countries this time than ever before. Admittedly, Australia won all the medals, which is obviously... The genesis of the show that you've got, or the source material for the show that you've suggested for the Cook Islands, or
the Cook Islands How Does It Feel show would be How Did It Feel being beaten by the Australians? Yeah, it's great, awesome.
Now, look. The thing is that did
they get a winner? Did they get a goal?
I think not a goal. I might be wrong about that. Not that, but they got a bronze medal. I think.
Right.
A couple of countries got their first medals, which was great.
Wow, that is great. Now, they'd be given the keys to the city.
They would in a march. Obviously parade past, etc., etc.
Yep.
Now, look, what I was worried about was, does it worry you that there hasn't been something said about collapsing runners? In a marathon compared with, say, collapsing people in rugby league. I mean, obviously, the great example, no, people won't remember this so much, but a couple of players historically have been so whacked across the head they can't remember a thing about winning.
That's right.
So it's very hard to ask them, how did it feel to win? So there's no show like what has it feel, in rugby
Well, that's
league.
a different show. Don't remember, isn't it?
But are you worried that, in fact, this is, the role model question here, etc., we're collapsing runners. It's not, I don't know.
It's unsightly, isn't it? Is that what you're getting at, HG? It's unsightly.
It's unsightly.
Yeah. I felt the Channel 7 coverage of it dwelt on it a little bit too long. Like for 20 minutes they held a camera on him. And so much so that people were screaming at the television, why doesn't the cameraman help him up? Why doesn't the camera person give him some water?
Yeah.
But
you saw the best of Basil in those 20 minutes.
Oh, yes. Basil was just talking up the Aussie. Will he spike him or not?
More grubs get named on the Sporting Probe than any other program. Fact.
Yes, Roy, not so much a sporting contest or a new show, but certainly talking television. This Olivia Newton-John special or the biopic that Seven have cooked up, if I've got the right channel.
Is it called Olivia?
Olivia, how does it feel?
Okay.
Now, can I ask, I think Delta Goodrum is packing down as Olivia, which is terrific get.
Yep.
I'm just wondering how, what would I call it, how detailed it'll be. For instance, sadly no longer with us, but Ian Terps-Turpie was part of Olivia's life at one point.
Ian was her first love.
Yeah.
So you'd have to have someone, you'd assume, playing Ian Terps-Turpie.
Hard role to play,
I know that. But... We'd be able to find someone who'd be able to play a little bit of guitar and sing a little bit, because they did a song together, I think, or Ian might have sung to her in some sort of clip, you'll recall. But who would play John Travolta?
That's an excellent question. I mean, that's an excellent part.
Yeah.
to get, and so many other people there who you would feel.
And the
would
husband who might have disappeared.
Still missing.
Did he fall off a boat, I want to say, or something? HG, was it something like that?
What would be great is to get somebody to play all three parts, because they're all
the same person.
Well, I'm just thinking of something that draws attention to it, because you've got to have a reason to tune into these things.
Yeah.
C, character X, play Terps, John Travolta, and the missing husband.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tour de force.
Sure.
Don't tell me we haven't got people who could do that, because we have.
We have. When is it due to go on air, HG? And is it what I call a telemovie, or is it for? Is it? Like a real film, yeah.
No, give it a few ideas. Channel 7's 2-part biopic about a life.
Oh, it's a 2-part, so it's like a series.
Yeah, a very short series. Hopelessly Devoted to You.
Is that what it's called?
Right. Well, Olivia's not sure whether she's going to watch it. But
I suppose it's how they handle the delicate scene where husband disappears.
Oh. Think Australian champions. Think Commonwealth Games. Think the Sporting Probe.
Now, Roy, Manly Sea Eagles. Oh, is it time to, just as you said to me as we came to work today,
close the door, walk away.
It's getting weird.
It is, isn't it?
Now, we've got Jackson Hastings. This is a big rap. He's been branded the most unpopular man in rugby league.
Really?
Jackson Hastings. Now, that's a big call.
More than, say, the Hayne plane.
Worse.
Worse, you mean?
Yeah, daylight.
Less popular. Really?
Yeah. So you've got Hastings.
Right.
Daylight, Hayne.
Wow, that puts it in context.
Now
he is hated.
He's played for the...
And he's not a grub. He's not particularly a grub, is he?
No, he's exiled from Manly Sea Eagles. Look, in an exclusive for the Murdoch Press, I think last weekend, he said, it's about trying to make myself a better bloke, to fit into the team environment. Yeah. I've got to do what's best to fit into the team and the culture. I'm trying really hard to change. The Hastings story, according to Phil Rothfield, I think he's the buzz man, is unique, that he doesn't have a reputation as an off-field troublemaker. He's certainly no Matty Lodge or Toddy Carney.
No.
He's been dumped to the feeder club this week, and what was lovely, all the boys went down to see him go round. I think they got beaten 44-14.
Yeah.
But the boys
But he set
there,
up a try, apparently, Hastings,
and
in a beaten team, and he busted a finger
in a tackle. Now, I think he's this whole thing with the boardroom in Gladstone. I mean, how lively is... I just let this question dangle. How lively is the nightlife in Gladstone? I mean, they had the Sea Eagles in there and the Titans in there, and I've been told that if the Sea Eagles hadn't caused all the furore, the Titans would have. So it's a pretty lively place.
Right.
Hastings
That's nightlife. I'd never considered it.
I know,
actually.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm not sure.
It shouldn't be the normal thing. It'd be like pubs and bars and dance clubs and that sort of thing.
Strip joints,
yeah.
Poker machines, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, somewhere you can get a bet.
Yeah. Yeah. You see your face on the back page, you're banished, you're an outcast, then another 2 pages inside. It's pretty daunting to be told you're not wanted by your workmates. It's hard enough if it's in private, but to be played out in the public media, he's cried every day and his mum's disappointed by it. And he brings up all the time blubbing.
Right.
He locked himself in the house for a couple of weeks. I mean, can you remember anything like this happening before in rugby league?
No.
I can remember, players getting...
Players usually love reading about themselves. I mean, remember once we saw, might have been Chook Raper.
He was reading about himself.
He was reading about himself and he had a big grin on his face, didn't he?
Thursday night, the Sea Eagles players had a team dinner at Manly Grill.
Yeah.
Build up confidence from the match last weekend, which they lost 40-8 or something like that, 44-8.
Yeah.
When Hastings walked in, DCE, Dale Cherry Evans, got out of his seat and hugged. Teammates was emotional. Hastings, since Cherry Evans' fallout has been blown out of proportion. We know that Evans has been fined. Cherry Evans $10,000 for the Gladstone boardroom stuff. What happened while we were away? We were grown-ups, and I respect him for not just as a person but as a player. We both made poor decisions. This is Hastings talking. Club is bigger than anyone. Stupid mistake, and we both apologise. It goes on and on a bit, doesn't it?
And it's very hard to get to the bottom of what actually went on.
It is.
So, hang on. Someone thought, well, come on, boys, we've lost the match. Why don't we go out to the strip club
The boardroom.
And
get a skinful.
Tie one on.
Yeah, tie one
and
on.
go really silly. And everyone would have thought, oh, that's a great idea. Let's do that.
That's DCE talking. DCE, if you're in, I'm in.
Yeah, so DCE went, didn't he? Didn't they all go?
They all went.
They all went. Hastings was there.
Yeah.
It was Hasto.
Yeah.
He was great.
Yeah, have another one, Hasto.
Yeah, come on, Hasto.
Yeah, that's right. Put
and
in,
then
buddy.
DCE said, oh, well, time to go home now, boys. Back to the hotel. Then we can just have a few and then
pack it in.
Yeah. And Hasto decided he wanted to stay on a little bit longer. Is that it?
Oh,
and then DCE said, no, come on, Hasto. Hasto said, no, I'm not coming. Yeah, come on, Hasto. No, I'm not coming.
I want to stay.
I'm going to hit you, Hasto. I don't care. I'm not coming.
Punch.
Boom.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, they're back at the hotel having a bit of a punch out, and DCE's fined 10 grand for doing the right thing.
That's rugby league on the road.
Is
in
that
a nutshell?
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what happened. I'm reading between the lines. That's what happened.
What?
And what were the other players doing when Hasto was deciding not to come back? Why didn't they just grab him,
knock him out, and put him in the boot of the car? Now, look, he's been accused of showing lack of respect to senior players and tension to sport.
What, Hasto?
Yeah, Hasto in training session.
Get stuffed, DCE, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you play DCE. You run around the block, DCE, etc.
Yeah, I'm not.
Anyway, he got fired from the Roosters because he didn't get on with supposedly Jake Friend and Mitchell Pearce.
Right.
Some players have say Hasto struggle with the Manly club culture. They have a pranking culture there,
Oh, right.
Shaving cream all over cars and hiding kit bags and doing poos in shoes and nicking your underpants, putting them on backwards, etc. He didn't like those gags.
That could be funny.
Yeah. He said, this is, the kid talking, Hasto talking. You go to training every day, you work on your craft, things like you've got to put in. He's going to see a psychologist, learning about himself, what happened to the Roosters and so on.
Right.
There's something about Lyle Gorman says if a player chooses not to fit in with the culture, then you have to make cultural decisions. Now, one thing that worries me here is, should the Australia Council be involved in rugby league? I mean, there's so many cultural issues
developing culture.
Well, they're the people who understand or remit from the government to spend money on developing culture.
Yeah.
We seed money here for an orchestra, we put money into it there to a dance studio. Here we've got a play going the summer of the 17th Dole, all that sort of stuff. Surely rugby league should come under their remit.
Maybe.
Because there's no point getting people like Lyle Gorman, Hastos, DCE talking about culture. They don't bugger all about it. They know about rugby league.
Oh, yeah, but they know about the Manly culture, whatever that is. And
but is that approved?
This is a bit of a mystery as to what the Manly culture is. I mean, sure, you turn up a few times a week at Lottoland,
put the boots on and run
around, and then you might go to the beach and do a bit of fishing, maybe. I don't know. I'm just surmising. Is that the culture, a fishing culture? I mean, it is Manly after all. Is it having fish and chips on a Friday afternoon? Is that the culture? Is it, going to a strip club in FNQ?
Yeah, and then they went to the Manly Grill.
Well, is that part of the culture?
Well, they seem to have a team meeting at the Manly Grill.
Right.
Away from prying eyes, I hope.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, but someone who would know would be Anthony Watmo.
Yes, it's the Probe. It's the Probe Punters Club at last, swinging the bag on the carnival. The Wizard of Odds, rampaging Roy Slaven and tipping you into a bum steer, H.G. Nelson. Roy, this week a word of war. A war of words, a word of wars erupted between the Duck, Wayne Carey, and Grub of the Year, Toby Green. Wayne Carey slammed the Giants because of their draw against St Kilda, saying their football style would not stand up to the heat in September. Giants won the contested possessions and clearances, but St Kilda's fierce pressure prevented them from getting their running game going, according to the Fairfax people. And Toby Green has hit back at his criticism, saying that this is the Ducks' criticism, was they only played pretty football. And he told the Duck to judge the Giants in a month's time. Now,
fair enough.
Do you think this is good for football?
It gets people talking, doesn't it?
Well, we have senior commentators here, not talking about the grand final timing, which is an issue I think they can all chime in on.
Yeah.
But bagging the Grub of the Year. I mean, one of the highest accolades in the game, along with the Pushkas medal for people scoring goals in the World Game.
Yeah.
The Grub of the Year is not to be sneezed at.
It's
and
not
I don't like it being white-handed by the Duck, who never won Grub of the Year.
The Duck wasn't suggesting that Toby Green was gutless, was he? Or that the Giants were gutless in any way. He wasn't commenting on their willingness to be grubs, was he?
Well, that's what I read into it. They club can only play pretty football.
Tell that to Toby Green, which he did, I assume.
He did.
And no wonder Green's taken umbrage.
I know, he's arced up.
Call Green pretty. Pretty, he's a grub.
Yes, the Sporting Probe, a better way to probe. And look, people want to get in touch with us every so often and, continue the national conversation that we start here each and every week. And they can get in touch with us by simply going to royandhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. That's royandhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. And the following people have, Roy.
Yes, Peter from Shanghai has got in touch, HG. He says, hello. The dust has settled on the Commonwealth Games. Here in China we call them the Commie Games. Fair enough. After Australia collecting a gold mine of medals, it got me thinking that there is something being done right in the Commonwealth Games that we're not getting done anywhere else as well. In the Olympic Games, is what he's getting at. Is it time for Juan Antonio Coates, that's one of
beautiful. Yeah, it certainly is.
To step aside and make way for Peter Beattie to be our Olympic supremo?
Wow.
We have only 2 years until the Olympics, but there's a full head of steam there thanks to Peter Beattie. By the way, are you coming over for the Chinese Suns v Port Adelaide clash? Books to be picked up, he asks. So that's interesting thoughts.
Now, he's suggesting that as well as the Rugby League...
Yes.
The National Rugby League head,
yep.
The Beattie also becomes the AOC head.
Supremo, yeah.
Supremo.
He'd replace Coates.
He'd replace Coates, and I think Coates is on the IOC as well, so Beattie would go on the IOC. That'd liven it up if he was on the IOC.
Yes,
and then I think I'm hoping that we haven't had a chance to talk about this, but the expansion of rugby league across the world, it's just incredible at the moment. I hope he can go to the head of World Rugby League.
Oh, that's not bad either.
So it gets the umbrella over everything.
Yeah.
Vertically integrated.
But remember, Peter's been a little bit shy in prosecuting the cause of rugby league while wearing his Commonwealth Games hat. We'd have to get him over that, so that once he was given the Olympics hat, he'd be quite happy, and he could put this into his terms of conditions of employment, that I'm allowed to talk rugby league whenever I like. So that if he is at one of these international forums discussing, Olympic issues, he should be able to say, well, for example, in rugby league, ...
Yeah, or he's got a jumper on, say, representing one of the sides.
Yes.
Maybe the Newcastle Knights, who's ever playing in the big match that weekend.
Yes.
Would be a great thing. And, by the way, while we're taking a break, we'll be watching Storm v. FNQ Cowboys.
Yes.
Now, that's a terrific idea. Do you think he'd do it?
I think he would, yes. I think he would. I mean, if you make the carrot attractive enough.
Yes. In the old days, the carrot was pretty attractive for Juan Antonio Samaranch, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Now, this is from Brad, basking in the glow of the Commonwealth Games. Every genuine Australian could hit pay dirt this weekend by simply plonking their hard-earned, and he suggests on a trifecta, which is the following: royal baby name, into the last at Geraldton, into the winner of the Eurovision Song Contest in Portugal. I think it's in Lisbon, coming up relatively soon. Jessica Malboy's playing 6-1 for a Lisbon win.
Yeah.
So there is your Aussie anchor. The royal baby's name will reflect, some forward thinking by the House of Windsor.
Yeah.
The only stumbling block could be slotting the winner in the last at Geraldton.
Yes.
It would be un-Australian not to have a crack at this monster collector's. Terrific.
Terrific
trifecta.
I didn't get Louis. I had money on Henry.
Right.
So Louis just came out of totally left field.
I went left field. I went with Cyril.
Cyril, yeah, I saw
Prince Cyril.
Yeah, Cyril got pretty heavy betting.
I know. Well, I blame myself a bit for that because I did bet a number of times and put in quite a big wager. I was cashed up from the weekend, last weekend, and I thought I could waste a bit on Cyril.
Now, just funny, actually, I've got one here from Richard. Richard says, with Andrew Buggerall Bogut returning to the Sydney Kings, why can't Jack Morton Worldwide be appointed to oversee the celebration of Bogut's return? Now, you recall Jack Morton Worldwide handled the Commonwealth Games.
45 million or 54 million, I forget
opening
which.
and closing ceremonies. Yeah, brilliant job.
Yeah.
The company describes itself as being multi-channel, multidiscipline and just plain multi-talented, so it's a pretty tight fit, he says. A few years ago, you two blokes organised a march of the Sydney Kings players from Sydney to Parramatta. I suppose we did. Well, why can't a similar march be organised to welcome Bogut, leaving from Sydney Town Hall marching in formation along both sides of Southern Cross Drive to Sydney Airport. The march could be timed that his teammates arrive just as his Qantas flight from Milwaukee lands and elegantly taxis towards the terminal. Jack Morton Worldwide stopped athletes from marching at the Commie Games, so it would be a hands-across-the-waters type gesture in giving the people what they want.
God, he's thought it through.
Imagine the TV rights for this spectacle. There might even be a movie in it called Bogut's Back.
It's a beautiful idea. Coming to joining a few things together here, are you suggesting that Morton may be able to tackle the AFL Grand Final?
Well, Jack Morton Worldwide would certainly, certainly give it the magic that hitherto may have been missing until this point.
Yes,
maybe.
And do you think they could?
And they will certainly have access to the big names.
The big names and the Dugacks of yesteryear.
You want your Abbas, your Abba reformed. Jack Morton Worldwide.
Yeah. Remember, of course, we want people to focus on the game. I think that the...
Jack Morton will just give them the writing instructions. We want a dud.
Yes, this is Lou to 11, the Sporting Probe, end-of-year Rugby League burlesque extravaganza. Up the pole in the sequence with the pie wedge is rampaging Roy Slaven, and down below with the broom and dustpan H.G. Nelson. We went out, obviously, to ANZ Stadium Thursday night to see a terrific match between South Sydney Rabbits and the Brisbane Broncos, and sitting just a couple of seats away was Stephen Dank. And wasn't it great to catch up with Stephen?
I didn't know I didn't think he was allowed to go to any sporting fixtures.
Well, I think he's allowed to go to sporting fixtures as long as Essendon and Cronulla Sharks aren't involved.
Oh, okay.
People remember Stephen Dank as the man behind, the Dank thesis, which is a way of getting players to go faster.
Yes.
Look, Dank, who previously worked with Manly Sea Eagles, etc., is known for his orthodox treatments.
Was he a sports scientist?
He was a sports scientist, that's right.
Did he have a degree? Did he have a degree? Do we know? Or was he
He had lots of experience.
Oh, yeah, okay. So he's a bit like a financial advisor.
Yes, well, last year Dank claimed he was bankrupt, speaking of financial advice.
Obviously poorly advised.
Or in fact, in his...
sort of karma in a way, isn't it?
It is. He was injured in a shooting at his Melbourne home. He claimed the shooting was an attempt to stop him exposing NRL players' doping exploits. Now, he's come up with some wonderful ideas over the years.
Someone took a shot at him.
That's right, yeah. But I didn't realise the last...
Did the police ever get involved, HG?
No, the police were a bit baffled by the crime. I understand there's an excellent podcast, Who Shot Stephen Dank, that you can listen to.
Okay.
Explaining all. Now, he claimed the shooting was an attempt to stop him exposing NRL players' doping exploits. Well, hang on a minute.
What, exposing himself?
Exactly. I did this.
God almighty, that's double-think Dank, isn't it?
Now, look... He's come up with two terrific ideas. Sheep's brains. He's got an extract of sheep's brains that he wants to try on some players.
Right.
He thinks that...
Has he tried it on,
himself?
Like rats or mice or...
No, he doesn't
sheep?
go for that weird, 20 years in the lab and 10 years in experiments like other things. He just goes straight to the point, the pointy end of the process.
Right.
And he's got great ideas for some offal extracts, which he's using. And, the difficulty is, we should just let him rip. He's so constrained.
Is he a trial and error man, I suppose?
Trial and error man, that's right.
Yeah, right.
That's right. I think that's how it works.
Yep.
But it's great to see him out and about. And I've got to say, he's looking really well.
Yeah.
You think he'd have the weight of the world on him, but he doesn't appear to people are taking pot shots at him and going bankrupt and all that sort of stuff. He seems to thrive on it.
Water off a duck's back.
Do you think he's on the gear?
Must be. He's on something.
Yes, the Sporting Probe with Roy and HG. Now, Roy, something we should have dealt with before this is that the Peter Beattie's NRL won't budge from its contentious policy of scheduling all New South Wales blockbusters in which teams can meet twice in the space of 3 or 4 weeks as it prepares its 2019 draft of the schedule for, obviously, the coming year. Now, this means that, Manly play Parramatta in about 4 weeks and you get St George playing, Sharks and so on. Yeah. This is because they feel as though the life goes out of the game around through the State of Origin period and towards the back end of the season when the 8 is cut and dry.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So what they're trying to do is make, the Bulldogs, Panthers, Sea Eagles, Knights,
your
Eels,
traditional enmity between
the Sydney
rival
teams,
clubs.
Sydney teams.
You want to maximise that.
Yeah, to maximise
early in the season.
Yeah. because it's frittered
rather
away.
than have a dead game later in the year when neither Para or Manly are in the run for the
That's
finals.
right.
Yeah,
That's right. But
I understand that.
Well,
I understand that. Why don't they just allow them to play each other twice in succession?
Well, how about they reduce the competition to just those teams?
Yeah.
You know, like say 80% of the matches are played between Sydney-based teams or close in New South Wales-based. Can I ask? The problem is Ricky Stewart's Raiders here, the team that's not us. You know, that's the worrying thing. I mean,
who are their traditional rivals?
Well, I don't know. I don't think they've got any because they're not good enough.
No.
But, you know, and then you get the other lot, was people would love to see the Storm and the, FNQ Cowboys and the Bronx and, maybe Sticky's Raiders.
Yep.
They play off in a competition and then...
you mean have conferences?
Well, I'm not going that far.
Sort of a Sydney conference and a outside Sydney conference.
Yeah, because you're maximising your potential audience to come along. I mean,
that's true. But then again, I would have thought, say... Broncos' traditional rivals would be St George. There's the most enmity, I think, between those two teams. They hate each other. Guts.
Not the FNQ Cowboys because they're all in Queensland.
Yeah.
They're all supporting Maroon.
Yeah, that's
Maroon
true.
Madness.
Yeah. I don't know who the Storm's nemesis might be. Don't know.
Well, what I get is it's a weird... Look, I mean, it's an arcane art drawing up a draft. Sorry, a draft schedule with all these teams that you can't fit into the competition. I mean, the AFL's got this in spades.
Yeah.
Some weird thing where they play everybody twice or the bottom four teams play each other twice before, etc.
Sure. But are you ever going to have a situation where, say, Collingwood play Essendon 3 weeks
You're never going to have that.
That's
no,
never
they
gonna
don't
happen.
have that thing because they're people who support Collingwood and Essendon will go whenever they're playing.
Yes.
Like they met last Wednesday.
No matter where they are on the ladder, is what you're
correct.
saying, or what the consequences are for the final series.
People will turn out to see them.
Okay.
We have to educate people that they're seeing top quality, world-class rugby league whenever they turn out for an NRL fixture.
Yeah.
Never mind if it's Parramatta playing the Cowboys, which is obviously a dud game, and who cares?
Yeah.
You know, you might
there is a fundamental problem in rugby league. I think you're right, HG, in the mindset of fans, and that is that fans will not follow their teams if their teams are losing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how we get over that.
Schools?
Well, I suppose, but responsibility has got to come with fandom. Responsibility. So you can't be what I'd call a fair weather friend.
No.
I'm a pick and stick man. You pick your team and you stick with them, even if they're rubbish. I know it's hard for, say, Manly fans at the moment because their team is rubbish. And whenever I see a Manly fan wearing Manly gear, I gob off on them because I know they're rubbish.
And they don't mind because they know they're rubbish.
Might mind, but I don't care.
And look, we'll continue this national conversation next week when the Probe reopens the books for another gobbing off. In the meantime, can I thank Roy Slaven, the fickle fingers of Felix, back in the top 10 where he belongs, and obviously Chairman Mao, who has a job for life. Join us next week when we probe on, punters.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF Much, gentlemen, Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth. Jim, today is dragged the pop-up studio along to the Adelaide Oval, and he's there for the Kangaroos v, I think it's Kangaroos v Demons AFL Super Sunday. It's a Super Sunday of AFL, and it's the late game that Jim's aiming at, and he'll be at the casino end of the footbridge that allows patrons to leave the Adelaide station and walk up the ramp, and then turning right, they can come across the bridge and they'll bump into Jim with all his Dad's Day loot. He's got AFL Ruckman calendars for 2019. That's terrific. the boys as you've never seen them before, with their Trevor Bowick underpants, or should I say Travis Bowick and Trevor Bowick underpants on. They're just fantastic. It's fantastic. And it's a little cross-city promotion there because Travis, obviously, the captain of the Port Power. So it's a big day in Adelaide and part of Super Sunday in the AFL. Probe-sters, Patriots, Pilgrims and Punters. H.G. Nelson getting the sporting probe away for another set of 7. Thanks very much, Bruce McAvaney. Well, what a week. What an incredible week. A week when too much body's barely enough. And residents of 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stoolage for the week's sporting action, a week of massive collects. And remember, speaking of massive collects, if you did get some egg from the Winks run yesterday, can you tip the chips in the direction of the Blinkered Knights of Balaclava? And on charity topics this week, the Rooting King Foundation will be staging a drought relief firewalk at Wattsford Oval on Saturday the 29th of September. That's right, mark that down, Saturday the 29th of September. Yes, on grand final weekend, you can stroll over the hot coals for the farmer of Australia. If you've never done the amble over the ashes, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to blister up on the pedal extremities for a good cause under professional supervision. Yes, look, there might be a lot of dickheads who do the fire walking in their backyards, but this is professionally done. It's obviously there's a bit of training beforehand, about 30 seconds of training. You start at this end and you amble over the ashes to the other end of the measured 22 or so metres. But be warned, there is a hot spot just short of a length. It's something the organisers put down to catch you out. Hot spot, a very hot spot, just short of a length at the swimming pool end of the pitch at Wattsford Oval. You'll need to be on your toes to cover the gap. Billed, I think, as part of the firewalk for the farmers as the 22 yards of hell. That's what it's being described as, and you'll get a certificate if you make it through to the other end. Obviously, if you don't, you'll be rushed to the hospital. And still on the charity partner front, and this is very sad news, out of the blue, the Blinkered Knights have been given $6.7 billion by the federal government. We didn't ask for it, we didn't apply for it, and quite frankly, it's an embarrassment to us. We're a small organisation with a dedicated mission of helping out victims of the punt across the nation, as you know, by listening to this program. Having this sort of money lying around in the front office is a very big temptation for many who feel as though Salerno running in the 8th at Taree this afternoon would make a good investment. We don't want to give people that temptation because people wandering by the office see the money in the garbage bags and think, oh, I'm a victim of the punt, I better have some of that and put it on Salerno. To give you an idea of how large the problem is, there are enough garbage bags stashed in the front office with cash to fill 5 swimming pools. That's what $6.7 billion looks like when it's broken down and put in a garbage bag. It's quite a wedge. But today, on the upside, we're beginning a national conversation to work out the best way to allocate this lolly in accordance with the Knights Charity Charter. Go to the website, have a look at your T&C and see if you can get back to us on how we should spend it. You know, thoughts and prayers, Australia. Thoughts and prayers on what we can do with the $6.7 billion. But let's cut to the chase and lock horns with rampaging Roy Slaven, who had an enormous week. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what wrestlers' highlights caught your eye this week, Barrow?
Yes, thank you very much, H.G. Nelson. Wonderful week to be an Australian. Interested in climate policy.
Are you?
Oh. And can I thank all the fireys out there, H.G., not only in Australia, but fireys throughout the world. And it's occurred to me that probably firefighting could well be the economic engine for the world. It's the way I'm seeing it. If only we could turn $1 out of...
Won't take long.
Out of lighting them and putting them out. There's something to it. Now, John Hopperwati, he's won a 10... Well, I say won. He's been given, but he has earned it, believe me. A 10-year suspension from rugby league. Now, beautiful checkered career. He'd already had 45 weeks, which was quite a lot, and put him right up there with the greatest players of all time to have been sent off the most. But now with 10 years added onto that, 10 years and 45 weeks, I don't think it's a record that will ever be beaten in terms of suspension. I don't think so. I know people can try, but well, God almighty, it's going to be hard to beat.
You see a lot of younger people coming to rugby league. Yep. Would you say that as a role model, he lays an incredible...
He does, doesn't
incredible
he?
challenge.
Incredible challenge.
Record,
And there'd be a lot of kids thinking, oh, God, if only I could get...
Close to
11 years. 11 years, that's the ambition. Now, Steve Smith reclaims the number 1 Test batsman status. Don't know how. I don't care. I'm just happy he's there. And it just goes to show what this Deloitte's bloody batting business, what nonsense it is. I mean, I've always been suspicious of it. Just nonsense. Here's a chap who hasn't batted in the best part of 8 months. He's still number 1 in the world. And there have been Test matches played. I know there have been. That he hasn't been involved in. Now, Dave Warner is struggling for form in the Caribbean. Dave, come home. Get back into the nets. That's my advice there. Now, the Americans want to see Winks, and why wouldn't they? Given Winksy yesterday was just magnificent. And what a wonderful young Australian this person is. Well, when I say person, I mean Winks. I mean, Winks is what a perfect role model. I mean, you never hear Winks. Look, as far as I know, Winks has never set fire to anything. He hasn't. A lot of people say there's bushfires. Winks, no, it's not true. Winksy, I've never seen Winks with a box of matches. Never once. Never once. The central coast of New South Wales is in the grip of what's been described as bolt fever. Bolt fever. I mean, it's really going up. He touched down yesterday. I don't know when he's due in Gosford, but I know the crowds outside the Gosford railway station are, I've heard, upwards of 100 people thick, deep, just waiting for Usain to come out. Where he goes after that, he'll probably go to the Leagues Club, have a few, and then get taken out to... probably John Singleton could get involved. He's Mr. Central Coast. He'd probably take Usain out to Terrigal. They dine there, and I don't know where he's going to spend the night. I don't know what digs have been organised. Maybe some little, I don't know, maybe a sort of weekender at Avoca, I'd suggest, or Copacabana. There's a go-ahead little...
nook.
Beautiful. Anyway, as soon as we find out where he is, we'll let you know and you can go and say hello. Paul Gallen signs up for season 19. That's it, 19 seasons of Gal at Cronulla. Unbelievable. Just to put that in context, you've got to remember John Hopewati, just been given 10 years. He was in his 25th season. That puts it in context, doesn't it? Davis Cup, Davis Cup, as we know, it is finished. We might try and unpack it. I can't quite get my head around what's going on, turning it into a carnival. I just don't get it. I mean, there was nothing wrong with the Davis Cup. People loved it, especially Australia, because it meant so much to us. Didn't seem to mean too much to anyone else, but to us it was important. And how does it place I think we're coming up against Austria.
We are.
Next month. I mean,
qualify.
What's the status? What's the status of this match now? Of this encounter? I've no idea. Basketball is coming to Channel 9, which is tremendous. Who's going to host? Who's hosting it? I mean, has there been a host mentioned? I don't think so. FIFA. It removes the term corruption from its code of ethics. Just think about that. Remove the term corruption. Just being realistic, I'd suggest. Make of that what you will.
Yes, this is the Probe Tennis Camp at net. With a bucket of balls, with a backhand clinic underway, is slam winner and gold medalist rampaging Roy Slaven. And out back in the cabana, practising his next meltdown, is ATP rookie H.D. Nelson. So beginning there, Roy, what did you make of the Kyrgios performance this week? It was outstanding. And did you get a bet on the 3 games he said he was going to lose?
The tank set, no. No, the tank set sort of came out of nowhere, didn't it?
That's a whole new thing for tennis, isn't it?
Yeah, because he admitted it. He just said, you're never going to see a tank like this, and we hadn't. I mean, he was honest.
That's right. Something fresh in tennis.
Yeah.
Look, can I just say, do you think...
Look, he blew up. He got upset with a line call. I mean, that can happen.
I did see him try...
I thought the ball was out and the ball was called in and I don't know. But it just went pear-shaped from then on. Then he decided he wasn't going to win another game in that set.
I know. And then came out and
just
won the last
to prove
set.
a point. Just say there, see? Now, how do you feel? Yeah, how do you feel? I didn't win a game. How do you feel? Made the umpire feel, I don't know.
6-0.
Yeah.
Now, can I ask, there was a shot there that he attempted, which I've never seen before, where he hurled the racket at least 30 metres across the court on the off chance that it would connect with the return.
Yes, I don't know where the law stands on that. I think I'm not sure whether your hand needs to be engaged with the racket for the point won or lost to be official, if you see what I mean. If, say, you threw the racket and it did actually jag the ball and come back a winner, I'm not sure if that's legal. I don't know.
No,
Contested
you
territory.
took the words right out of my mouth, so to speak, or the thought out of my head.
If it was legal, it would be an interesting
development.
In the game.
Now, are you seeing this new? And I don't want to open up.
You could play a game just staying in your seat, just hurl the racket, and there'd be some really good at it. Really good.
Racket hurling specialists. Now, can I ask, is this the sort of circus gear that's going to come to this new Davis Cup Hawaii? And if so, what's this event going to be called? I know they're two separate questions, but can you tackle them both?
As far as I know, they're still calling it the Davis Cup, but it's going to be like a carnival.
Carnival, that's what I mean. Big tent, stripy thing.
16 top teams are in the one town for the one magic fortnight of Davis Cup magic, out of which emerges a Davis Cup champion team. Is that that's my understanding of it? Yeah, rather than this gradual, takes 18 years before you get to a final. I mean, I can understand why they want to sort of modernise it a little bit. We're a far more impatient world than we were when the founders of the Davis Cup, back in the 14th century, decided that this would be the best way to do it. And you've got to remember, in those days, HG, with transport, if you say, well, all right, we're going to play Portugal from where? Well, has anyone told Da Gama that he's going to be taking some tennis players with him? And so off you'd set. We'll see you in 8 years' time. Good luck, Vasco. Did you win? 8 years later? Nah, we lost. Oh.
Yes, this is the Probe Writers Workshop, setting the pace with a true crime fiction epic. Is Golden Dagger winner Rampaging Roy Slaven and knocking out a lewd Norwegian-style pot boiler that is already priced to clear. H.G. Nelson, now obviously a pall of doom, fell over the nation last night. I'm not talking about energy policy here. I'm not talking about the reef. I'm not talking about, anything to do with home prices or the homeless or anything like that. I'm talking about the All Blacks v the Wallabies at Stadium Australia. I mean, I've got to talk about it quietly because people are waking up and still blubbing into their first coffee of the day and wondering where do we go to from here. Well, look, can I just say, learning to defend, that seems to be, well, obviously there's line-out problems and composure and, all that sort of stuff, but learning to defend is the key problem here. When we look at the scoreline 38-13, we can see that the All Blacks, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to work out the All Blacks scored a few points here sometime during the game and we were unable to defend. That's the plucky men in gold. We're unable to defend. But can I point out that it's not all doom, and should I point out, to set this in context, this is a team, the men in gold, who regularly lose to Scotland. Now, once you set it in that context, what more can we expect?
Well, they did very well.
Thanks very much, Roy. It was a terrific result for Australia.
At half-time, had it been a 40-minute game, we'd have won 6-5. That's the way I look at it.
It's beautifully put, Roy, and that's brought a tear of joy to my eye. When you put it in the context of regularly losing to Scotland, what's important here is to remember that Scotland hardly have any people living there.
No,
I don't mean to be
no
unkind.
No one wants to live there anymore.
No, they all want to live in Australia and New Zealand because they're so like Scotland, but hot and getting hotter. But when it comes to it, you feel as though that do they take these matches against Scotland as a joke and therefore don't turn up so they don't have to be composed or worry about line-outs? That seems to have infected a lot of the play that they turned out last night at the Stadium Australia. But as you point out, we're ahead at half-time.
We were.
And that's what we've got to take into the match next week.
I think we put too much pressure on them, HG. There was a lot of paper talk, I want to call it paper talk, suggesting, and I think some within the Wallaby camp were suggesting that we're ready this year.
Exactly, ready.
We're ready. We're going to take
we're
them this
equal
year.
With them in skill.
Yes. Yeah.
In fact, that's a big...
that's right. And for a short time, that appeared to be almost the case, but... Very quickly, it turned out not to be the case. There are certain areas where they seem to be able to exploit us, i.e. set pieces, what they call set pieces.
Yes,
now,
line out and scrums.
Line out and scrums. Now, if you haven't got a line out and you haven't got a scrum, you're not going to win. Now, our line outs and scrums were rubbish. Whenever we threw the ball in our line outs, they got it. Whenever they threw the ball in their line outs, they got it. Whenever we put the ball in our scrum, they got it. Whenever we put they put the ball in our scrum, in the scrum, they got it every time. And if we didn't get it, there was a penalty blown because we'd pull the scrum down. Even though we weren't doing it, they were pushing us down. We just weren't strong enough to keep it up. So in terms of skill, in terms of cunning, in terms of guile, in terms of Canny.
Yes.
They're all over us.
Composure.
Composure. Comfort zone. They're all over us.
Now, where do we go to from here? Can I just say that we're off to, I think, the House of Pain next weekend?
Yes, we are.
I
think go without any expectation.
Yes.
I think we've got to line the streets with rubbish as they go past and brown eye them all the way there to the airport to let them know what we think of their chances. And they might pull something out of the bag. They might think, well, hang on, maybe we are rubbish. What have we got to do? We've got to change up. Maybe we've got to enjoy our rugby. But then again, for a little while last night, they did appear to be enjoying their rugby.
Yeah, that was a big mistake.
It probably was, but that's when we were winning. We were up 6-5 and they had grins from ear to ear. And
when they came off.
Yeah.
Now,
then something happened at half-time.
Yeah, Michael Checker spoke to them.
Whatever was said at half-time. That's what's got to be looked at.
Now,
maybe it's best to leave them alone at half-time.
Just let them
just
stew in
ignore
their
them.
Give them an orange.
Yes. Yeah, don't even let them go into. Just leave them out. Yes. Take an orange out. Yeah,
I understand
without any messages.
Now, look, if that was the downside, can I point out the upside of rugby this week is the wonderful performance of the Honey Badger in The Bachelor. Pulling magnificent ratings.
It is, isn't it?
For 10. It's just a revelation. It's the best Bachelor ever. I think in terms of the raw numbers, it's got a long way to run. But there's several things I like about The Bachelor. He says, for instance, he is terrific, apparently, with everybody, putting everybody at ease on the set and, just drawing them out. He says... he says he only wears shorts. He never wears trousers. You never know when you're going to have to run up a hill, mate. Yeah. I don't like being restricted. These pants are so tight. I never wear pants like these. No. It's a terrific Bachelor button, isn't it?
Isn't
the pantsless Bachelor. It's an image that conjures up so many great things. He said he was asked to use an umbrella in a photo shoot. He said, it's the first time I've ever used an umbrella. I don't mind getting wet. I mean, it's just fantastic.
It's fresh, isn't it?
Fresh. Whoever's writing the lines is doing a tremendous job.
I know. Look, it's rating like a fox in a hen house.
It's rating like.
It's like a dingo in a dunny. It's like Dave Warner in a pie shop. It's like, a bent copper at a billionaire's wake. I love that magic here.
Yeah. Can I ask? I think it was his big one was about the goose in a doona factory.
Oh, yes.
I missed it. You missed that one.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
Okay. Now, can I ask?
Yep.
Is there anything that could be garnered from our Wallabies, seeing a former Wallaby as a winner?
Yeah.
Is there anything that Michael Checker could have visited to the set? Help from all the boys?
It occurred to me, wouldn't it have been wonderful had all the boys been able to go into the Bachelor pad with where the women are waiting, to meet Honey Badger and competing, etc. Wouldn't it have been great had they all been allowed to be in there for a night or a couple of days just to...
be around winners?
Yeah, be around winners and to have people who admire them. Are you a Wallaby too, like the Honey Badger? Yeah.
Oh, yes, this is the Sporting Probe. I was listening to the production. Now it's the Probe International School of Art. At the easel, working on a life-size nude with the HB in hand, is the Italian maestro, Ronaldo Slaven. And working up something made entirely from human waste is the humble environmentalist with next to no ideas, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, look, we've touched on this already. Oh, before we come to that... This wonderful week that Ten's offering us, I think it's this week where they have a lot of different shows.
Oh, this is the...
Trial by Kyle and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
Are you looking forward to that?
Yes, I'd forgotten all about it, but now you've mentioned it. Yes, I can't wait. When's it start? Tonight?
I hope so, and right. I can check that out in a minute. But, so you'll be...
is The Bachelor on as well?
Bachelor, yes, of course it's on now.
Because I love that show.
Can I ask, is there some way of raising money for farmers through these shows? We're doing a fair bit with the Rooting King Foundation and the Fire Walk on the grand final weekend, and I know Johnny Farnham's put his hand up. And I think I've got details, and people listening will know this better than me. I think it's Tamworth, and I think it's sometime in October. And the Foo Fighters are obviously on the bill, along with Pearl Jam, Johnny Williamson, the Hattown people. All the Hattown family are going to be there, the Koenigans, and so it's going to be great. Yeah. And Johnny Farnham singing with Dave Grohl is going to be an interesting combination for the farmers of Australia.
Yes.
Now...
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there's some way of tipping these new trial shows of 10 into that. Like, let's say...
Make it a telethon.
A telethon with somehow a donation per show being awarded the winner. So if you like Trial by Kyle the best, obviously lots of people would, they would donate, say, $10, $50, $20 to go to a pool to see if Trial by Kyle, it was called Kyle by Trial, because it makes it a lot easier for me to say it, but be that as it may, it would accumulate money as it went on through the week.
Yes. And how would this money be distributed at HG, do we think? Let's say it raised, $1.2 billion. Now, do we have to set up a bureaucracy to deal with this? Do people fill out a form to apply for money from the Channel 10 telethon? How's that going to work?
Let's pick an area of New South Wales or Queensland that is in drought and focus on giving something to that area.
Okay. I see what
noticed
you mean.
The other day.
So you could put a lot of money in bags in helicopters and just drop, like make a leaf drop, a money drop over the area.
I think that's the way to do it.
Well, that'd be the most efficient way, wouldn't it?
Yes, this is the Probe House of Mints, slicing and dicing the butcher of the year, Roy Slaven, and satisfying the customers with a thumb on the scales, H.G. Nelson. Now, a number of people have got in touch with the program today wondering if we could go through the whole series of 10's Week of Action, red hot invention action. It starts tonight, of course, with Skid Happens.
Is that the Sam Dastayari show?
No, it's called Disgrace, the Sam show.
Do we know? Okay, Disgrace, right.
Now,
it's about Sam, is it?
It's about Sam.
About Sam in China. Is that it?
No. I don't want to sell the audience a pup thinking, you're going to see Sam waddling about Beijing. That may not be the case.
No, but he'll have to have chopsticks or something, won't he? Surely.
Tim, if that's Chinese. I tell you what would be great is if he had a golden circle pineapple ring on the end of the chopsticks.
Do you know
what I mean?
Hands across the water.
Hands across the water, that's right.
Okay.
So Skid Happens. Well, here, I'll give you an idea. One of the presenters, Heath Franklin, says, because this is TV Hunger Games, our corpses would be the least delicious in terms of editability.
Right.
Now, when it comes to Disgrace, Sam says, because there's nothing like it on TV, I looked everywhere online to find a version of this show which we could rip off, but we couldn't find one. Oh. That's the Dastayari view of the chopsticks and the golden circle pineapple.
Right, but hang on. What sort of shows are going to be? I mean, it's all well and good, and it sounds great on paper, Sam sitting on a stool with chopsticks and a bloody pineapple ring. But where's it go from there? Hello, I'm Sam. What happens?
I've been to China.
Yeah, right.
I've got a lot of books. Here's how I get them out. Drunk History. I think this is online. Hang on a minute. It might be even an American show where people get pissed and talk about history. So people get really drunk and talk about Eureka Stockade.
Great idea. Can they take drugs as well, HG?
I think so.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, no, that'd be terrific.
Because when you get someone really drunk on, say, ice...
Well, drunk on ice is a bit of a weird idea.
Oh, no, it's a weird combination. It's weird.
Do you know anything about...
And you give them a hammer, right, and you say, tell us about history. And it's really weird what happened.
Yes, this is the Book of Probe with the Reverend R.R. Slaven wearing the frock, and the puffer into the back door is H.G. Nelson. Now, coming back to these shows, I think we got down to, obviously, Skid Happens and Disgrace. That's an hour of must-watch there.
Yep. That's tonight, is it?
Then what we're asking people to do is contribute, say,
what if you like
$10.
it, you phone Channel 10 and say, I want to give you $10.
$10 to the appeal.
To the appeal,
yeah. Yeah, we'll flesh that out. This is the money drop. The money drop for drought.
Okay.
Are we going to stick with this plan of picking up an area of Queensland, say, round St George?
Yeah.
That area there?
That's Barnaby Joyce territory.
Oh, yeah, I know. I didn't mean...
You mean Weatherboard 9 gear?
Well, the Weatherboard 9 gear. What I didn't mean to do is draw attention to that unfortunate area. Let's go a bit further north, say Caboolture. I don't know if that's in the Weatherboard 9 footprint.
Okay, or Longreach, around there.
Yeah, okay. It's very good, Longreach.
Yeah.
What's that got? The Stockman's Hall of Fame.
It has, and it hasn't rained there, I don't think, since 1957.
Is that right? Gee,
something like that.
They're doing it tough.
They are.
Now... So we've got 2, Skid Happens and Disgrace. Then we move on to Drunk History. So we've got 3.
Oh, Drunk History's great. That's with the ice and the hammer.
The ice and the hammer. Now, I was going to question your understanding of how intoxicants work, but I won't. I'll leave that to another time.
Oh, okay. Okay. You mean it's not a cocktail that could produce what I'm hoping it would produce. Is that what you're suggesting?
I suspect.
Okay.
I'm no expert.
What if
in
you
that
added some
particular-
heroin to that?
Well, they might fall asleep, which wouldn't be... Well, I'm not saying that's not
What about
attractive.
can't you get some sort of buck-up stuff?
Well, yes, I think that's... Yes, just leave that for another time. We move on to taboo, which I think is more in the area.
Right.
Now...
Taboo, what's that about? What, do you say things that are not allowed?
I think so. That's on Tuesday at 9 o'clock.
Right.
And then Wednesday, 9 o'clock, we got... Is it Kinney tonight?
Kenny tonight?
Kinney.
Oh, Kinney.
K-I-N-N-E.
Oh.
Tonight. Troy Kinney, it's... He says, I would almost guarantee that mine will be the most current in terms of format, which is great.
Okay, good.
Now, then we got Trial by Cole. That's a favourite at the moment to get the big loot.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We got a rough idea. Dave, starring Dave O'Neill.
Yep.
And many others.
Yep.
And then that's on Friday. And then Saturday, we've got Saturday at 7:30, Bring Back Saturday Night with Rove McManus.
Okay, yeah.
So that'll be great. So that gives you an idea.
Wow, what a week. What a week. When have we... Oh, I can't remember a week when we've been blessed with so many interesting, diverse, unusual programs.
Yeah, all raising money for the drought.
Raising money for the drought. I didn't know that. That's fantastic.
None of these programs did it until about half an hour ago.
Yeah. Well, that's all right.
Special K, the Cornflake, the Chinese Suns, the Murderer, and the Probe.
Yes, now, raising money for the drought has lots of wriggles, doesn't it? I noticed last night that farmers were given admission to the big house for the, dare I say it, the Bledisloe. I won't say any more.
Right.
Because I can't. I'm too embarrassed.
Yeah.
So I'm down in the dumps about it. I'm sobered by and buoyed up by the great success of the Badger in The Bachelor, being a rugby union representative.
Yep.
But the rest of it, your composure, the
set pieces.
Set pieces, forget it. Anyway, they got in there and they thought they were going to have a night of fun.
Oh, I see.
Now,
but this is a terrific idea. Are you suggesting to me that farmers are being given free tickets to rugby league matches?
Well, only at the moment rugby. I'm sure that rugby league will get on board with this. I know Todd Greenberg, pretty well. And if I know him pretty well, he'll be dishing out free tickets. He'll probably be there himself at the moment, dishing out free tickets on Super Sunday of Rugby League.
Right. Okay. Well, free tickets.
I think there's one match on today,
and free tickets to movies would be good too. I mean, it'd be a great thing to offer.
Well, I hadn't thought of that.
And shows like, Katy Perry or Pink might be in town at the moment.
Pink
and Michael Bublé's coming.
On
what
October
about
the 5th?
free tickets for
how
farmers?
How about just make it a farmers special?
Yeah.
Because let's face it, they're knocking down the joint.
Yeah.
And farmers know a fair bit about, demolishing things.
Yes.
So they could nick in there afterwards and
I see.
get the utes up and the box trailers and all that sort of stuff. And
and knock
drag
down
it
the
away.
stadium.
Yeah, knock down the stadium after
sure.
Michael Bublé finished.
Sure.
Because that's a big cost in all of these things.
It is.
Knocking things down.
Yep.
Now, the racing industry has been great. I mean, they had a great
success. Is the TAB offering farmers free gambling services like a $5 bet on a race of your choice or something like that?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much you could buy $5 on Winks yesterday. I think you got
no, but they wouldn't bet on Winks. They bet on the horse that came second or something.
Yes, that's right. Well done. Now, racing personality Richard Callender will be at the centre of 2 race days to raise fund for drought relief as racing, gets right up behind the bush. Callender will have $2,500 to bet on each of 8 races at Aquas Farm Day at Muswellbrook on Tuesday.
Yes, and all winnings go to...
And the TAB is guaranteed a $20,000 donation will be made. So regardless of if...
From the TAB, $20,000?
Yeah, if Richard Callender duds out.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so there's the battle of the bookies and then, of course, obviously the TAB kicking in. Yep. The bush is the backbone of the country and they're doing it tough, so it'll be good to try and get a bit of extra than $20,000 by backing a few winners. Right. So that's a terrific promotion for the TAB too.
Yeah, I suppose. Win-win.
Win-win all round now.
Yeah. And Ladbrokes or Centrebet or any of those, are they helping out as well?
They must be. They would
have to be. Are they donating?
They'd be donating. Of course they'd be donating and they'd have their own star tipping winners,
okay. And what if their winners... The ones they tip don't win. Is there some guarantee? Is what?
That's what the suggestion is.
Okay, they're guaranteed $20,000 from TAB.
Yeah,
but is this going to be matched dollar for dollar, say by Centrebet or Ladbrokes
or the federal government,
or the?
Would they be able to find 20,000? They've got a meeting tonight.
Oh, they're having dinner, aren't they, at the
At
lodge?
the lodge, everybody there in there.
Do you think they're going to be talking about
farm relief?
Farm relief?
Well, they've got to be, don't they? I mean, that's the issue that's burning in Australia at the moment. Never mind the high prices, there'd be power and stuff like that.
But I thought they made a promise of 1.8 billion or something yesterday. Are they going to add to that?
20,000, I think, they can stretch that far to match dollar for dollar.
To match the TAB.
Now, how about this? The promotion was the idea of Aquis Farm Chief Executive Shane McGrath. The stud, this is Aquis Farm, will give every race winner on the day 25% discount on a service from one of their stadiums. So get that. That takes a bit of mind to get your head around.
Okay, so 25% discount
on for a win on race day.
Well,
25,
hang on. Let's say Rooting King, who used to get quite a bit of money for stud work days gone by. Not so much these days. Understandably.
Yeah, because he's 31.
Of course, exactly. Now, but back in the day, he was sometimes getting, $200,000 for covering
a servicing. I think
for servicing.
Yeah.
You mean he would do that for?
Can you do the maths?
Well, for $150,000 instead of $200,000.
That's my understanding.
And so but how does a farmer win out of this? You mean a farmer who thinks, I wouldn't mind buying a horse if only Rooting King would
be on the job.
I've got to raise $150,000, and the King will give one.
Now, look, I think it's an incentive to get people thinking about this. I don't think it works in a practical sort of, I've got the horse, the King's on the job, etc. Right. There's a winner, we're going to get the Melbourne Cup next year or in 2 years' time sort of thing. I don't think it works like that. I think this is an added bonus on the day, so as encouraging people to think about where we are, Muswellbrook, on Tuesday, to think that obviously the TAB, do I have to spell it out?
Okay.
It's a bit elaborate.
It is, isn't it?
Anyway, then we go on. Muswellbrook Race Club do exceptional job. The track and facility is a testament to their devotion, obviously. Aquis and our stallions, etc. Anyway, and they'd like to thank, obviously, the TAB for their support of the drought relief.
Well, $20,000.
Close to their hearts. Now, then Richard Callan's going to be busy because he's heading down to Nowra for a drought relief day on August the 26th with, wait for it, former Swan Nick Davis.
No way.
Yeah, way.
And what are they going to do?
Okay. The drought relief campaign will get a big kick along if top country trainer Matt Dunn wins the 1.3 Kosciuszko. Dunn has announced that he and the stable will give half of its percentage from the race to the appeal. Now, I can't do the maths here because I think 1.3 is the total prize money, so I can't give you a win and all that sort of stuff.
All right.
Dunn at the moment has favourite Care to Think for the new race, country gallopers, etc., etc., etc. He hopes to have 5 runners. Now, this is a thing where we only allow horses that are bred and run outside the city to participate, so it's a sort of mini Everest.
Okay.
Trouble is, it gets incredibly complicated by things like, is Darren Weir, who trains at Ballarat, a country trainer, etc., etc. It gets a bit complicated like that. But nonetheless, the racing industry is stepping up.
Yeah, well, far more so than, say, the rugby league industry. Now, is this for sure that farmers, as long as you can prove you're a farmer, I don't know how you do that. I suppose your address would be a giveaway. Yeah. Or if you want to bring a pitchfork or something like that.
Or a load of hay.
Or a load if you had a load of hay,
you'd leave it at home. That's true.
It at home, for sure. You wouldn't take it to the football with you. I don't think. I mean... Well, it'd just
the drought
it'd
can
be
do
inappropriate.
Yeah, drought can do
people
things
gob
to
off on you. Hey, what are you doing with the bale of hay here? Why aren't you out feeding your bloody stock?
Well, I'm a rugby league fan and I want to get him for free. You
go and feed your stock. Go and feed your stock.
Every single one of us can have a life of greatness. Join me, Sarah Grimberg, as the world's most inspiring minds explain how. Listen for free to A Life of Greatness at podcast1.com.au or search Apple Podcasts. Podcast One.
Yes, this is the Probe. It's Shadow Probe time on the Pull in the Cool store, rampaging Roy Slaven and legless in the driveway. They're 30% off the mixed dozen man, H.G. Nelson. Now, look, this is terrific news coming as it does with the AFL final series just about to get underway. The Travis Spoke Underpant collection has been released.
Already?
Wow, okay. Well, the thing is that there is some suggestion Port Power won't be able to make the 8 now with their loss yesterday, their bad loss yesterday.
He's brought forward the
release.
The release.
He's dropped the range on the public. I think there's one match to go. I mean, mathematically, I think it's still possible for the Port Powder. That's the David Koch team. That's the people who have pioneered football. That is AFL football in China, and done wonders for the Aussie bok choy industry.
Yes.
Now, this is just a fantastic story, really, because, obviously Travis, born in Torquay, wanted to play cricket as a teenager. A stress fracture in his back stopped him.
Right.
And he's launched the range, the underpant range, called Rogers, as a tribute to his dad, who passed away some time ago.
Okay. His father's name was Roger, I take it.
I deduced that from the...
Yeah.
I don't have that.
It's nothing to do with Roger Federer, who has his own underpants, called Rogers.
Is that right?
I think so.
Now, in the past, can I just say in the past, I've always connected...
Roger Moore had underpants as well. They were called Rogers. Remember those? We wore them once.
They were tight.
They were very tight.
Yeah, I had to take
tight
mine
at the
off.
back and not at the front, oddly enough.
Do you know what I bet you Rafael Nadal wears them.
He does.
He's always reaching behind
Yes,
her.
to pull them out, yes. They make your bum hungry.
That's right. Now, can I point out that the other thing is that I've always connected the underpant with, or the underpant promotion with rugby league.
Yes.
Remember Teammate?
Yes.
TEAM and a figure eight.
That's
was
right.
a range a while ago. I'm not sure if they're still going around.
Yeah.
I'd like to think so. But you think of Sparkles McGaw in the old days,
That's
and
right.
ET, they probably all had their own range out.
Yes.
And you pointed out at the time, with this underpant range, it proved that there was nothing rugby league players couldn't do.
That's right.
Now, coming to Travis, I don't know what I've got Trevor in my mind, his brother. Coming to his range, well, it's a weird thing, and this is the thing I wanted to get to.
Yeah.
That while going through a box of old school assignments, and people accuse me of making things up.
Yeah.
I couldn't make this up.
No.
He went through a box of old school assignments. Boak realised he had written a business plan in year 10 with ambitions to start an underwear label.
You're kidding me.
Year 10.
In year 10.
I mean, that's when he
He's
had
a
the
prodigy. Prodigy. Why didn't he become an entrepreneur or something? He could have been our Elon Musk, couldn't he?
The underpant king.
Yeah.
Now, isn't it...
And it was underpants he was interested in year 10?
It was. An underwear label. That
What
dream
suppressed his interest over all these years?
Well, cricket
what
and
stopped
football.
him thinking about underpants?
Well, maybe the market was crowded. Now, when he was 10, would Pat Rafter's underpant range be in people's minds?
They were Bonds, weren't they?
Yes, that's true.
They weren't. Though Pat hadn't designed them himself, I don't think.
No, these are something that, well, obviously Travis has put a lot of effort in. That dream is now a reality as a result of 3 years' hard work. I mean...
3 years?
Can I point out...
Goes on the marketing or just the designing of the underpant? I suppose the whole business.
Well, the whole, promotion, you've got to have influencers on the internet and social media.
Are they being made locally each year or are they being made in China?
I hope the latter.
Yeah.
Because they're up there, obviously when he goes up there with the Port Power, he does a bit of business with the underpant range and maybe goes and sees suppliers and manufacturers, tries to think, well, how can I get this a bit cheaper? And maybe we take the logo off, the Port Power logo off and just have a plain white underpant, saves them a lot of money. I don't know. I don't know the underpant business at all.
How do these Rogers actually, how do they... Oh, you mean you may not know, of course, but how do they differentiate themselves from other underpants? I mean, as you say, it is a pretty crowded market. Are they self-cleaning? Is there some twist? You put them on backwards and I don't know. They shock people when you drop the trouser.
Well,
whoa!
Yeah,
you're
I know.
wearing them.
That's right. Now, look, can I point out that the great thing here is they're backless. So it's a strip of elastic around the waist.
So you never have to take them off. Is that the thing? You never have to take them off.
As well as obviously being self-cleaning. And a surprise when you drop the trousers.
Yeah.
Look, this dream of the backless underpant is now a reality. Yeah. And I've got to say, I've not seen them from the three-quarter view as you described it.
Yes. Yeah.
I've not seen the model with the...
How do they read from the front?
They read conventional.
What I call front huggers?
Front huggers and conventional at the front.
So totally conventional. I mean, you could walk in wearing Rogers and people are going to look askance. It's only when you turn around
that you're shocked.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the House of Probe with the hatted chef, senior judge and Lord of Fork in the plum cravat, rampaging Roy Slaven, and the underwater panel eater with a nasty dose of gastro blasting the back door, H.D. Nelson. Now, the Rogers. They're available wherever you buy your underpants for $59 for a 3-pack. So roughly $20 each. Incredibly well priced.
Very good. Because two you could give away. I mean, if they're self-cleaning, you only need one pair, don't you? You give them to mates. Then they...
For
it's going to be the end of underpants as we know it. I mean, they'll be shutting down sweatshops all around the world, won't they? Once these hit the market, people only got one pair. It's all you need. Now, how's it going to help farmers?
Well, maybe he could donate a third of his taking, i.e. one pair of underpants, to farming. So let's say he gets the $60 for a pair. He donates $20 to the farm for drought relief.
Yep. Okay.
Now, the business plan, the year of 10. Now, I've definitely been copping some flack from the boys at the club now that the photos are out of the range, of the Rogers range. Now, can I point out, do you think he should have been, given the result yesterday, concentrating a little bit more on football?
Yeah, because the result wasn't good yesterday.
It wasn't good, no.
Was it a record loss?
I can't... Oh.
Close to.
Yes. Now, look, I think the Power had beaten Magpies the last few times, so they would in recent history, often a very telling thing in the AFL.
Sure.
Maybe they would have thought, oh, well, we can probably win this match, but they really fell apart in the second half.
Yeah.
He says he hadn't got a girlfriend because he hasn't got, well, obviously haven't found the right one, but he feels as though he's donating his time to the underpant range and football, and that's enough.
Could he be the next Bachelor?
Now you're talking.
See.
Have you just given 10 a get-out-of-jail card for that show?
What about that, eh? Wouldn't he be fantastic? Because he's got the underpants.
He's got the look. He's got the
look.
He's looking for a girlfriend.
He is.
It's a genuine win-win.
Okay, good.
I'm just wondering if you'd recommend, and I think I know the answer to this, to footballers to think about underpants as something that should be on the agenda. I mean, obviously he started at the age of in year 10. Yeah. So he said, well, look, now 14 or 15, I suppose.
It's a funny thing you raised there, HG, and it is true, something I've noticed over the years. I don't think there's a footballer anywhere in Australia that hasn't dreamed of having his own underpants.
Yes, it's the Probe House of Cards, all right, holding all the aces. The King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven, and on the other side of the green, a man with a fist of nothing, H.D. Nelson. Now, a hard-working man here at the Probe HQ who's got a job for life has just pointed out the honey badger is in the underpant business. He's got the tradie range, and two of his that I like particularly is the sport mid-length.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a beautiful pant.
How much is that retailing for, should you know?
It's up around the $20 per...
3-pack?
No.
$20 each.
$20 each.
So,
and the work and surf fly front. I like a work and surf, but the fly front's the thing that's got me intrigued. That a fly on an underpant, i.e. a zipper on the underpant, that's something new in the underpant.
It is, isn't it? Are they stain resistant, HG? That's the thing.
I think that's where the difference between your Rogers and your tradie is that...
Well, your Rogers are self-cleaning, which I suppose is
stain resistant. Yeah. But can I point out that I think the honey badger wears the stains as a badge of courage.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
He sees that as a symbol of action.
Right. Okay.
It's incredible. But this speaks to your point that there's
I see what you mean. I see what you're getting at. You mean you don't need paper with the tradies?
You don't need paper. That's right. Now, look.
So it's special absorbent material.
Yes.
It's not quite it's a semi-permeable membrane, is what you're suggesting.
That's right. Well, these things, of course, a lot of this
technology of underpants gone through the roof, hasn't it?
I think that's what you're talking about. The dreams of ordinary footballers have propelled Australian underpant making so far now.
Yeah.
Self-cleaning, backless, obviously the fly, the zippered fly in the front, all those sort of ideas.
Look, I don't know why where it goes from here. Footballers have been obsessed with underpants for so long. I don't know. I remember Stomp, it just used to annoy him that he had to put them on and take them off. Mm-hmm. I mean, what's the point, he used to say? What's the point? I mean, people tried to point out to him what the underpant did. Yeah.
He didn't get it.
He didn't get it.
Now, we see the badge says, you never know when you're going to have to run uphill, mate. I don't like being restricted by pants.
No, dead right.
Now, so he's happy to run up the hill in the underpant.
Yep.
Which is fair enough.
Oh, well, no, what he's suggesting is with these underpants, it feels like you're running up nude.
Nude, that's right. Yeah, so you don't...
So there's nothing constrictive about them. So they're fully body moulded, bespoke, are they?
Oh, they'd be bespoke. Oh, yeah, you couldn't... Yeah, so I think he comes around and helps you into it.
So you're laser measured. You'd have to be, as you walk into the...
laser measured.
You're laser measured. So there, you go into the store, you go through the laser,
and all of a sudden,
there they are.
Is that the future?
They're
of
made by
underpants?
that 3D printer technology, HG. That's how they're made. That's the way. That's the future, isn't it? People will be making their own at home soon.
Well, I hope not. Yes, this is the Gardener Probe with the head botanist rampaging Roy Slaven, a man who's always brutal with begonias, and the boxhorn rolling down the road, HG Nelson. Now, great news, and this is the highlight of the week, that the Tailem Bend supercar track is going to be the home of motor racing next weekend across Australia. It's the Bend Motorsport Park fires up next weekend. And they expect a bumper crowd there for the Supercars' 11th round of the season. Good. Holden ace Dave Reynolds will be there, obviously, wearing the Bucks, or the Rogers, should I say, and has high hopes for what it'll hold for drivers and spectators. It's a level playing field because no one's got any data on the track or driven a supercar there before. Now, my only disappointment is that they've gone off a bit early, firing it up at the end of winter. They should fire it up on, say, January the 10th, when the temperature there could reach 52 degrees.
Yeah.
It's a terrific track.
Yeah.
It's going to put Tailem Bend on the map, much in the same way as Usain Bolt's going to put the Central Coast on the map when he turns out for the Mariners.
Yeah.
You know,
When's the cavalcade arriving, HG? When do they start
I'd say they'd be turning
They'll be there
over.
now, wouldn't they?
They'd be warming up now.
Yeah, good.
And, with the Rogers sponsoring the whole meet,
good.
I can see all drivers wearing the asbestos, obviously suits, and underneath the asbestos they'll have the Rogers on.
Yep.
It's a terrific
That's all you need.
Great promotion. That's all you need.
That's all you need.
In fact, some people say you could just drive in the Rogers and be pretty safe.
Yeah.
But obviously, national
health and safety.
Health and safety, it's a nanny state we live in. Now, will you be going, Roy?
Of course I'll be there.
And can I ask...
I want to have a drive around. You know, I don't know about you, but I've never driven the Bend. I haven't driven that circuit. I'd love to.
You know, the great thing, as you pointed out to me, and I didn't realise this at the time, it's a two-way track.
Two-way track, exactly.
It's a white line down the middle, and you've got to stay left and right, obviously, of it.
Which adds to the frisson.
Yeah. Especially when you get to the bit where you turn around and come back down the line.
The UE section.
It's going to challenge a lot of drivers.
Sure will.
So that's all to look forward to, and I've got to say I wish them well, because I know it's a town of limited resources, Tailem Bend, and to think they've got a world-class track there is a triumph for everybody who lives there, and the whole community has got behind this. They've had working bees.
Can I congratulate the council there, HG? So go ahead in not only allowing but promoting this idea of turning Tailem Bend into the racing mecca. Rivaling Bathurst, you'd have to imagine.
I think that's right.
So are they going to be sister cities, Tailem Bend and Bathurst? I'd be recommending that.
Isn't that terrific? So the mayor of Bathurst might be going over to Tailem Bend to meet
to hand over something, a key or car keys, something, pair of underpants, just something that joins the two places.
How about the mayor of Bathurst turns up with a pair of tradies on?
Yes. And they exchange underpants?
Exchange of underpants. It's an old idea.
It's an old idea,
but it's brought so much peace and harmony to the world over the years. I've got to say I'm not completely convinced that Tailem Bend has its own council. It may be a River Murray area council. Or
what would be the closest town?
Well, the
Murray
big
Bridge?
town, Murray Bridge, yes.
Well, let's say it's Murray Bridge Council. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's say they were the visionaries in this who tick the box saying, yes, we approve, build it, do it now.
Yeah.
That sort of go-ahead. Well, why not? They're very go-ahead there.
And wouldn't it be great? I mean, that's got to be something that the Channel 9 News around Australia would be interested in, wouldn't it?
All news services would be interested in that.
I just picked that in Channel 9 because they may be putting this through air. But
right. Is it? Oh, yeah, they will be covering it, I guess. Yeah, yeah. Okay, why not? And is the ceremony going to be done in public, I suppose, the exchange of underpants, or do they discreetly go behind some sort of barrier?
G'day, Paul Roos here. What makes good leaders? After 3 decades on the footy field and in the coach's box, I've learned just how important effective leadership is in building high-performing teams. Now you can share in everything I've learned in my podcast series, The Coach. If you're into leadership and building a winning culture, join me on The Coach. Download the app or listen now at podcast1.com.au. No matter what you're into, there's one for everyone.
Podcast One.
Yes, you're part of the Love Probe revolution in 2018 with Roy Slaven and HG Nelson. Now, firstly, before we go to the emails, I'd like to congratulate the Geelong Football Club.
Yeah.
23 goals in a row.
Yes.
I think the poor old Fremantle side got 3 goals in the first quarter, but couldn't score a goal for the rest of the match. And Geelong obviously slaughtered them with 23 goals of their own. It's an implausible scoreline.
And that's a record.
How does that work?
Is that a record?
It is a record. 23 in a row is a record. I don't think they've, in a row without any interruption, I don't think that's happened before.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering where you felt...
Did they go out? Were they actually there for the second half, HG, or...?
Well, I was wondering what Ross Lyons said to them at quarter time. The Fremantle coach, just turn it up, boys. That's right, you've done
Boys, you've done enough. Yeah. You've got 3.
I'm happy.
I'm happy.
You should be happy as well.
I'll meet you in the car park.
Now, of course, people like to get in touch with the show from time to time, and they can do so by getting on the Mojo Wire and directing messages to royandhg at thesportingprobe.com.au. That's royandhg at thesportingprobe.com.au. And the following have, Roy, where do you want to start?
Yeah, look, Greg's been in touch, HG. Always good to hear from Greg. He says, "Dear blokes, with the ABC becoming more irrelevant every day, was wondering if some of its staff could be put to better use by the Sporting Probe, i.e., you could employ Andrew Probin to investigate the festering pus-laden sore that is Australian Sports Administration instead of the left-wing leaning dross he's currently reporting on.
Oh, that's...
Probin with Probin could lighten the burden that you two Australians are undertaking.
Probing with Probin.
Isn't that a great idea?
It is, and it wouldn't matter what he talked about.
No.
He could talk about guide dogs or Wally Lewis or whatever.
Or farming, farm gate prices. I mean, farm gate prices for milk. I mean, that's where he could start.
And then move on to underpants in the second half.
Yeah, underpant design. What's changed in the last 4,000 years? I'll tell you, not much.
Now, Roy,
mind you, the Romans didn't wear underpants, did they?
No.
A bit like the Scottish. Scottish don't wear underpants.
No. Well, it doesn't mean they can't.
No, they just don't.
I mean, that would be
cultural. It's cultural.
Cultural.
They want to be able to wipe whenever they like.
The Rogers push into Scotland, that's going to be great. I mean, I don't know what Travis has got cooked up. Is Bowick a Scottish name? Let's say it is. I'm bringing them home to where my forebears began, where it all began. The boat story began, say, in Aberdeen.
That's right.
And then all of a sudden, we're wearing underpants for the first time and loving it.
Yeah. You could wear some underpants at Carnoustie.
You could. And it wouldn't matter how wild the wind blew. Now, Roy, look, this is a terrific detailed email from Chris in Adelaide, who's an NRL supporter, and I might get you to help me here. Chris with his extended family.
Right. Oh, yes. Yeah. They went to the Titans match. That's right. Yeah.
Titans versus the Panthers last weekend while
on the Gold Coast.
On the Gold Coast. He said it was very difficult because, firstly, the parking nearby is non-existent.
Oh, dear.
I drove with near the potential Coliseum, that is Seabus Stadium, just to be sent away by an unhelpful traffic warden. I did an illegal U-turn and asked where parking was. We were out of town. We're from Adelaide and Mudgee, and I was directed to the opposite side of Robina CBD to a small car park where I paid a mere $10, but then quite a walk back past multi-vacant lots and empty land. There was unused and carless right next to the stadium. But then the real issue, Roy, I mean, he's down in the dumps already, but the real issue...
Yeah, the real issue, ticket pricing. We're a family of 2 adults, a pensioner and 4 children under 10. The ticket booth first told me to hand over $188.
What? 2 adults?
I suppose they would have tacked on something for drought relief, surely. Is that what that's about?
Well, hang on, let me do this. 2 adults, $50 each, and the 4 kids under 10 were $22 each.
Wow.
Does that add up to 188?
About that. To say I was stunned was a slight understatement. For 90 minutes of entertainment, in inverted commas. After repeated comments of, how much? What? Strike me lucky. Are you fair dinkum?
Struth.
God almighty, you're charging more than a bloody blind butcher with leprosy. Anyway.
Give me that again. More than a blind butcher with leprosy.
Yeah, I've just
made it up.
It's honey badger stuff.
Yeah, honey
now,
badger stuff.
Turns out, as Australia's playground that is the Gold Coast, the NRL Titans think a family is one adult and one child under 12. This un-Australian definition has obviously been decided by Greenberg and the goons back at the Communist Party headquarters, that is NRL Fox Studios in Sydney. The fact a general admission ticket put me at the corner of the field in the away supporters section only was also dumbfounding. Luckily, I'm a Panther supporter, although I was normally attired sans jersey. All in all, a bemusing first-hand experience of the football graveyard that is the Gold Coast. God almighty, when's Peter Biddy going to step in and have a car park beside Robina Stadium?
Well, the other thing is...
all those vacant lots there.
This is Beatty's patch, too. I mean,
I know.
He had that triumph with the, obviously the Commonwealth Games. I was thinking again, the tickets weren't marked the correct day for the opening ceremony. But yeah,
and there was nowhere to park. You forget that.
Yeah.
You forget that. Parking on the Gold Coast. Where do you go?
Look, this is a very sad story, and it speaks to the modern problem of the rugby league is only interested in that buble gear and shutting down at the stadium on October the 5th.
Underpant designs.
Exactly. Who's doing what with underpants, and they've got a backless one, and can we sell it to Scotland, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and getting their own perfumes. That'll be the next thing, the Dave Coltrane Taylor bloody perfume.
And they've taken their eye off the ball, which is that ordinary people have to go to support this ways, and they've got to get it there, they've got to park, they've got to get in, they've got to get a pie and chips for all the kids.
Sure. Bit of realistic pricing, that's what's needed.
$188 for 2 adults and 4 kids.
Well, that's not right. That is just not right.
Truth. Yes, is the Probe fire truck putting the wet stuff on the red stuff on the pump. Crew Captain rampaging Roy Slaven and out back torching the scrub, H.G. Nelson. Now, we finish up, as we often do, with a little bit of horse news, serious horse news. Is
Winks going to America or not?
You read my mind.
I mean, he's got to go now, hasn't it?
Well, the offer is, yes, this is the American horse racing, Churchill Downs, November the 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah.
Now, this means I can't do the maths well enough, but the Cox Plate would be on just before the trip. So the 4th Cox Plate's in the bag. Yeah. There's nothing more for the horse to prove in Australasia.
No, there's not.
And so the Churchill Downs, November the 2nd and 3rd, they're clinging to the faint hope that there can be an unexpected change of plans. I mean, it's not beyond Winks, I think, to be in the Cox Plate, which is the week before the carnival gets underway. So you're looking at the Cox Plate on the previous weekend. I can't do the dates for you. Look them up yourself.
Yeah, I dropped the Cox because I remember when Rooting King went to America, we went by boat.
Yeah.
Boat's the best way.
It's a great voyage, isn't it? It's scenic.
It's scenic.
And the
you call into Honolulu and
have a bit of a run.
Yep.
And then
you
arrive
island hop and you arrive really refreshed. Yeah.
Now
that's the way to do. If you're going to be serious about it.
Well, the Americans say, yes, we'd be extremely excited to have Winks compete in the World Championships at Churchill Down.
Yep.
Dora Delgado, Vice President of US Breeders' Cup Racing Nominations Committee. We believe the course would suit her quite well.
Good. It's grass, is it? Because they run on a lot of
different surfaces.
Yeah, they do.
That onto car surface is a bit of a struggle for us. I know for somebody like Winks should be banned. They've got a lot of sand tracks there well, or dirt tracks there.
Dirt tracks, yeah.
Now, the other one is, of course, Chautauqua.
Oh, poor old Chautauqua.
Look,
Chautauqua's now a bit quick by the looks of things. It's starting to enjoy racing.
Well, the whole thing is the sectionals are better than ever, as they say. In the run, the gap, incredible sectionals. I've never seen sectionals like it.
No.
The trouble is getting it out of the barrier still seems to be a bit of a problem, and people are still standoffish about the Monty Roberts issue. The Monty Roberts being the horse whisperer, who might or might
Has
not
Monty
come.
come and spoken to Chautauqua yet or not?
Look, do you think that here...
Could we get rid of the barriers just for a race that Chautauqua's in and just have a rope across the starting line?
That's dropped.
Well,
I think we have to start a national conversation about this, don't we?
Yeah.
We have to say stakeholders, stand aside for a moment. That's owners, connections, trainers, jockeys, etc.
Yeah.
The public want in on this.
Yeah.
Now,
could we have a plebiscite on this? Could we get a plebiscite?
Plebiscite.
Should Chautauqua be allowed a rope? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's right. An online plebiscite or a postal plebiscite?
Postal.
Write in yourself now.
Postal plebiscite.
We just put up the address.
Well, the Prime Minister having a meeting tonight with Dutton and co. They're going to get to the bottom of, what to do with the big end of town and tax and what we're going to do with climate change and what we're going to do with NEG and bloody Tony Abbott and bloody all of that. Sort it all out and start afresh tomorrow. Wouldn't it be beaut if they came out and said, look, we're having a postal plebiscite because the people have spoken and the people want to see Chautauqua in the Everest with a rope drop. Now...
Chautauqua wants to run.
Well, I reckon Chautauqua wants to run. It just doesn't want to get into a barrier.
Now, this is what Monty Roberts, the bloke you never want to see in Australia again, has said from his home this week. I want the public of Australia to know that Chautauqua wants to race. There's a problem stopping him from racing, and I could educate the whole Hawks team with what that problem is. I'm sad I'm not being allowed to help this horse. Now, it's important...
What, is Dutton not allowing him in?
I think that's the problem.
Dutton's not allowing him in.
Dutton wants to see him on Nauru or Manus. Now,
is he going to Manus Island? Have they got horse problems there?
They've got a lot of horse problems, i.e. no horses there. It's important that the public in Australia knows that I have no anger with anybody. To say that they snubbed me is not the word I'd use at all. They chose to follow John Hawkes. In my opinion, that was showing confidence in Hawkes. Fair enough, he's the trainer.
He's the trainer.
Now, and then it gets complicated by the owners. Now, the sectionals are great. Now, I'm just wondering if sanity should prevail here and maybe a phone hookup, a FaceTime hookup with Monty there and Chautauqua here. Yeah. Because no one whispers or talks horse language better than Monty Roberts. That's a fact.
Well,
That's
didn't Monty say all he'd need to do is get on the phone to the horse? Didn't he say that?
Well, I think he more or less...
Or was that he was being metaphorical, was he?
I think he was talking about the connections. He could get on the phone with the connections and sort it out. But I think the horse has to come into it somewhere. I think Monty talks horse. Yeah. Can I put it that way?
Well, that's my understanding, yes. Yeah. It's pointless him talking to Hawks or anyone like that, because Chinese whispers, they're going to get the wrong bloody message to the horse.
They certainly will. On that point, we have to leave it, Roy, I'm afraid. We just hope this, hope sanity prevails.
Starting.
Yeah. We can solve this problem between now and this time next week. But, that program mapped out there of the fourth Cox Plate and then off to America, that does set the cat amongst the pigeons. On behalf of Felix, the fickle fingers on the buttons here, and the man who's got a job for life, Mao, of course, the great helmsman, yourself, Roy, another great week of probing. Let's keep it going. Drought isn't going to stop us here on the Probe. Bye now.